Okay. Good morning. My name is Anile Halova. I'm the chair of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. Today is Thursday, December 4th, 2025, and I call this meeting to order. We'd like to recognize the administrative and information technology staff without whom this meeting would not be possible. They're John Dunsmore, Ingrid Caudell, Brandy Elmer, Jess Miller, James Kopolvich, and our commission assistant, Adam Buell. Thank you all. And maybe we should clap. Yeah. Adam, can you continue this meeting?
Morning. Chair Halova, Commissioner.
Do you mind bringing the whole mic closer to you?
Okay, hopefully that's better. Good. Halova, commissioners, guests, community members, and staff. Thank you for joining us for day one of the Land Conservation and Development Commission December 2025 meeting. For the record, my name is Adam Buell, Commission Assistant for the Land Conservation and Development Department. Before we begin, I will make note of a few things, including the best practices for participation. Recordings of the Commission's meetings are available on YouTube. For those individuals joining us via Zoom, please use the public comment sign-up form on the website. While 3 minutes for public testimony is typical, the chair may reduce the time according to the number of people signed up to testify and other scheduled demands. Zoom participants, please rename yourselves with first and last name so we can identify you and bring you forward at your opportunity to speak. Zoom participants will be in listen-only mode until called on to testify. Commissioners, to promote audio clarity, please speak directly into the microphones during discussions. Again, we thank you all for being here with us today. Chair Halova, meeting is yours.
Thank you, Adam. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Bennett?
Present.
Commissioner Boyer?
Present.
Commissioner Porter?
Present.
Commissioner Thompson?
I'm here.
Commissioner Warren?
Present.
Vice Chair Lazo?
Present.
Chair Halova?
Present.
Quorum is present.
Thank you. And so next we're going to hear land acknowledgements. That's going to be presented by Commissioner Boyer.
Good morning, Barbara Boyer for the record. Indigenous tribes and bands have been with the lands that we inhabit today throughout Oregon and the Northwest since time immemorial and continue to be a vibrant part of Oregon today. We'd like to express our respect to the first peoples of this land, the 9 federally recognized tribes of Oregon: Burns Paiute Tribe, Confederate Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua and Siuslaw Indians, Confederate Tribes of Grand Ronde, Confederate Tribes of Siletz Indians, Confederate Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, Confederate Tribes of Warm Spring Reservation, Coquille Indian Tribe, Cow Creek Band of the Umpqua Tribes of Indians, and the Klamath Tribes. It is important that we recognize and honor the ongoing legal and spiritual relationship between the land, plants, animals, and people indigenous to this place we now call Oregon. The interconnectedness of the people, the land, and the natural environment cannot be overstated. The health of one is necessary for the health of all. We recognize the pre-existing and continued sovereignty of the 9 federally recognized tribes who have ties to this place and thank them for continuing to share their traditional, ecological knowledge and perspective on how we might care for one another and the land so it can take care of us. We commit to engaging in a respectful and successful partnership as stewards of these lands. As we are obligated by state law and policy, we will uphold government-to-government relations to advance strong governance outcomes supportive of tribal self-determination and sovereignty.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyer, for that reading. Now we're going to approve the agenda. Are there any proposed changes to the agenda? Director Bateman, do you have anything to add? Okay, there's no proposed changes to the agenda. So in that case, the agenda is adopted. Commissioners, we're going to go each and introduce ourselves and the region of representation. Later on in our business meeting, we will talk more about our region. So this is just an introduction of your name and then the region of representation. I'll start with the Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Ellen Porter and I represent Southern Oregon.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Bennett.
Good morning. Mark Bennett, proudly representing the 18 counties east of the Cascades.
And Commissioner Thompson.
Deanne Thompson, with great humility and joy, the coastal representative.
Commissioner Warren.
Stuart Warren, Southern Willamette Valley.
Commissioner Boyer.
Barbara Boyer, Northern Willamette Valley.
And Vice Chair Lazo.
Good morning, I'm Alan Lazo. I was appointed from the Portland metropolitan area.
And my name is Aniele Halava, and I was appointed also from the Portland metropolitan area. Thank you. And now we're going to begin with Ethan Stuckmeyer for agenda item number 3, Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, Deliberation, and Adoption. Ethan is joining on Zoom.
Good morning, commissioners. I just want to do a sound check real quick, make sure you all can hear me.
Yes, and before you continue, I wanted to say that regarding public comment on this agenda item, the comment period for this item closed on November 7th, and so no further comments will be accepted. And I wanted to say that the commission will be asked to take an action on this item today. I also wanted to say that the first part of this is a presentation, and then we're going to go to lunch, and then the second after lunch is the deliberation on the items. Thank you, and welcome, Ethan.
Great. Thank you, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Ethan Stuckmeyer, and I'm the Housing Division Manager at the Department of Land Conservation and Development. I express my...
Ethan,
Yes.
We're going to see how to make you louder. I don't know if that's from our side or your side.
Okay. Testing, testing.
I think you're the same. Is there any way to make the speaker louder? Okay.
Okay.
So you can
Let me
just
know.
talk
Let me know
more
if it gets
loud
too
than
quiet.
normal.
Okay.
And then we're going to
All
find a
right.
way to turn up the volume in the room.
Okay. Let me know how I can adjust throughout the presentation. So, commissioners, I express my deep apologies for not being there with you in person today. I am out in Minnesota, and my sister would never ever forgive me if I missed her wedding that's happening in just a couple of days. So I apologize for not being there and allowing me the opportunity to do this virtually. With me today up at the testimony table are a few folks. Matthew Schaubold from the Governor's Office, the Governor's Housing and Homelessness Initiative Director, Thea Croman, who's housing planner on the Housing Division, and Kaden Gijan Chapman, who's the UGB specialist in the Housing Division. And they'll introduce themselves when they're up for their portion of the presentation. So, like the chair mentioned, we've got quite an agenda for you today on this topic. First, we'll go through some overview of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis policy and direction. We'll talk a little bit about some of the intended outcomes of ONA, a little bit of a refresher course for folks. We'll spend the majority of the first portion of this agenda item talking about the proposed rules. We'll overview those kind of from top to bottom. Commissioners will then take a break for lunch, and we'll come back for deliberation. And with a recommended commission motion to take action, like Chair mentioned, we are requesting that commission take action on this agenda item today to satisfy the statutory deadline to adopt rules related to the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Program by January 1st of 2026. When we get further along in the agenda, I will highlight there's actually 3 different pieces that we're asking commission to adopt today, but I'll highlight those in detail when we get there. So a little bit of queue up here before I hand this off to Matt. Obviously, the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis is something that the agency and staff have been working closely with the commission on for many years, including not just the rulemaking, but if you are still needing that refresher, the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis is many, many things. First and foremost, it is an allocation of regional housing needs, statewide and regional housing needs to local governments that sets them on the course for taking planning actions to meet and achieve those housing production targets. There's also obligations throughout this program that speak to affirmatively furthering fair housing and highlighting the importance of that lens to apply to housing actions that local governments in the state are taking. But more broadly, it is a suite of programs, policies, directing the implementation of two statewide planning goals, statewide planning goal 10, which is housing, and statewide planning goal 14, urbanization. And it's then also important to call out here that DLCD is not the only agency that has a role in implementing the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. It is a tri-agency initiative from the Department of Administrative Services, particularly the Office of Economic Analysis, who runs the actual numbers for those allocations. They produce housing production targets and they produce needed housing allocations. Oregon Housing and Community Services, OHCS, tracks progress, production of housing, and how certain outcomes are shaping up for in certain equity indicators related to housing. And DLCD, our role is to facilitate Goal 10 and Goal 14 through the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis lens. So housing production strategies, housing capacity analyses, and the Housing Acceleration Program. Before we dive into a little bit more about ONA, I'm actually going to hand this off to Matthew Schaubold to speak a little bit about Governor Kotek's housing policy direction. So Matt, take it away.
Thank you, Ethan. Matthew Schaubold, Governor Kotek's Housing and Homelessness Initiative Director. Thank you, commissioners, for having me here today. I think first, before I share a little bit about the governor's housing policy agenda and her initiative and why she's chosen to focus on housing, I want to thank all of you here at the commission. I want to make sure to thank Director Bateman and the staff at the department, and thank all of the partners who have been involved in not just the very robust ONA conversations as a part of this rulemaking, but all of the policy conversations around addressing our housing and homelessness crisis in Oregon and advancing increased housing production. We've had a lot of those conversations lately because there is such a stark crisis for Oregon through legislative sessions and various agency rulemaking processes, and through the development of policies and programs that many of the state enterprise agencies are in the process of implementing. So I just want to thank everybody involved in that. It's a big challenge for the state, and there's a lot of people working on it, and we'll be better off for it in the long run. The governor, when she came into office, chose housing and homelessness as one of her 3 priority initiative areas to focus on. As you all know, because of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, we have a deficit of housing to have a healthy and affordable market across the state. And we need to significantly increase the number of homes we're producing for Oregonians. When she came into office, the preliminary analysis showed that we needed to produce 36,000 units a year. The most recent numbers from last December show we need to produce 30,000 units a year. And we have more work to do to get our production numbers up to those statewide targets. Every year we don't meet our production numbers, it is becoming more expensive for Oregonians to purchase a home or rent a home in their community. It is displacing people from the communities that they live in because they can no longer afford to be there. Small businesses will struggle to recruit and retain employees. The public sector services and agencies at the state and local level are struggling to recruit staff who are turning down jobs because they're not able to afford housing markets in communities across the state. And so the governor, from her first day in office, has laid out an agenda to increase housing production and worked with legislators, worked with partners, worked with practitioners on how best to do that. And so the implementation of ONA is a critical step in that. She has been working to implement initiatives at each stage of the housing development process. So new land for housing production, land readiness through infrastructure and other land readiness programs and services, reforms to our design and development requirements that we put on housing to increase feasibility and increase the amount of housing that can be built, the actual process for land use reviews, building permit reviews, public works reviews, and then increasing the portfolio of programs that the state is operating to help finance either land readiness, or the vertical construction of housing. So new interventions into modular housing, new programs to finance moderate income housing, where historically we focused on low income housing. So quite a few programs. And we are seeing progress in the administration. She just announced yesterday that we have added 50,000 units into the pipeline, if you will, since she came into office, through about 14,000 units at Oregon Housing Community Service, so direct financed units that are now open or underway, thanks to the partnership with the legislature to fund those programs. 40,000 units are 40,000 future homes are in process because of new land and infrastructure investments that are opening up either sites or greenfield areas for development. So we're making progress, and we have more work to do. And so I think the ONA will be a critical part of that. The rules that you're considering today will be a critical part of that. It will help to make sure that we are planning appropriately as a state, and all of our communities are planning appropriately and implementing the strategies needed to increase housing production, both to boost it in the short term, but also to make sure that in the long term, we have sufficient housing in Oregon. I wasn't able to stay for the whole meeting, the last commission meeting, but I will say I really appreciated what Vice Chair Lazo had mentioned in the meeting, where we've had a lot of good conversations. They've been hard conversations. They've been honest conversations, and there's a wide spectrum of perspectives. And, I think you'll hear today, hopefully you hear today, that the rules seem to have found a good middle ground of varying perspectives where we can still have confidence that it will help to advance the state's production goals. So I'll be here today, but just also wanted to convey the thanks and appreciation of the governor.
Thank you, Matt.
All right. Yes, thank you, Matt. All right. So with that overview, I will dive into some of the majority of the substance here. So
I
the
wanted to ask
Oregon Housing Needs
before,
Analysis,
Ethan.
is a project that deals. Yes.
Hold on one second. Were we able to turn up the volume in? No. Okay. This is the highest. Echo. Yes. Okay. So, and I want to get this thing close to for you.
Okay.
So Ethan, we want to make sure you enunciate and speak as loud as you're comfortable doing. If you could help us with that, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
I was also trying a couple of things on my end, but to no luck.
Yeah, you just have to be the louder version and enunciate.
Okay, maybe I can bring this a little closer to my
Yes.
mouth as well. So apologies for the awkward stance here, but the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis purpose and intent. The DLCD has been working on the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis project for quite some time. Way back in 2019, the legislature passed House Bill 2003 that kind of set the agency on the course to kind of study the impacts of how a statewide approach to housing needs analyses could work in the state of Oregon. And there's a lot of good reasons for that assessment that I think, it might be important today at the consideration of adoption of rules to implement that program, to take a little bit of a look at and see like what those core principles of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis are and were and have been. And so this is really born out of, a 50-year history of Goal 10 implementation, and seeing the results of that implementation bear out particular outcomes across the state. And what's on the screen here, you might recognize it's the pre-ONA Goal 10 process, right? Fairly short, articulates a rough outline of how this assessment was to go, estimating population, using that information to project housing need, inventorying buildable lands, and taking actions to accommodate or to meet the need of from a land capacity perspective. And that led to some challenges and some gaps in our thinking and response to our state's housing need, both locally, regionally, at a state level. Particularly that framework of looking at population projection, using that to estimate housing needs and focusing on the amount of land that is going to be sufficient to meet those needs leaves a lot to be desired in terms of kind of the timing, the incentives, the affordability of those housing types that is really hard to get to when we're only focusing on land supply as the only tool in the toolbox. And the Goal 10 paradigm pre-ONA was not on any regular schedule. Cities had very outdated housing capacity analysis, mostly due to the lack of funding available and local capacity to update that work. And some cities had housing capacity analysis that had never been updated since the first acknowledgement of their comprehensive plan back in the 70s. There was through that process, the assessment of buildable lands and the actions to accommodate, there was limited focus on equitable outcomes throughout the entirety of the communities. And really the structure of assessing a future population based on past development trends left the program to kind of reinforce those inequities of the past. Affluent jurisdictions who had built affluent housing and had particular populations that were greater income projected that reality into the future, and from a planning perspective, did not ask them or obligate them in any concrete way to address those inequities. And so enter the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, particularly the passage of House Bill 2001 from the 2023 session, which articulates many things to reform the housing planning landscape. But I wanted to call out a particular piece of statute here, which articulates some direction to you, the commission, to consider in developing rules to implement ORS 197A, which is the statutory chapter for housing and land use. So you'll see through, I'm not going to read through all of this, but you'll see some of the key elements that are sought to be addressed through the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis program, articulated in these principles: equitable housing, safe, accessible, and affordable housing. Things like using tools, expertise, technical assistance, model ordinances to provide tools and support to local government. The housing production strategy as the focal point by which the department collaborates with local governments. All of these things are important to consider today as we're thinking through the adoption of these proposed rules in front of you. And here is, how that Oregon Housing Needs Analysis program manifests in a little bit more of a graphic description. You've seen this many times, commissioners. I will bring it back several times throughout the presentation today because this articulates the steps in the process by which local governments both assess their needs, take actions in response to those needs, and what happens on an ongoing basis, on a cycle basis, to make sure that we're actually making progress to those needs. I also want to highlight on this slide, though, that the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis keys in the state will follow the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis regulations and rules that you're adopting today.
Do you want to say that again, Ethan?
Only
You were
local
you're breaking up
governments,
on that
populations with,
last sentence.
this is so funny because I've been here for 2 weeks and we haven't had an issue with internet. And of course, today is going to be an issue. So I apologize. That is just the way that the world works at this moment.
Yeah. Could you say that last sentence?
Of course.
Over again? Yeah.
Of course. So the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis applies to only particular jurisdictions. Population 10,000 and greater, cities population 10,000 and greater, metro counties, Washington, Multnomah, and Clackamas counties, and also the county of Tillamook and the unincorporated jurisdictions within that county. So we're talking about a smaller cohort of cities. Not all local governments are subject to these regulations. Some of the information that's provided or some of the regulatory framework that's provided in ONA, however, can support and be a tool and resource for local governments who don't have those obligations. So smaller jurisdictions across the state, while they are not held to the same obligations, they can use some of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis program resources, tools to help them should they choose to opt into the housing planning program in this particular way. So I just wanted to call that out because I think sometimes we think about the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis as everyone must use this program. Well, actually, I want to go back. So fundamentally, the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis is 3 key pieces. First, local governments determine their housing needs. Then local governments take actions in response to that housing need. Third, over time, as cities are implementing those actions and seeing results, the state and local governments track and monitor progress towards their housing production targets. That is the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis makeup. Those 3 things: determine needs, take actions, track and monitor progress. And I'm going to come back to that kind of framework throughout this presentation. There's one key piece that is also part of this Oregon Housing Needs Analysis rulemaking and program and things that we've been spending a lot of time on lately, which is this transition period between a local government's Goal 10 planning work related to their needed housing and their Goal 14 assessment of land capacity and their urban growth boundary. And these have a very distinct connection. When a local government is looking at moving through this planning process, right? They've done a housing capacity analysis, they've done a buildable lands inventory, they are making a fundamental math equation of, I have this needed housing for the future, and I have this capacity to potentially meet that need in the future from a land capacity perspective. And that math equation is an important assessment. If there's a deficit of land within an urban growth boundary or land capacity within an urban growth boundary to meet the housing allocation that a local government gets and receives from the state through their needed housing allocation, they have to take actions to resolve that deficit. And those actions come in the form of 3 options. The first is land use efficiency measures. They can take actions to make more capacity or make more efficient use of the land within their UGB, or they amend their UGB to bring additional land to the forefront to meet that need. Or most often, local governments take a mixture of both of those options, which is allowed under the regulatory framework. I want to call that out specifically because we'll spend a good amount of time talking about that relationship between Goal 10 and Goal 14 in this meeting today. All right. So we have all of this regulatory framework. Like what happens next? What happens once Commission adopts these rules and local governments are implementing? Kind of what's the point? What's the purpose? And I wanted to kind of spend some time thinking through like what that future ONA paradigm kind of looks like. The first is that we know that through the housing planning process of old, we did not have a true and full calculation of housing need, right? We used only population projection to determine how much housing we're planning for in the future. And the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, and the very first principle of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis is that it articulates a more true and full calculation of housing need by incorporating things like underproduction of housing for people experiencing homelessness. Yes, it of course includes population growth and demographic change, but it also includes the impact of second vacation homes. And those together create this greater understanding and more accurate depiction of what our state, regional, and local housing needs are. It also provides a predictable timeline by which local governments will assess and plan for these housing outcomes. Local governments outside of metro, 10,000 population and greater, are required to do this planning exercise every 8 years. Jurisdictions within Metro are required to do this planning exercise every 6 years. And so there's some certainty, predictability, known timeframes by which local governments will be, one, assessing their needs, and two, taking actions, and then follow on actions through those cycles. This creates obviously clear expectations and certainty for both the local governments, but also the community in those local governments. It focuses on housing production, affordability, and choice. Those kind of actions and response are highly keyed into those key topics, particularly through housing types, characteristics, and locations. And then finally, those actions are a blend of actions: land use actions, financing actions, other resources that local governments can bring to the fore to make progress towards meeting their housing needs. Continuing on, there's also work in or proposed rules that seek to better articulate a more realistic residential land capacity estimate. So that is manifested through some changes to the buildable lands inventory and the way that local governments identify which capacity happens in which areas of their community. And there's also a new requirement adopted under HB 2001 from 2023 called the Development and Ready Lands Inventory. And this sets up a structure of, we think about long-term residential land capacity. And we also think about that we can meet our housing needs from a land that cities will have that information to amend their urban growth boundaries more smoothly, because they are have these more realistic land capacity estimates and the opportunity to use these tools through UGB land exchanges or urban reserves to set themselves up for success in the future. Again, we'll jump into the actual presentation of the rules here in just a moment. But again, I wanted to bring this up again for folks to really clue into needs identification, taking actions, tracking and monitoring progress.
And can,
All right.
Ethan, can I ask a quick question? Can you go back to the
Please.
slide again?
Yes.
I really like the efficiency measure diagram, and could you point out where that efficiency measure diagram fits in this like overarching diagram?
Yes, absolutely. So here in the accommodate needed housing, it also shows itself in the local government land use efficiency measures, and those are articulated as part of their housing production strategy. So it's kind of a mixture of these three pieces here.
Okay. And Ethan, I always appreciate seeing somebody because it helps me follow along with them, but maybe we can try to turn off your camera to see if that helps with the breaking up of the audio.
Have known that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or is your, yeah, but he has to flip it probably. Yeah. Okay. Let's try that.
Okay. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
All right. Moving along. All right. So obviously the commission in the meeting in October held a public hearing on these proposed rules. Those proposed rules that were the subject of that public hearing were published on October 1st, and the rules that you're considering today have been amended in particular ways to be responsive to the feedback that the agency heard from all of the written and oral testimony that interested parties have provided through the month of October and November. Just a reminder, the public comment period closed November 7th, and so in the commission packet that was submitted previously on the 20th of November, we summarized all of that public comment. And I'll do that here in terms of major themes and specific topics. The feedback that we heard from folks who had been participating in this program or following along could be summarized into three major themes. First of all, there was concern about the overall complexity of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Program and the reforms happening to Goal 10 and Goal 14. There's concerns about local government capacity to do the work that's articulated in the proposed rules, and a careful balance, seeking to strike a careful balance between flexibility and certainty so that local governments and others can operate within that system.
Hold on, Ethan, for a second. Commissioner Bennett, you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. Ethan, Mark Bennett, since the league has concerns about the final product, was there an effort to reach out to the league while preparing the staff report to get their input? So, because it's so important that we have our local government partners on board, and right now they're taking a position because they weren't able to review the final staff report document because it came out so late. So I'm trying to understand the steps to make sure that a critical partner, I have to repeat that, is on board. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, and Ethan, if it makes sense to address it here, or if there's some slide, yeah, whichever makes sense for you to address.
I just wanted to have the question before because it's so critical that we get everybody on board with this piece.
Yeah, so Ethan, does it make sense to answer that now, or do you have a slide that kind of goes through?
Yeah, Chair, I can answer that one now. So Chair Lova and Commissioner Bennett, with the timing of the close of the public comment period, November 7th, our ability to have a conversation with any interest part, League of Oregon Cities or anyone else about the final proposed rules was not able to be had because we received comments up until the 7th. That public comment period closes. Then we seek to respond to those comments that we received as part of the final rules. And there's not one additional kind of back and forth that we're afforded in that structure of timing to have that conversation one last time with League of Oregon Cities or any other partner who's participated in this work outside of the proposed rules that are in front of the commission today.
Thank you, Ethan.
All right. So that public comment also centered around a few specific topics that are kind of encapsulated in the major themes, but are important to kind of call out here. That being the compliance pathway prescriptiveness, the consideration factors and land prioritization in the urban reserve areas, this 80% urban reserve area minimum threshold, and practicability to serve in the study area, and 2 model code items, one around statutory authority and legal risks that use of that tool presents to local governments, and then the actual standards and procedures themselves. Throughout the presentation, I'll be highlighting when we get to each topic, obviously how these factor in and how this feedback, like what we heard on this particular topic, and then the actual substance of each of those pieces will speak to how those rules were amended or not in light of that feedback. Okay. So I'll jump into the actual proposed rules here. Of course, commissioners, as you're familiar with, there's opportunity to ask clarifying questions along the way here. And I welcome that kind of line of questioning and interruptions, no worries. But just I also want to note that the commission will have a chance to deliberate on the proposed rules after the lunch break. So clarifying questions, can you state that again? I didn't quite catch that. All fair game. And I think now is probably a good time to also just raise just how, give a special shout out to the DLCD Housing Division staff who've been leading on the rulemaking for such a long amount of time, and just their dedication and time and commitment to these rules in this program has been incredibly inspiring to watch and be a part of. So Thea, Kata, Celestina, Jenna, Maddie, special kudos to you all. All right. So unlike how we structured this presentation in October, where we kind of focused the presentation around particular topic areas, so the Housing Actions Work Group topic area and the Capacity and Urbanization Technical Advisory Committee topic area, we're actually going to take a different approach and kind of articulate the steps as they are arriving to a local government. So how a local government would navigate the housing planning program. They start first with the contextualized housing need. They move into the housing capacity analysis and so on. So that's going to be how the presentation is structured. So I just want to kind of call out, note that we'll be bouncing back and forth in between goal 10 and goal 14 land in some ways. But I think that'll kind of allow the commissioners and folks in the audience to kind of put themselves in a local government shoes and kind of see how these provisions within this regulatory framework are coming to local governments. All right, so we'll start first with goal 10, housing. First and foremost, if I'm a local government and I am in the year in which I'm starting to conduct this work, I have a housing capacity analysis due in a particular year. I always start first with the contextualized housing need portion of this work, which again is this first category of the Goal 10 and Goal 14 ONA planning framework, which is I have my when I'm starting this contextualized housing need process, I have my ONA allocation, I have my housing production target, and I begin my work on contextualized housing need assessment, which is determining how that needed housing allocation and housing production target translate into the types, characteristics, and locations of housing that I'm actually going to be taking action towards. So in terms of feedback on contextualized housing need, some of the key things that we heard in terms of feedback themes were that there are particular housing needs that have gone chronically overlooked, and we should not create a structure that allows those to continue to be overlooked in this contextualized housing need. There's also thoughts and concerns about how a local government actually endeavors to assess their unique and contextualized housing needs and using particular compliance pathways. If those compliance pathways are going to be rigid or prescriptive in any nature, they need to have a clear process by which to navigate those compliance pathways. And then also thinking through some of the concerns that we've heard from local governments and others about a one-size-fits-all statewide approach that kind of obviously in its nature fails to consider some of those specific circumstances at the local government level. So in terms of those key needs that have been chronically overlooked, those are identified here. They're summarized as larger household sizes, accessibility, adaptability, and affordability, unit type, particularly middle housing and multi-unit housing, home ownership, and geographic location. And so when local governments are conducting their housing, contextualized housing need, they're filtering or they're kind of carrying all of these key housing needs in their mind and articulating using data, using engagement to articulate what their specific housing needs are through these key housing needs. And I want to pause here and take a slight departure from this piece here to talk a little bit about compliance pathways. We've used a couple of these slides previously, but I really want to kind of highlight what a compliance pathway is in the context of Goal 10 and Goal 14, and also try to put the term compliance pathway kind of like in the rearview mirror a little bit. Because when we talk about compliance pathways, they are just a tool by which a agency like DLCD or any other agency can articulate an approach that meets obligations for the implementers of the rules. And there are many different compliance pathways and tools that an agency and a regulatory body can use. And in the proposed rules, you'll see some of those compliance pathways identified throughout. And so the compliance pathways, the purpose they serve is again to be that kind of department approved approach to meet obligations. They provide legal certainty and reduce analytical burden for the implementers of those compliance pathways. And there's this balance in a compliance pathway about how prescriptive and objective and subjective and discretionary those leave the implementers of the regulatory framework to actually have some wiggle room in implementation. In the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis context, though, there are base obligations or analysis that is required of local governments to meet their Goal 10 obligations. Those base obligations and analysis exist today. There's a statutory framework. There's the rules of the commission adopted in 2024 to set those base obligations. Compliance pathways provide an opportunity for local governments to know with certainty how they can take those actions to meet those obligations. And there's a range of those compliance pathways, like I mentioned, a range of prescriptiveness. A safe harbor is an optional pathway. A city may do this thing to meet the base obligations or your obligations. A rebuttable presumption is setting a new baseline for a particular piece, saying a city must do this thing unless they can prove that other actions or a different approach is going to be sufficient to meet that new baseline. And then a minimum standard functions to be that the city must do this thing to meet their obligation.
You say the rebuttable presumption one again?
Sure. So the rebuttable presumption kind of in terms of this context of base obligations for, let's say, a local government to meet their housing needs, compared to a safe harbor, where the floor for meeting that base obligation is not identified outside of what that base framework articulates. A rebuttable presumption, though, sets a bar by which a local government or an implementer needs to at least meet to satisfy those obligations. That new bar is the base obligation. And they have opportunities to take either the state's provided approach or a different approach that is equally sufficient to meet that elevated obligation, or that's the specifically articulated obligation.
Commissioner Bennett has a question.
I think you answered it. Thank you, Chair. By saying I was trying to get a clearer understanding of what the unless was, and maybe you could spend a second more articulating it. Would be, I see a couple other folks nodding, same thing.
Yes, Chair Lova and Commissioner Bennett. There's a slide on this later specific to these rules, but an example is, I'll just use the example that I'll use later, but in the context of a rebuttable presumption for a city taking a housing action to meet, let's say, a middle housing need, the city must adopt the state's model code for that middle housing type, unless they can show that other standards that they have in place are equally comparable to the state's model code, or unless they have data to prove that the existing standards that they apply are sufficiently achieving outcomes that the model code was intended to apply. So there's that kind of where a rebuttable presumption would set that bar and provide an opportunity for a local government to say, okay, we're doing other things, we're meeting those needs through different means.
Thank you. I think we got that answered. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it is answered, but I was looking at it a little bit differently. Ethan, would it also be correct to say if a jurisdiction is using, specific data to, satisfy, a step that they need to complete, would it also be accurate to say that they may use that unless somebody else presents information that shows that it's inadequate?
The Chair Lova and Commissioner Porter, they in that context would be the department. because the department holds the approval or remand authority, particularly in the context of this housing production strategy. You know, that bar that's established, you know, model code for middle housing, for example, the data that a local government may use to rebut the use of the state's model code would have to bear out the outcomes that are sufficient to meet that identified need. And so the agency and the city would, you know, I guess the agency would review the sufficiency of that data against like what the outcomes that the city is striving to achieve are. That help answer your question?
Might get clarity as we go along.
Yeah, not quite, Ethan, but yeah, I'll bring it back up if it doesn't come together later.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then I had one last question, which is I know because I wasn't at the October meeting, we had a fourth column that was guidelines, I think. How does guidance, sorry. Is that not a compliance pathway anymore? Is that like an add-on? Where does guidance?
Yeah, Chair Love, a good question. So guidance does not bear the legal weight that a safe harbor or rebuttable presumption or a minimum standard would bear. So guidance would be something that would be, you know, something that the agency could provide to a local government to say, when we talk about meeting your base obligations, like here's some resources and tools, and, you know, here's what we're kind of thinking when we say meeting those base obligations. But it doesn't, a local government can't necessarily rely on that to say that they're legally sufficiently meeting their obligations.
Okay. Thank you.
Unlike a safe harbor rebuttable presumption.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. You can continue.
Okay, thank you. All right. So after that little, and then one more here. Obviously, the considerations and compliance pathways are many. How you structure those is this balance between flexibility and certainty, the level of detail, and considerations of local capacity and state support to actually navigate those compliance pathways. Okay, so I wanted to, again, try to think about compliance pathways as just a shorthand for how a regulatory framework can be structured. And so from this point on, I'll kind of begin to use not compliance pathways, but in fact, actually the compliance pathway that has been proposed to articulate how the proposed rules shape up and how they create that regulatory framework. So in the context of the contextualized housing need compliance pathways, the rules that were presented to the commission in October identified a blend of tools, safe harbors, rebuttable presumptions, and minimum standards in this framework for how a local government navigates meeting their obligations to identify and contextualize their housing need. The proposed rules in front of you today shift all of those tools to the safe harbor column. So creates a state approved approach on how to navigate things like how a city is going to plan for or understand how much middle housing they should plan for, as an example, how much multi-unit housing they're going to plan for, how they identify how much home ownership they're striving for. And so the outside of the shift in actual tool, the content of each of these safe harbor tools remained largely the same, not across the board, and I'll highlight those differences. But considerations that were made in this decision-making process were, lots of feedback in October about use of Portland Metro data in the context of housing type mix, middle housing and multi-unit housing mix in particular. And some of the considerations there were like, could we use a different metric, statewide average, or anything like that to play around with the applicability of a local government to a local government for that particular compliance pathway. Ultimately, the decision was to move that out of the rebuttable presumption category into the safe harbor category. And then the home ownership piece, you might remember that this home ownership piece, based on a bill that was passed in the 25 legislative session, kind of got some refinement to aggregate some of those specific income categories. So it was disaggregated out to 0 to 30%, 30 to I believe 30 to 50 and 50 to 80 AMI brackets, but those have been consolidated into an 80 and below AMI category and an 80 and above AMI category in terms of those considerations for homeownership. So, and then like in October, the department's not proposing any compliance pathway for geographic location and instead utilizing that guidance tool and resource to provide local governments with a little bit of information on how they could consider geographic location. And I think one thing to point out here in terms of the use of safe harbor in this context, the safe harbor, the base rules kind of provide this like tried and true, pathway navigate through the obligations that a local government has. It might be that back road that a local government could take to navigate that. The safe harbor provides this like bypass highway. You'll get to the end goal faster, but you might miss those nuances at the local government level because the state is providing this kind of streamlined approach. So that navigation of how cities move through their obligations on the contextualized housing need is kind of that fast track using the safe harbor tool here.
Your next slide is clarifying questions, but maybe you could
It
stay
is.
stay on the one before
Okay.
if anybody has clarifying questions. Commissioner Warren.
Ethan, I just want to maybe pull out some of the nuance to the last thing you said about local governments being able to get on that kind of highway through using the safe harbor approach. That doesn't mean that they have to, right? See, local governments can still choose to do the work at home, to pull out those nuances and actually do some of that more specific planning that's specific to the area. Is that correct?
Chair Lova and Commissioner Warren, that's absolutely correct. Yes.
And
The
my
safe harbor
question-
tool. Yes.
Bill- Oh, go on.
No, please, Chair.
I can't see your face. We're going to have a little bit of interruption like that. Mine is similar to yours, which is but a little different. Can a local government do safe harbor and then add on stuff that is more? I think your question was, can they do the base and not do any safe harbor, just do the base? They're in their own way. And my question is, can they do the safe harbor and add on to it some base that is related to their local condition?
Chair Lova, yes. So local government can do, the safe harbor. They could, some of these safe harbors function to use a metric, for example, and they could, local government could go above and beyond that metric, for example, or they could bring additional information to the forefront and say, we're gonna use the safe harbor as a starting point because now we know, thank you state for providing this like directional approach and pre-approved, and we're gonna add on to that tool, or we're gonna bring some other information to the forefront so that we can, build a deeper understanding of our local needs.
Commissioner Porter.
Chair, so Ethan, the contextualized housing need compliance pathways, looking at the bottom one, the home ownership with the legislative goal of less than 80% AMI and then greater than 80% AMI. So just to make sure I understand, so as you get to lower values below the 80% AMI, 30, 40% AMI, there isn't any any percentage or specific target for any values below the 80% AMI. So I mean, of that 80% AMI, you're not looking for like 20% of that to be 20%, 30% AMI. Does that make sense? Does that question make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So I mean, if 100% of the, below 80 AMI is at 80% AMI, that's okay?
Chair Lova and Commissioner Porter, I think that was, you're raising, I think, a point that actually was discussed in the October portion of the rules that was one of the rationales for disaggregating those categories out to say that, you know, if sure these local government, these cities have this legislative goal and requirement to meet a particular percentage of their housing needs through homeownership, that what happens in a situation where all of that need, or they meet that target only through the highest, you know, homeownership echelons in terms of the income categories, and the kind of breaking that out into these, you know, now consolidated income buckets, try to point to the importance of home ownership at those lower income levels. But I'll also encourage Thea to chime in with any additional information that she might be able to bring to that conversation.
Chair Halava, Commissioner Porter, for the record, Thea Croman, I'm a housing planner with the department. I think it's a great question, and one that we, you know, as staff talked about a lot. We heard a lot of feedback, both from advocates and cities, and also from funders who you know work to support homeownership at that lower level. And while we, you know, the commitment of the contextualized housing need is really to identify what the real needs are, and we don't want to quash any potential to develop housing, you know, home ownership opportunities for those very low income categories. We wanted to, you know, acknowledge that there's, you know, by sort of collapsing these by re-aggregating, I guess, into these two sort of bigger blocks, that there needs to be some flexibility in how cities respond to that. And while most of that response happens in the HPS, this was just sort of a signal that, you know, like, you know, there's room here. We hope that, you know, even by pointing to this need, cities and all Oregonians really start to think about different ways that we can provide home ownership opportunities for those extremely low income levels who, you know, should have the same opportunities as everybody.
Chair Porter.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. That's really helpful. And yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of those factors that are outside of a, you know, local jurisdiction's control. And so flexibility is good. So thank you. Appreciate that expansion on that answer.
I'm like making sure to hold the fine line between deliberation and questions, because I have lots of things I could say, but I'm not saying any of them. So I just want to keep that in mind for this section, to questions and clarifications. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Ethan, this is actually a clarifying question. I just want to actually clarify and make sure that we're understanding correctly that what you have on the screen right now, there are two different sets of compliance pathways or tools. So this is the contextualized housing need one. So this comes before the second one, right? Which is the housing production strategy tools, right? So do these ones, go through all this, and then we pop out and do the second one. Am I following that correctly? And that's where you're going to head next? Or I'm sorry, I don't want to direct your presentation, but that's coming up next, coming up shortly.
Yeah, Chair Lova,
following correctly?
Vice Chair Leza, yes, you are. So in the context of this first step in the process, the compliance pathways for contextualized housing need, that first chapter of this work, yes, that's correct. And then we will talk about compliance pathways for housing production strategy actions in just a bit.
And I think to clarify, I just remembered Ethan saying we're going to go through this as if we were a jurisdiction in this diagram that we have here. So,
well, okay, so I'm that guy in the audience that skips through the presentation. If you give me the handout, and I didn't see the HPS piece, but it's because we're going to talk about BLI next, and so we need to do CHN, then BLI, and okay, so we have to do all the need stuff in the first box then. Okay, so that's why we're not going right to the next matrix. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Commissioner Warren.
So just to clarify, we're still in the analysis phase of this program.
Got
At this point in the presentation, yes. Commissioner Warren.
Okay, you can move forward, Ethan.
Okay. So we already did that. Right. So this is a good transition here, which is, right, think about that. Actually, I think I might, yes, here we go. So, right, we just completed this determination of need, contextualized housing need, this portion of this work. Now we move into a local government's actions to respond to housing need, right? We already determined it. Now we're considering what we're going to do about it. The housing capacity analysis is the next step in that process. This is local governments are on this schedule to conduct a housing capacity analysis every 6 or 8 years. And this is that assessment of, okay, I have my housing need. Now I'm looking at what my capacity to accommodate that need is through my housing capacity analysis. And wanted to take a moment here and just reiterate how this functions, right? This is fundamentally a land sufficiency question that local governments move into next, which is you compare your housing need with existing capacity. And there are kind of several forks in the road here. The first one is, do you have enough? Do you have enough existing land capacity to meet your housing need, your 20-year needed housing allocation? And if the answer to that question is yes, we do have enough land capacity, then no further capacity actions are required, and a local government then moves into their housing production strategy with the task of identifying the actions that they're going to take to make that so, to meet their housing production target. If the answer to that question is no, we do not have enough capacity to meet our housing needs, local government is obligated to then increase the capacity for needed housing. And that happens in 3 different ways. They pursue land use efficiency measures, or they amend the UGB, or they do a mixture of both. And there are questions, obviously, in all 3 of those, what you do about it. How much land use efficiency measure must a city take to show that they're sufficiently meeting their needs? Again, how much and when and how does a local government amend their UGB to meet their needs? And then of the both, how do you slice that pie? How much land use efficiency measure do you do compared to a UGB amendment? And the rulemaking for the last few years has wrestled with both of those questions. So in terms of what we heard on this topic, there is one of the main questions in this land sufficiency is the assessment of that capacity through the buildable lands inventory analysis. And there's lots of the discussion in the advisory committee space and in the kind of broader conversation was about this concept of paper or phantom capacity. If we are estimating that we'll have this capacity in our UGB on our buildable lands, do we actually realize that capacity? Or are we over accounting for that capacity and therefore under accounting for the need and the response? And that manifests in a few different ways through these proposed rules. First is, are there discounts to those capacity assumptions to be more realistic about what the likelihood or the lack thereof of those buildable lands within the UGB to develop over time? Can we think through those capacity assumptions with minimal analysis? Can we define some of those terms, partially vacant lands, those kind of core legalistic technical terms that are the fundamentals of this assessment of capacity? And then a really high focus on this kind of enough land efficiency. When does a city know when to stop, or how do they make that assessment? What's a reasonable enough assessment of land efficiency before a city then can move into the next phase UGB amendment? And so in the proposed rules, and I don't know if you've caught this yet, commissioners, but up in the top left portion of these slides, there's kind of identifiers for where to find the proposed rules for each of the sections that I'll be talking about here. So this is in Division 8, Section 100, in page 45 to 48 in your packet. So if you're lost or wanting to look at the actual rules themselves, that's a good place to anchor to. So in terms of housing capacity analyses, and seeking to remedy some or address some of that phantom or paper capacity, the proposed rules introduce some safe harbors on how local governments define and inventory these. What has been often the trickiest part of these buildable lands inventory assessments is partially vacant land. How do you account for land that is quote unquote underutilized or could have additional capacity if it were to be redeveloped? That's a tricky, splitting of hairs often that local governments kind of struggle with. And so providing some safe harbors and more clear language for a local government to navigate that assessment of how much of a partially developed piece of property can we count on for capacity in the future. There's a couple other specific discounting of capacity provisions in these proposed rules. When it comes to local governments making that assessment of and relying upon the assessment of buildable lands and the capacity that those buildable lands have for future planning, there are some safe harbors and tools that are provided in these proposed rules that allow local governments to kind of take a more realistic look at the capacity for those. So the first is a land market supply factor. This is kind of adapted from the state of Washington, an approach in the state of Washington that says, even in the best conditions, even in the the highest economic of times, the overall 20-year supply of land that we have within our urban growth boundary is not all going to develop because of these market factors that we can't easily account for. And the land market supply factor just says, okay, you calculate your total number of acres and you just take 10% of those acres off the top, or a local government could kind of discount the capacity of all of their total buildable acres through this land market supply factor, in recognition that, again, it is not likely that every single lot within the urban growth boundary is going to develop over that planning period. And the second is when local governments are assessing the capacity on each of these cycles, every 6 or 8 years, they come back and assess their new buildable lands inventory. And it's a moment in time to understand or have another look at what's actually happened over the course of those planning cycles. And if a piece of property or a parcel within that jurisdiction is identified as buildable and development ready, but it actually hasn't developed over 2 or 3 cycles, there's kind of an escalating discount that these rules provide local governments to say, all right, maybe this really truly isn't development ready, and maybe there is limited capacity on this particular piece of property, and we can continually kind of or progressively discount the capacity that we're assuming on those pieces of property over time. And then finally,
can I ask a clarifying question? When it says 2 to 3 HCA cycles, what would that be in terms of years? X to X years?
It's a range. So cities in Metro, that would be on a 12 and 18 year cycle. So on the 12th year would be the second cycle. On the 18th year, it'd be the third HCA cycle. For cities outside of Metro, it'd be 16 and 24 every 8 years.
Thank you.
And then there's other elements of the buildable lands inventory in this housing capacity analysis assessment of how you do this calculation and this math equation, that those guidance and resources that the department can provide an update. The last time that the housing capacity analysis kind of guidance document was updated, I think, was in the 90s, or at least in the early 2000s. So it's been some time since that guidance has been updated, and obviously the team is looking forward to updating that in the near future.
Commissioner Warren has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Ethan, I just want to dig into something that I think is really important here. And it's that connection between the contextualized housing need and the housing capacity analysis. And I think it's something maybe you've accidentally understated in your presentation, because I think it's crucial to us understanding how all this work fits together. So could you give me an example of, let's say, looking at our contextualized housing need compliance pathways, larger household sizes, a city finds that they don't have enough they need larger household size units or whatever that measurement's going to be. How does that then fit into the housing capacity analysis?
Yeah, Chair Lova and Commissioner Warren, it's a great question. So when a local government is done with their contextualized housing need, right, they'll have a whole bunch of information on where their community needs in the future are kind of pointing them towards. And when a local government is making this assessment of their buildable lands inventory and how they're assessing that capacity, it's based on the comp plan designations and zoning districts within their jurisdiction. And the match that a local government, the analysis that a local government would do is to say, do we have enough land zoned and designated to achieve something like a greater proportion of what we have today of larger household sizes? And so they're making this assessment of, okay, are these matching up to what we have shown in our contextualized housing need that we need in our community? And do we have the actual regulatory framework on the ground to achieve those outcomes? And I'll look to Kaden as well to elaborate on that point if you would like to add anything.
Good morning, Karen Gijan Chapman, UGB specialist or urban growth boundary specialist with the department. Thank you, Chair Halova and Commissioner Warren. The contextualized housing need will contextualize what are the characteristics and types of housing that we need. And housing for larger household size is a characteristic that may take the place of a 3 or 4 bedroom apartment. It may take the place of a triplex or a sixplex that can accommodate several bedrooms and maybe multi-generational living. And so with that contextualized housing need, a jurisdiction would look at the land that they have, what it's zoned at, and what densities are allowable. And so you'll see that you can start to contextualize, this is the land available, how it's zoned, what's allowed in that zone, and how do we figure out the types and characteristics that is permissible. So you're looking at jurisdictions reviewing their codes and their zoning regulations of what are we allowing for? What are we restricting intentionally or unintentionally? And to Vice Chair Lazo's comment is once you know the land you have and what's permissible and allowable in that land, you can start to think about what are the strategies and actions we can take in a production strategy to really respond to that contextualized housing need. But I think you stated, Commissioner Warren, that right now we're assessing what we have. What are the needs we have? And what is the landing capacity that we have? Thank you.
Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a UGB question. I wrote most of mine down for the questions, so I'm not interrupting continually. But since you were speaking, one of the things that we heard kind of as sidebar discussions when we were at Klamath Falls was UGB ground exchange. That somewhere along the way, the city took a piece of ground that's just totally undevelopable. I mean, in talking to some of the planners, they said, you know, one of the sites, it would cost almost $1 million a parcel just to develop it. And they were just said that the process is so extensive for once again, a 1 or 2 person team at the local level. They said, we're just kind of stuck. And I promised that I would bring it up, and I did. So if you could answer, are we streamlining the process because if a city determines that what they've done is, for whatever reason, historically is no longer fiscally possible, or they don't want to build, you know, $1 million homes, they want to build affordable housing, but just getting infrastructure or other things to them would be too expensive?
Chair Lova and Commissioner Bennett, just a note that we will talk about UGB land exchanges as a specific item later in this agenda. So I'm happy to, we can talk about that question when we get to that, maybe.
I tried to look ahead, Ethan, and I didn't see it, but I certainly will be patient.
We can wait till then if you have a slide on it.
We do.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And I wanted to stay on Commissioner Warren's example for a second, if we could, because I think it's so helpful to have a concrete example that we could kind of run through the whole thing. So I think the example of larger household size is a good one, right? So the contextual housing need, I'm a city that says, okay, I need 1,000 more 3 to 4 bedroom units. And we won't say houses, but units. And so then I go to the HCA and I say, okay, I can develop 3 to 4 bedroom units. I need X number of square feet, given my building code, right? I can't make a bedroom that's 5 by 5. So there's a set amount of room that I need to do that, right? And so that the HCA tells us whether or not I have enough room to build 1,000 3 to 4 bedroom units. If the answer is no, then I would go to my HPS and say, okay, I need to make more room. I need to rezone or allow, do some, so I'll use a concrete example. If I have parking minimums in my code, I could reduce or take out mandatory parking to increase the amount of buildable land I had that I could put more 3 and 4 bedroom units on, right? So that's maybe how the process would go. But the city can choose that adventure, right? They can say also, so one of the things I'm getting to here is it just occurred to me that one of the ways a city might be able to do it is to say, well, I can build 3 to 4 bedroom homes on a 10,000 square foot lot. So if I need 1,000 3 to 4 bedroom units, what I need is 1,000 more 10,000 square foot lots, right? So that part of the context is not just 3 to 4 bedroom units, but I'm wondering if it's also who it might serve, and that's part of that context, that there's kind of a matrix about who that serves, and my sense is that to some degree that's the intention of larger households. We particularly think about that in the fair housing context, that it serves families in larger units, and so that the evaluation that's 10,000 square foot lots might not work. But anyways, that was an aside as part of that. But otherwise, that's the process, right? We're identifying the need for larger size bedrooms, larger size units. Do we have enough room to actually build that kind of thing? And if not, what is the action we would take to do that?
I'll make sure to keep it to questions. So what's your question?
My question is that correct?
Yeah, Chair Lova and Vice Chair Lazo, I mean, I think I want to be careful to say that happens in the housing capacity analysis work, which is it is an input into the housing capacity analysis work, but that response that you're talking about in terms of what a city might do to meet that larger household need can come in the form of land use efficiency measures, right? Of making land more available for that kind of development. Or it might be other actions, but though both of those show up in the housing production strategy, they're not part of the response that happens necessarily in the housing capacity analysis.
So to clarify, this is about land, and if it's about anything else, it'll show up in the housing production strategies. Is that correct?
Both land use efficiency measures and other non-land use actions would be articulated in the housing production strategy document itself.
Sorry, let me make a clarifying question. Land use efficiency measures, that's in the housing capacity analysis section, or it's in the housing production strategies?
This might be a good transition into this next slide, Chair.
Okay.
Which is about land use efficiency measures. So, right, we've talked about the options for a local government to respond to a deficit of land capacity. One of those is to make land more efficient through land use provisions that is, parking, like Vice Chair has mentioned. It is rezoning land to higher densities. That's another option. It's reducing minimum lot sizes. That's another option. But land use efficiency measures are those housing production strategy actions that demonstrably change the math in terms of how much land capacity a local government is, how much capacity is within an urban growth boundary. So in the housing planning paradigm of old, right, It was just efficiency measures. That was the term that was used. And that incorporated all of the tools in the toolbox for a local government. It was, MUPTE, multi-unit property tax exemption. It was those kind of rezoning options. It was providing affordable housing trust fund. All of those things were kind of counted towards local government's response to their housing need. But that was, we didn't have something like the housing production strategy where we could articulate and think through that full obligation to its fullest extent of using those land use and non-land use actions to respond to our needs. So in the context of what are we going to do about a land deficiency, a land capacity deficiency, that's where this term land use efficiency measures comes into play. These are things like those rezonings or the minimum lot size or those things that truly change the numbers in terms of how much you could build on a particular piece of property, in terms of the density that you could actually achieve or the capacity you could actually achieve. And that helps to play kind of both of those elements of the discussion of you need to resolve your land capacity question, but you also need to respond to your totality of your housing needs through your housing production strategy. And both of those pieces, land use and non-land use, show up in the housing production strategy. So this is like a distinct connection point between the housing capacity analysis and the housing production strategy program. That's a key point.
Okay. And I wanted to ask a question, then I saw Commissioner Bennett after me. Does it mean as a part of this effort that the housing production strategies that are related to land use efficiency measures are going to be separated out or like starred in some way? Like here's the whole list of housing production strategies. Here's a star for all the ones that are land use efficiency measures.
That's right. Yeah, Chair Halova, those land use efficiency measures that a local government is saying, hey, we're going to use this tool to resolve our land deficiency, situation. Those will be identified as such in their housing production strategy.
Got it. Commissioner Bennett?
Thank you, Chair. Ethan, is this where you would envision the discussion of vertical versus horizontal entering into the UGB expansion discussion or lack thereof?
Chair Lova, Commissioner Bennett, kind of. I think in this last bullet on the screen here kind of, I think, speaks to that question, which is, the fundamental, if you boil it down, the two options to a local government are either vertical or horizontal or both, right? Those are kind of the options. Make things more efficient or add more land to accommodate their needs. And so this is for many, many years, this has been a tough question for local governments to wrestle with, which is like, how much of each of those things do we do to meet our needs? And the proposed rules in front of you articulate a safe harbor for local government in terms of what is enough efficiency to kind of show that they're taking in consideration those land use efficiency measures adequately before they move into a UGB amendment. This is, again, a safe harbor. Local governments do not need to use that safe harbor, which is that those land use efficiency measures are going to achieve 20% greater achieved density in their local government before they move into an urban growth boundary. So let me say that again, because I think I jumbled it, which is saddled with this question of, okay, I'm thinking through my response to a land deficiency. I have these options, land use efficiency measures or UGB amendment. If I do land use efficiency measures to the point where I can show that those land use efficiency measures will increase my achieved density of my city by 20%, then as a local government, I have, according to these rules, would have shown that I am being adequately sufficient in my efficiency before I move into a UGB amendment. Again, it's a safe harbor, so cities can say, okay, we're only going to be doing, I don't know, we're going to be taking these other land use efficiency measures and we're going to be amending our UGB in this particular way, and we're going to state our case that that is a good mixture of these responses. and they do not have to take the safe harbor. It's providing them that kind of legal certainty to say, if you do this much, then you're deemed to be legally sufficient and you can move forward in this process without fear that you would be litigated on that point. Did I state that?
Yes, that's good. I think I mean, I know the answer, but I just want you to say it is now. It sounds like the definition of the land use sufficiency is super important. The safe harbor feels like it was to define these things. Could you say what it used to be before ONA in regard to land use? I think I heard it all, but I just want to make sure the land use efficiency and what is enough. What was that before this rulemaking?
Yeah, Chair, that's a good question. There was not, one, a definition of land use efficiency measures, or two, an articulation of this question of enough. And that was, it was incumbent upon the local government and the city to define which actions, any actions, land use or not, to say that these are the actions we're putting forward to meet our needs. And there was no certainty or clarity or safe harbor provided to show that, you know, you're doing enough to satisfy this obligation of remedying your land deficiency. So both of those
Thank
are
you.
new additions.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And I'm just following along and we're asking questions, but Ethan, I think you're the person who has an overview of how much longer you have to go in our time. So if at any point you're like, oh, we got to speed up, you just say that.
Yeah, we're tilting on that edge. So if I could move on, Chair, that'd be great. Okay. All right. So moving into this development ready lands inventory. So statute, HB 2001 describes this new inventory that local governments do called the development ready lands inventory. And it is specific in terms of what development ready lands are and also the time in which a local government conducts their development ready lands inventory. And that is at the time a local government does their buildable lands inventory. So if we're following this trajectory of this example local government, they've identified their needs, they've identified their long-term capacity for meeting their residential needs. Now they look at their near-term capacity to meet their housing production target through this development ready lands inventory. And so what we heard on this topic is this kind of key point of land readiness is a barrier to housing production. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they're, let me state that differently. The readiness of buildable lands, the long-term consideration of their 20-year need, land readiness doesn't necessarily factor into that equation in the same way that it does now that a development ready lands inventory exists. It focuses in on that, to its name, you know, kind of shovel ready. What is ready to go? What has the infrastructure? What's annexed and what does not have regulatory constraints on this inventory of land to meet the near-term housing production needs of the city. And there is, because this is a new analysis, there's lots of questions on how this is going to be implemented, and a key focus of these development ready lands inventory rules is on the local government capacity to actually do this work, to do this new analysis, to create a new GIS later, for example, track it over time. Those are key considerations in these proposed rules. So I said this before, but I think it's really an important piece to spend some time on, which is this difference between buildable lands inventory and development ready land inventory. Buildable lands inventory, like we just talked about, is planning for what's the capacity of lands within the urban growth boundary to meet a 20-year supply of housing need. And the result of an assessment of a buildable lands inventory versus that needed housing is that deficit of land that is resolved through housing or land use efficiency measures or a UGB amendment. Development ready lands operates similarly in terms of if there's a deficit, there needs to be a response to a deficit, but it's only looking at that short-term planning horizon, the 6 or 8 year horizon. It's saying what land exists within the urban growth boundary today, now, that has the characteristics such that it could be developed in the short term to meet these housing production targets. And it is not to be used as the basis for any kind of Goal 14 intersection. All right. So statute provides some definition of development ready lands. I spoke to it a little bit already, but there are three key criteria for development ready lands. Lands that is annexed and zoned to allow housing, land that is readily served or identified on a capital improvement plan to be served in the short term, and it is not encumbered by regulatory standards that would prohibit development on that parcel. So it is, you could kind of view a development ready lands inventory as kind of lights or flashing parcels within a buildable lands inventory that meet these three characteristics. So there's this overlap between buildable lands and development ready lands.
Could you give an example of what is of things that would be encumbrances?
Sure. Yeah, Chair Lova, it could be as simple as like a floodplain or some kind of regulatory standard that would curtail development for some sort of protection means or otherwise. I don't know, Kevin, if you have a deeper example.
No,
okay.
No, they're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so in terms of rules for the development ready lands inventory, things that were important, there's some terminology in the statutory definition that could benefit from the advisory committee and staff thought that could benefit from further clarification. Things like, what does it mean to be readily served with infrastructure? And is there some sort of like quantification that needs to, a quantitative assessment that needs to take place to identify if there's a sufficient or a deficit or a surplus of development ready lands. So that's what those proposed rules seek to do, which is to say, if you're thinking through readily served lands that are annexed and don't have these encumbrances, they should be identified on this map so that you can then do this quantitative assessment, this math equation of sufficiency. Do you have enough? And the question of, well, then how do you respond to a deficit of development ready lands happens because it is in the near term. It's a near-term assessment. The response happens in the near-term action plan, which is the housing production strategy. So if a city is looking at their development ready lands and say, oh gosh, we have a deficit of land that is on our capital improvement plan to meet our housing needs, we can kind of begin to see what a housing production strategy in response to that deficit would kind of look like. Do an assessment. Maybe one example is update a capital improvement plan to identify funding opportunities for more land that's zoned residential, for example. And that's a key point that I want to highlight, which is the response for development ready land inventory is in the housing production strategy.
And a quick question for the other two sections, I feel like, I might be wrong, you touched on what the comments were and kind of how they were addressed, except maybe not this section, in clarity for me at least.
Sure. I will go back here. One of the things for development, sorry for the scrolling, but one of the things for development ready lands inventory in terms of feedback that we heard, or the conversation that we heard at the advisory committee level, was kind of like, what's the difference between a buildable lands inventory and a development ready lands inventory? That was a big one, but also to ensure that the development ready lands inventory was not this, because it was a new requirement, there's really some concerns about local government's ability to actually do that analysis and track it over time. And so the regulatory framework and the proposed rules tries to balance that with, deeper clarity in terms of the definition of terms and what a response to a deficit of land use efficiency measure, or of development ready lands might be in the guidance materials and resources that the agency is putting together for local governments to use.
Thank you.
Okay. So moving through this program again, this local government, we're navigating this work. We have in our possession at this point, we have a contextualized housing need. We have a housing capacity analysis that identifies the surplus or deficit of land capacity. And we have a development ready lands inventory that identifies, again, a surplus or deficit of development ready lands. And now I'm ready to identify the actions that I'm going to take to respond to all of those things. I'm balancing all of that information to take, put on paper, have it adopted through my council or commission to say, here is our specific game plan, the actions that we're going to take to resolve those needs or meet those needs. And here's, again, that diagram. We're still in this middle column about local actions responding to needs. And it all builds from the work previously. So what do we hear about housing production strategies, right? We know that the housing production strategies now through the passage of HB 2001 and that statute that I showed earlier are the focal point of this Goal 10 planning process and how the agency works with local governments to respond to needs. The actions that local governments take and articulate in their housing production strategy, what else do we know about that? They need to be responsive to their contextualized housing needs and the needs that they've identified throughout other pieces of the program. When considering compliance pathways in the housing production strategy, there's concern from local governments and others about the kind of one-size-fits-all approach and trying to consider and balance an approach that the state puts forward that's going to be responsive to those local circumstances around funding, needs, market realities, fair housing, all of that stuff. And if there is going to be a more a standard or a metric that the state is going to provide or prescribe to local governments in that response, through a rebuttable presumption compliance pathway, that the ability for a local government to rebut that presumption is really important to be clear and not difficult and can be able to be done with minimal amount of analytical burden. And then also part of this housing production strategy framework is that there's been a lot of development of tools and resources that the agency and others have been able to provide to local governments to navigate that through things like the housing production strategy menu of actions and other tools, financial resources, for example, and really wanted to make sure that those tools and resources were being leveraged in this program.
That's a quick
All right.
question about the different
Yes.
naming. We had talked about guidance as a term.
Yes.
And then you had talked about tools. Are we having is there one catch-all category or are we thinking of guidance and I'm just the
Yeah.
different terms?
Chair Lova, that was probably my error. I probably should have used guidance as kind of that large umbrella term, but we could describe the like the menu of actions as a form of guidance, for example, or these like the equitable engagement toolkit, for example, might be another guidance piece.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Okay, moving into housing production strategy compliance pathways, right? Again, trying to put using compliance pathways, capital C, capital P is just a way to describe what the tool actually, how that manifests. The rules that the commission saw in October for the public hearing articulated a range of safe harbor rebuttable presumptions and minimum standards. And given the feedback and conversation that was had around this particular topic, housing production strategy actions, and the particular compliance pathways that are being considered, the changes are represented that are provided in the proposed rules are represented on the screen here, which is to move the middle housing compliance pathway from a minimum standard for all local governments, medium cities and large cities, to kind of step back that compliance pathway for medium cities to be a safe harbor, and for larger cities, 25,000 population and greater, to be a rebuttable presumption. And this keys back to that model code. So in the next slide, I'll talk about how the functionality of the model code can work or is proposed to work. But at the fundamental level, the rebuttable presumption here states that a local government must use the codes and standards and incentives in the state's model code from Senate Bill 1564, unless they can rebut that and say, we are doing something else that is equally as good as the state's model code. And so that's how that works and functions. The safe harbor for medium cities would say, again, optional as a safe harbor, saying if a medium city is looking to meet its middle housing need, they can do so by implementing the state's model code, but they don't have that same kind of level of rebuttal that as the kind of baseline as larger cities do. I want to pause here and see if there's any questions before I get into the actual model code piece.
Question. Vice Chair Lazo.
Thanks, Chair. I guess if you're going to go to are you going to go to talk about the model code specifically next, Ethan? Or
yes.
Okay. My question is around in reading through the proposed code and the discussion that you all provide is particularly helpful. And so what I'm taking from that is that in response to this need about rebuttable presumption, you provided two ways to rebut this unless thing. Am I reading that right? It is demonstrate with historical permitted and produced unit data, that sentence, and then also demonstrate with a feasibility analysis. Those are the two pathways that cities can choose to rebut for all rebuttable presumptions in this section of tools. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, Vice Chair, and I'll talk about those in specific.
I'm asking Vice Chair to repeat those again.
Yeah, they're on page 64 of the packet. In the first one, this is the rebuttable presumption for middle housing for large cities, but it's the same for the other rebuttable presumptions, right? It says you can either adopt the model code, or you can demonstrate with historical permitted and produced unit data that your currently adopted middle housing actions are reasonably likely to be sufficient to meet the need. So you can try to prove it through the data, or demonstrate with feasibility analyses that currently adopted or proposed standards are, again, reasonably likely to meet the need. So the presumption is that the model code that's been developed would meet the need for, in this case, middle housing in large cities. And cities can choose to rebut with those two pathways. So I think I'm reading that right. My question is, in response to the feedback that we received, were there other options that you didn't consider? And did you consider, did you have to try to consider whether or not you could rebut in different ways for different rows instead of having the same one for every single one? I'm just curious about the process of how we got from draft rules to proposed rules, particularly in response to the feedback that was received. So it's a question kind of about process and where we landed.
Yeah, sure, Chair Hulova and Vice Chair Lazo. So the one of the fundamental questions that we had with the Rulemaking Advisory Committee and the Housing Actions Work Group was, like, what does this rebuttal actually look like? And those could range. That range is kind of broad. You could be very objective and say, is there a checklist that a local government would need to, for example, an application of the model code on specific sections of the model code that are highly important or the high impact particular standards. So, like, do you have this standard for parking, for example, or off-street parking requirements? Do you have this standard for minimum density, for example? Do you have this other thing for this other standard? And you could be very checklisty about it. As long as a local government can check the boxes on those, then it's deemed to be comparable or equally as sufficient. The other option is to have a local government kind of state their case in whatever way they feel like is appropriate to state that case. And it would be very discretionary, subjective, but the obligation of the local government would be to state, prove their point that they're doing something different that's going to be equally sufficient. And what is in the proposed rules here, I think, is a mixture of both of those, which is like, you can adopt comparable standards or use what's noted here on the screen, this section 245 or 425 rather, to kind of demonstrate your comparable standards. Or you can use data, or you can use a feasibility analysis. So it gets more specific about how a local government rebuts the presumption. I'll also ask, I don't know, Thea, if there's anything I missed there that you would like to add, feel free.
Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lazo, thank you for the question. Ethan, I think we can maybe move this to this afternoon's discussion a little bit more to dig into some of that. I think it's a meaty topic and I'm cognizant of the time.
Thank you.
Okay, you can move to the next slide on, I think, residential model codes, I think.
Yes, I will actually go back to this slide here, which is the model code itself. So Senate Bill 1564 directed the commission to adopt model codes for 3 different city sizes: 2,500 population below, 2,500 to 25,000 population, and 25,000 and greater. And this includes a range of housing types ranging from single unit detached to ADUs and things between. And an important element of the Senate Bill 1564 framework is that model code can be adopted locally by reference, that local governments don't have to go through a lengthy public process to adopt the code actually baked into their development code, and instead they could just reference the state's model code that is intended to be dynamic and be amended and updated based on the changing regulatory landscape around those housing types. So this is what those compliance pathways, rebuttable presumptions, and safe harbors tie to. Those are all, for the most part, tethered to the state's model code under 1564. The standards in this model code that the commission is being asked to adopt today are the standards by which a local government would need to compare their standards to or rebut those standards under the proposed rules. I wanted to call that out specifically. Commission will be asked explicitly to take action to adopt the model code today.
I just realized something. I had a question on this slide before, once you got to the middle code, the model code. It made me have a question about the slide before it.
Is that this one, Chair?
The chart.
The chart, okay.
Tell me the difference between, you can see on the safe harbor, it says model code equivalent. And then on the rebuttal presumption, it says model code incentives equivalent. Could you tell me why those are different, the incentive versus not inserting that word?
Sure. So when it comes to the actual housing types, so middle housing and multi-unit housing, those are actual like true development standards that would be articulated in the model code, as opposed to something like affordable housing that don't have necessarily development standards, but bake in incentives towards that kind of development. So the incentives, the use of incentive and kind of these adaptable, accessible, and affordable housing is important because that's how that model code operates or implements those provisions, through incentives, not necessarily through development regulations.
Both are model codes.
They're all of
Both,
those
both
are
the things
baked
in the
into
safe
this.
harbor and the are model codes. Just one is about just code and the other one's about code
Right.
that's based on incentives.
I think that's a fair assessment.
Commissioner Warren.
Ethan, can you talk about what are in those model codes as far as incentives go? So are these regulatory? Are these financial? Like, what are we talking about as far as incentives go?
Chair Lova and Commissioner Warren, they are for the most part regulatory incentives, but I actually invite Sean Edging if he's in the room to come up and talk about that.
Hi there, Chair Halava, Commissioner Warren. That's an excellent question. For the record, my name is Sean Edging. I'm a housing planner at the Housing Accountability and Production Office, and I can speak to that question. So primarily the focus for the model code incentives for accessible and adaptable housing are regulatory based. So generally speaking, they focus on the amount of floor area that you're able to build, how much housing you're able to build, and provide you more in exchange for providing, say, a certain amount of accessible housing or adaptable housing. But then there were also considerations around, are there other kind of flexibilities to development regulations that could either reduce costs or increase the revenue that could be generated by development, just recognizing those are tools that are on the table. And also in recognition that local governments can consider other tools, maybe that they want to pair this with maybe a tax exemption program or something like that. In the comparability standards, one of the allowances, but not requirements, in the rule is to consider this alongside potential financial incentives that, you know, a local government could consider. Of course, they could also just consider regulatory incentives because not every city has access to those financial tools.
And then now I have a question. Those kind of incentives, I guess. Tell me if I'm correct to say that those could be achieved by picking housing production strategies using the base. Because we're talking about the base and then we're talking about these different compliance pathways to get there. It sounds like those incentives could be used on the base in addition to if you pick one of these paths.
Chair Halava, if I could ask a clarifying question, when you say the base, do you mean the base standards that are in the model code for development?
No, the base. Right.
For compliance pathways?
No.
Okay.
The base
Chair Lova.
regulations for, yeah, it's sort of like the circle that we've been seeing in this diagram. The circle is the base. Well, the circle changes depending on which circle.
Model code.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the model code because the model code is the compliance pathway. I'm talking about the base rules.
Yeah, Chair
see.
Lova. Oh, Sean.
No, go ahead, Ethan.
Because that's what we
I'm-
talked about. We said there's a base
Yep.
and then there's these three compliance pathways. And so I'm asking if these incentives apply to the base.
I'm following your question. All right, so those base obligations, right? City has all of that information at their disposal. Their contextualized housing need, HCA, buildable lands inventory, development ready lands inventory. And if what those findings are gleaning is that they need to address a middle housing need, the local government then is kind of obligated to identify what they're going to do about it. In the base rules, local governments are not provided any, outside of the regulatory frame, they're not provided any prescriptive response that they need to take, and can use anything at their disposal, whether it's their local, I don't know, they do a pro forma analysis or they have conversations with developers or whatever it may be. They could also look towards the resources that either DLCD is providing, or oftentimes local governments use others, models from other states to inform their decision making. So that's kind of how that would function under the base rules. The model code is going to be available for local governments to use, adopt modularly by reference. That could be one of the responses that a local government takes in a framework that is just relying upon the base rules. Under this rebuttable presumption, though, like we've been talking about, they have to look to the model code first.
Okay. And then to just cement the clarity, that's what's happening right now, right? We haven't passed this. That's
Right.
what's happening right now, is what you just described, the base. Okay. Commissioner Bennett. Oh, maybe Vice Chair Lazo.
I just want to clarify, so the baseline requirement is, would it be fair to frame it as they need to adequately address an identified need? Right? I mean, there's
Correct.
a level of standard, so is that a fair term that you would need to adequately address a need that you have identified in your CHN?
Correct.
That's the base. Okay. Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. And this may be a deliberation question, I'm not sure. But a city says, we want to develop 9 of the 10 elements in the model code, but we have our own for the 10th. Tell me the process, because the department then says, don't you 10 or none. Do they have the right due process to come and appeal to us to be the Solomon of the show, or is it all done? And I'm trying to think through, actually, I'll be really frank here. I'm trying to think through some of the concerns that the league has.
Let's talk about that at the deliberation. Yeah. So the question is, it's a good question. There's 10 things and you do 9.
I have an equivalent for the 10.
Yeah. What is the process? Because it sounds like the model code is you do the model code. So if you only do 9 of them out of 10, what happens then?
Yeah, Chair Lova, and I invite Sean to speak to 0425 on that.
Yeah, Chair Halava, Commissioner Bennett, that's an excellent question. So just to clarify, so 0425 is a rule that was reworked over the kind of period in response to a lot of the public comment around providing more certainty about how to kind of demonstrate comparability and to provide a little bit more certainty around that process. Basically what it looks for is, let's say we're talking about, quadplexes, right? It's 4 units. The standards that are in the model code outline like, all right, here's the regulations that would apply to a quadplex, right, in this context. And here's what you could end up seeing in terms of like a developable outcome. And so what the rule now basically says is, all right, for quadplexes, what we're looking for is that you would be able to build the same number of units on, whatever lot that we're talking about, to at least a certain size. So I think for quadplex units
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, yeah.
I kind of didn't want to go into the details like that. I kind of wanted to just know like the basic question that was asked, which is there were 10 things, we just made it up, that are in the model code. You do 9.
Mhm.
What is the process? What happens after that?
Right.
Yeah. I didn't want to, I'm interested in an example, but we might ask you to come back during the next section to talk about the specific example. I just want to know in general.
Yeah.
What does that kick you into? What part of this process?
Right. Basically, as long as the city's code enables this outcome that we've talked about, right, which is 4 units of this size on this kind of lot that's in question, you can approach it any way you want, right? So we're not actually saying you have to do all 10 things. We're saying you can do whatever things you want as long as the outcome's the same.
Oh, it's going back to the base, it sounds like. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to ground. I'm a visual person, so I'm like, there's this base code. It's in effect right now. It has certain things that it's trying to make you do. These are 3 compliance pathways to get to that. And so if you're not doing this, you're going back to the base. It sounds, and maybe Ethan can confirm that. I want to make sure that's accurate.
Yeah, Chair Lova, I think one way I would describe it is that if a local government is, in your example, you do 9 of the 10 things, it's incumbent upon the local government then to show that the 10th thing that you're not adopting out of the state's model code is going to yield the results that is being sought by full adoption of the model code.
Okay.
And so,
thank you. I
yeah,
got it. Commissioner Bennett.
Let me just quickly, I think I made it too complex. Is there a due process? If the city is unhappy with the process, where do they go? If DLCD and the city don't agree, what is the city? Do they have to go to court or do they come to
I see.
us? That was, I guess I apologize for making it too complex.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah,
that
Chair
sounds
Lova,
like-
Commissioner Bennett. So this would find its resolution in the housing production strategy review. So in a case where the city's done that work, they're showing that their standards are comparable, that assessment happens at the time that the agency is reviewing their housing production strategy. And so it would be one of three decisions: approve with no conditions, approve with conditions, or remand the housing production strategy back to the local government. And there's steps for each of those three outcomes. But it's not
That was
a
good.
court proceeding, it's a
Yep, that was-
agency decision. Yep.
Yeah, I think that answers it. Or we might get clarity after after lunch.
Yeah, okay, Chair, I'm wondering if we can move forward here.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so one last thing on taking action. So it took us this long, but here we are with an updated version of the housing production strategy menu of actions, which was originally developed back in 2020. And it was a PDF document, of an Excel, not the flashiest of tools. And I think it was the first iteration. It left things to be desired. And this update is to make it, definitely not the final version, but to make that more workable, to say that there should be able to sort and filter and search in that document. You should be able to click through that document or that menu to find more information about a particular action. You should be able to kind of key in on particular actions that you're looking for. I want to look at land use efficiency measures. What does the state say are land use efficiency measures? Those all have labels, and they're focused in on this kind of fundamental question that's posed to local governments is like, what kind of housing types, characteristics, and locations are you planning towards? So all of that information is in that updated menu. And one of the things I want to point out about this item is that this is the third piece that we're asking Commission to motion to adopt today. First being rules, second being the model code, third being this HPS menu of actions. It would be baked into the Division 8 rules for local governments to reference and use and play around with as they're considering their housing production strategy response.
I'd like to question. So the original PDF had a gentrification and displacement lens, let's call it. Is it still there or not?
So yes, maybe Thea, I don't know, can you confirm?
Chair Halva, thank you for the question. Yeah, there is a filter, I believe, for gentrification and displacement, but if not, that information is in each of the of the actions that do either contain a risk of gentrification or displacement, or can be sort of paired with one of those to mitigate. So absolutely, it was a big part of the consideration. And I'll also I have the mic, point out that it's in your packet as a PDF, and I don't know offhand what the page number of that menu is. Thank you, 407. So you can kind of get a sense of what those columns are, what the search fields are. But this is clearly, it's a printed version. We had to upload a PDF. There's a dynamic version that will be available.
Thank you.
Okay. So
I think that's like the one slide that's not in our slides,
Right.
that are in our hands.
Back to that, because
Yeah, can you go back to that? So all of us are sort of trying to find it in our printed copy, but we don't have this.
407,
I
believe
took
is
a
the packet number.
photo. Okay. Since we're digesting this real quick, do you talk at all about the process for how this gets updated?
I didn't plan for that, but I can answer the question regardless.
Thank you.
Chair Lova, so much like the annual update that the commission does to the housing capacity analysis schedule, that we do often in the first calendar meeting of the calendar year, update the actual schedule with the latest and greatest information. That's a place that we've kind of identified for continual updates to this menu of actions. So an annual update is at the commission's disposal here.
Thank you. So I think we can move on to the next item.
Right.
Thank you.
So goal 14, and I am looking at the clock, but we should be able to navigate this conversation in a way that will queue you up for a good deliberation post lunch. So I will continue to move through here. One thing to note on the urbanization piece element of the owner rulemaking process is that there was specific additional legislative direction provided in HB 2001 from the 2023 session about the rules for related to urbanization for the commission's prioritization. So those are represented here, obviously provide clarity and certainty, reduce analytical burden, consistent with appropriate protection for resource lands, coordinated public facilities, just highlighting that there's some additional context here in addition to the ones that we saw earlier.
And I was thinking that we could likely go 15 more minutes into lunch because I feel like a lot of the questions we're asking might have been questions that we brought them back during deliberation. And I feel like I just don't want to make sure not to like fly through this section so that we can pace understanding, if that makes sense.
Okay, much appreciated for that, Chair. Okay. So the first in the docket of urbanization is urban reserves. So this is found in Division 21 of OAR Chapter 660, and that is a section solely dedicated to urban reserve planning. The what we heard around the topics of urban reserves was a couple. There's some additional legislative direction that took place in the 2025 legislative session around urban reserves that speak to the ability of local governments to kind of designate urban reserves in the context of subdivisions and the ability that of that local government to actually serve those potential urban reserve areas with urban services. There's also some feedback that we heard from the advisory committee, the Capacity and Urbanization Technical Advisory Committee, about seeking to, in the analysis and assessment of which lands could be identified as an urban reserve, to kind of match the language in Division 21 related to urban reserve decision-making and Division 24, which is the urban growth boundary decision-making process, because that was familiar in that assessment that a local government would do in the urban reserve context is akin to the one that they would do in the UGB context. And lots of discussion and feedback on a particular piece of rule that was included in the October set of draft rules around a minimum threshold of urban reserve lands that need to come into the UGB before a local government could seek urban reserve lands from a future generation of urban reserves being brought into the UGB. And all that might have been a jumbled mess of words, but I will clarify when we get to that slide. So in terms of the refinements to the urban reserve rules here, one of the portions of the urban reserve planning process was, how does a city consider the priority land prioritization scheme in the context of identifying an urban reserve? There is language in statute, particularly ORS 187A 245, that speaks to these consideration factors when a local government is determining how they might designate land as urban reserve lands. And those 6 consideration factors were not in administrative rules before we started this rulemaking process. And the proposed rules bring those consideration factors into Division 21 because they are found in statute and factor into the decision-making process for local governments in that determination of urban reserves. One thing to note about urban reserves is that in determining or identified urban reserves are the first priority of lands to come into an urban growth boundary when a local government gets to that planning process to amend their urban growth boundary. The purpose of an urban reserve planning process is to set a city up for success in the future when they get to an UGB decision, because they've already done the assessment of which lands are the right lands to urbanize. And so the alignment of the land prioritization language in Division 24 shows up in the urban reserve planning process to kind of match and mirror the assessment that local governments would do in that Division 24 UGB amendment process to begin with. So speaking to this additional piece of legislative direction under the passage of Senate Bill 1129 from the 2025 legislative session, really the kind of core element of that bill was twofold. The first is that within the first category of lands to be brought into the urban reserve, the lands that are subdivided or otherwise difficult to serve due to physical constraints receive lower prioritization for inclusion into the urban reserve process. So this is out of recognition that some of those lands are just going to yield less housing because of the way that the development on those sites has unfolded over time. They're either subdivided, they're parcelized, or they have significant physical constraints that limit the ability of a local government to actually cost effectively serve those with water, sewer, roads, so on and so forth. And that because of those conditions, a local government should seek to deprioritize or bring those kind of lands into an urban reserve at a lesser priority. Also on urban reserves, when the commission met last in October, one of the provisions in rule was to establish a minimum threshold of 80%. So when a local government has an urban reserve and they are conducting this planning exercise of maybe we're going to add additional land to our urban reserve. And we've been amending our UGB to bring in urban reserve lands throughout that time. Before we get to bringing in urban reserve land into our urban growth boundary from a second or third generation of urban reserve planning identification, that a local government must, before they could dip into those second and third urban reserves, must use 80% or bring in 80% of that first prior generation urban reserve into the UGB before they can dip into the second and third generations. And this was out of the proposal was to seek additional predictability in that urbanization process, but the conversation around this minimum threshold was such that it seemed less functional for local governments or didn't provide the predictability that it was initially sought to provide. And so in the proposed rules, you will not see that minimum threshold included. Okay, commissioners, I'm going to move into urban growth boundary expansions unless there's any questions on urban reserves.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Chair. Ethan, I'm just trying to get my head around this. So on slide 52, that the land may be given lower priority if urban services are not reasonable or cost effective due to physical constraints. Is that where this 4 times the cost per unit, does that trigger that?
Not quite, Commissioner
Okay.
Porter. So that 4 times is part of the UGB decision,
Got it.
not the urban reserve identification decision.
Okay.
And we'll get to that 4% or 4 times.
Thank you. Okay, so that second bullet point there about not reasonable or cost effective, how is that, how would you analyze that as to determine whether or not it's reasonable or cost effective? I guess the cost effective portion of it.
Yeah, Chair Lova, Commissioner Porter, I'm wondering if Kaden, you want to jump in here on this question?
You, Chair Kalova, Commissioner Porter. For this portion of analysis, you're looking at 50 years out. So not even the 20-year planning horizon of an urban growth boundary. And so oftentimes there's a lot that we don't know about the feasibility of that land. And so intentionally, Division 21 has always been a higher level review, and it wouldn't be down to the level of what newly added 4 times. And so a city would look at generally with their public works department, are there topographical constraints? We have a plateau or a ridge, or are we crossing a highway? They would document those impediments to providing or extending water or sewer, things of that nature, and document that and submit it as findings.
Okay, thank you very much.
You can continue, Ethan.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So moving into urban growth boundary expansion. So this is, we're moving out of the urban reserve process into urban growth boundary expansions, right? We've identified a deficiency of our local capacity or land capacity, and we are seeking to resolve that through urban growth boundary goal 14 amendment. So in this conversation, what we heard.
And Ethan, can I ask a real quick question? So we went on this journey.
We did.
With the municipality. And now we're off the journey, I think, with regard to urban reserves and UGB. Where does that fit into the journey?
Yeah, good question. So we are in the kind of response portion of the kind of that middle category still. When we talked about the housing production strategy, those are those actions that are responsive in the context of within the city's UGB. There's still an opportunity for local governments to do other actions outside of the UGB and begin kind of growth management planning. And this is also part of that response. So
thank you.
Still squarely in that middle.
It's like category. What you do inside and then what you're thinking about on the outside.
Right. All tools on the table. Yep. Okay. So this is Commissioner Porter, where this question of impracticable to serve comes in. And one of the issues that trips local governments up in the assessment of where to expand an urban growth boundary is what land is going to is ready to go in terms of the, we're talking about a long-term planning horizon here, but what is more practicable to actually yield the housing that's needed, that we're seeking to address, and the ability or not of a local government to provide the services, the urban services to those new expansion areas is an important consideration. And there was, previous to this, these proposed rules, not really a whole lot of articulated framework or safe harbor or guidance around how to make that calculation or that assessment of what is truly practicable and what is impracticable. So we focus a lot of time in this conversation around that topic, and then also around these other ones related to when local governments are required to engage with tribal governments around these UGB decisions, and then also how does a local government, when they're thinking about addressing a housing need and the things that come along with a household's ability to have access to services and the kind of choice part of housing choice, what other kinds of services or characteristics of a neighborhood might they be looking for, and how can we factor that into this UGB decision-making process? So in terms of the actual proposed amendments here, one of the elements of the engagement for this rulemaking was to offer consultation with tribal governments. And one of the things that we heard through that process was in the context of engagement with tribal governments on UGB decisions, they wanted to be engaged early and often. And this is kind of one of those proposals that actually solidify that kind of engagement early in the process. So not at the end of when a local government is sitting in front of council and council's making that decision around the UGB amendment, but in fact, as they're studying where they might even consider expanding UGB, that's the point when a local government is required to engage and invite consultation with tribal governments on that study area portion of this work. Additional amendments here are to this impracticability question, which as local governments are assessing these study areas and the areas around their existing UGB on where to go next, they are making this kind of comparison calculation based on like what it's going to cost on a per unit calculation to serve those areas across all of those sub areas. And that informs the decision-making process for local government to say this sub area is the right one because it is more practicable to serve that area than this other area, this other study area. And that assessment was really left up to the local government to state the case about why one sub area versus another. And what's included in the proposed rules here is a safe harbor to say if a local government finds that the per unit cost of providing services in one sub area is 4 times greater than the median for all sub areas, they are not compelled to choose that sub area to expand into. They can overlook that more costly study area to expand a UGB into. Commissioner Porter, I'm wondering if you have any questions there. Does that answer
Commissioner
your
Porter.
question?
Thank you, Ethan. So, how did you come up with the 4 times? That seems like a high bar.
Yeah, Chair Leva and Commissioner Porter, good question. So the analysis on this metric is one that is based on the kind of yield. So if things are much more expensive, a magnitude more expensive, then obviously there is that should factor into this consideration. But what is the kind of tripping point, the threshold by which that becomes kind of impracticable or cost prohibitive? And the analysis around whether to set that at 3 or 5 or 7 or 10 times more expensive is not something that was factored into this decision-making process, but 4 times more expensive seemed like a good threshold to establish in this kind of as a safe harbor. Cities aren't required to use this particular metric, but if they're looking for something to kind of tether it to, 4 times seemed like the appropriate metric.
Commissioner Porter.
Just a quick follow-up. So you use the term safe harbor there, and I don't know if that was specific to this 4 times. So could a jurisdiction make a case for being able to exclude that if it were less than 4 times?
Yeah, Commissioner Porter, good question. So yes, that's how it would function now. That's how it functions currently. Cities are providing analysis to show that something is impracticable without a definition or some sort of target to meet. The safe harbor provides kind of that if you do it this way and you show that the math works in this particular way, then that is found to be, from the state's perspective, an approved calculation or metric. A local government, if they don't use that 4 times, can use other types of calculations, or if the math finds that it's 3.5 times more costly, they can still proceed with that amendment or that decision-making process, but they don't have that kind of legal certainty or that legal backing the same way that the safe harbor provides.
Commissioner Bennett?
Ethan, historically on UGB expansions, it's pretty much between the county and the city with just kind of input from DLCD, not necessarily really engagement totally. How is in the future, is the state going to be more, is DLCD going to be more engaged in this discussion, or is it, we just do a review, or how's the process? I'm thinking, because I've experienced a number of UGBs where we just got a letter go, oh, fine, go ahead. But now, is this going to be a state oversight, or will the cities and counties, as long as they follow the general procedure processes, be just left to work it out amongst themselves?
Chair Lova and Commissioner Bennett, the answer to your question is that, I guess I'll try it this way. Nothing in these proposed rules would change the dynamic between DLCD and the local governments in that review process. The safe harbor just provides a tool to local governments to navigate those same waters with a little bit more clarity, if that answers your question.
Thank you. Yes.
Continue.
Okay. So once a local government is in this process of, we are assessing our sub areas and our study areas, and we are considering all of these things, there's an assessment that they do through these locational factors about, you know, kind of where they are choosing, which sub areas they're choosing to bring in, or they're proposing to bring in. And the assessment of how many, what kinds of study areas you're bringing in are based on like what capacity you're solving for. And so in the proposed rules are considerations of, well, if you're bringing in, the sub areas are highly parcelized, or it's in some way difficult to redevelop or fully develop out those sub areas in a particular way, you can kind of discount that capacity. So you're bringing in maybe an additional study area or a larger study area or something like that to resolve your need in recognition of those, the parcelized nature of a particular sub area. Secondly, when a local government has identified those sub-areas to bring in, they are doing some sort of public facilities assessment in terms of the cost comparison across sub-areas, right? We're talking about this in practicability to serve. But to actually facilitate the development, you know, once it's brought in, to actually facilitate development on those new UGB areas, it requires this coordination of public facilities. And one of the things in the rules is that it articulates a time period by which local governments should conduct that public facilities planning to ensure that those new areas that are brought into the UGB are not just sitting there undeveloped, right? You've brought them in for a reason, to meet a particular need, and you should be taking steps towards the full development of those. So time period is applied of 5 years to complete that public facilities coordination in those new UGB areas. And then, like I've mentioned previously, HB 2001 from 2023 added or articulated that urban reserves are the first priority of land to come into UGBs. And so the language in the priority scheme for the UGB amendments is amended to make that so, to say urban reserves are first priority. If you have urban reserves, you look there first, and then you move through the rest of the priority scheme beyond that. Finally, when local governments are making this assessment, one of the ways that cities, or one of the requirements that cities are faced with, is to match the amount of land that they're bringing in with their needs. And the considerations previously were, you know, you bring in residential land, you designate it residential because you have a residential land need. And that doesn't really allow the opportunity for local governments to think a little bit more critically about what's actually going to be built in those new UGB areas in terms of the access to services or commercial opportunities or, grocery stores or anything like that, open space to those new areas. And if we're just bringing in all residential, it means that folks are driving into the core of the city to access services. Then this idea of complete neighborhoods allows local governments to make that assessment of neighborhood scale commercial and open space in those UGB decision-making processes to say, we actually need some of these other services to make a complete neighborhood as part of our decision-making process. And so local governments are able to prioritize consideration of those neighborhood scale and open space opportunities in their UGB decision-making processes. Okay.
I had a question.
Yes.
It's related, unrelated, but would this the slide that you were just talking about, would that apply to like the recent expansion, UGB expansion in Sherwood? Is this applicable, this slide?
Chair Lova, I guess just from a timing perspective, it would not be because that decision, the commission has not yet adopted these rules to incorporate this.
But in the future, if there was
In
a
the future.
similar version of that, this would be in place.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Just a few more items here. I think we actually could be right on schedule at our 12:15 amended timeframe, which is urban growth boundary exchanges. So Commissioner Bennett, here's that slide, long-awaited slide for you. For UGB land exchanges, one of the things, that structure of how local governments engage in a land swap for their UGB was structured around this like-for-like concept. You bring in, it's a one-for-one. You bring in, or you leave, you're exchanging out 20 acres for 20 new acres. And those are residentially zoned at the same density. And you have to match this like for like, same in as same out. And obviously that is limiting in its application and creates some unintended outcomes or not ideal outcomes. And so the conversation around this particular portion of that agenda was to add some additional flexibility and think through what can be interpreted as substantially equivalent. And so there are a few changes to the urban boundary exchange set of rules here, which is to say that land can be land that you're taking out of the UGB and bringing other land in, that other added land can be designated at higher residential densities, or kind of getting the great, I guess, quote unquote, greatest bang for the buck there in terms of number of units to incentivize use of a UGB land exchange tool. And then trying to elbow out some room for that like for like, one for one applicability, which is to allow this kind of 10% margin. You bring in 110% more acres than you might be taking out. For example, you can bring in a larger amount than you're taking out, up to 10%. And then some clarity of the rules for metro-specific exchanges and how the regulatory environment functions just differently than the rest of the state to kind of incorporate and incentivize use of that tool in the metro boundary. Okay.
Any
Clarifying questions on
this
urbanization?
section? I had one question because I'm trying to process, how to talk about during the deliberation. And so I've been sort of following each section and being like, what's the compliance pathway for each section? And the one that maybe it's two. The one that I was like, oh, did I get that? Was urban reserves. That didn't seem to have a similar logic. And maybe this one that we just covered.
Yeah, this is a good point, because I think without, for example, the clarification of substantially equivalent as 10% margin, that's a I think that functions similarly to a safe harbor without it being called a safe harbor. The local government does not have to do 110% of the acreage that they're swapping in or out. They could if they want, and it provides this flexibility, provides them an opportunity to take advantage of it. So if they so choose. So I think your point is an accurate one, that we didn't call these things, or we didn't explicitly say, hey, this is a safe harbor, but they do function the same.
Okay, and then what about the urban reserves version of this question? Or the urban reserve section?
I guess in terms of the deprioritization of like subdivided land, or lands that are constrained in a way that there can't be cost-effective urban services. I guess that it is additional flexibility, again, not by the name of a safe harbor, but functions, somewhat similarly in practice. And I'll cut in what else do you have there? Anything?
Thank you, Chair Halova. The compliance pathways that are a spectrum of how prescriptive was really under Goal 10.
Okay.
Goal 14 has a very different regulatory framework in that statute requires, if there's a deficiency after that housing capacity analysis, there's a requirement to remedy that deficiency. And so in Goal 14, you have some statutory framework where we didn't need to bring in, does it have to be a safe harbor? Does it have to be rebuttable presumption, or is it a minimum requirement? Instead, we rely on this. You're only allowed to bring in as much land to satisfy the need. You do the calculations of the capacity of that land. And so that's sort of a minimum requirement, but we for 5 decades have been doing those requirements that we didn't bring in the same framework of, here's your 3 choices between safe harbor, rebuttable presumption, or requirement, and which one are we choosing for this division. Instead, we've stuck with the statutory requirements, and we've used safe harbors throughout and added some new safe harbors. Division 21, 24, add those in. Thank you.
I'm trying to get all my language good. I guess statutory requirement is really what I've been calling the base
Think so.
case.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
base statutory requirement. Okay, got it. And with some guardrails, which
Right.
might be termed safe harbor, but have not been used to describe this section.
I think within the context of Chair Hello, but within the context of statutory requirements, your safe harbors are your optional pathway for more legal certainty and less legal risk.
Got it. Vice Chair.
Non-urbanization question, Ethan, I don't know that we want to delay going to lunch to do this, but I want to note that there were some changes to the acceleration program that you didn't cover.
That's correct, Vice
Okay.
Chair, for the purpose of the presentation. That's right.
Okay, so there's one specific piece of wording, and so why don't we save this for the deliberation, but I do want to bring it up under the acceleration program, and I wasn't sure if there was a reason that wasn't covered. I think there were some very minor changes, frankly, very small changes, but I want to discuss that.
Yeah.
Chair Hello.
Yes.
I
Fine.
just wanted to add one point to Commissioner Bennett's question. He asked about UGB exchanges and the nature of that being more streamlined than a traditional UGB analysis. And I should have mentioned this during the housing capacity analysis portion, but you noticed all the analysis work that Commissioner Warren pointed out. The jurisdictions must understand their housing need. They must understand their capacity. They have to understand how to create greater efficiency and which measures to take. None of that is required in the UGB exchange. That was under existing rules, and we retained that by adding more flexibility and more clarity. So maybe not necessarily streamlining, but we maintained what existed to streamline, adding more clarity and more flexibility. So I just wanted to point that out in the connection to the housing capacity analysis.
Thank you. Chair,
Commissioner Bennett.
I have 2 questions, but I think we can just wait till deliberation so that people aren't angry.
Thank you. And before we, thank you all for the presentations, Ethan, Karen, Thea, and I wanted to especially thank Matt Schabold from the governor's office for coming and talking about the governor's priorities around housing and meeting the housing need in Oregon. So thank you for that overview. With that, We're going to break for lunch at now, which is basically, I'll call it 12:20. And the question is, do we come back at 1 or do we come up at 1:20 and give ourselves an hour? 1. We're getting a vote for 1. Okay, so we'll come back at 1 and continue on with item number 3 when we return. Thank you. Welcome back to the December 4th. Today, December 4th. Thursday, December 4th, meeting of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. We're coming back to agenda item number 3. Which is the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Deliberation and Adoption. And we are coming into deliberation and can ask further questions and comments. I wanted to say that no public comment period for this item closed November 7th, and no further comments will be accepted. And then the commission will be asked to take action on this item. And there are some recommended motions in our packet or in our agenda. So with that, we have like a array of people in front of us to potentially, I guess, answer questions. Ethan, did you have any more that you were presenting, or is this everybody just here to answer questions?
No, Chair, this is the team that's ready to answer any questions you have and provide any technical support that you need in deliberation.
Okay. And then the question is, how are we gonna do this? One thought I had was to go through goal 14 first, being the questions around urban reserves, UGB expansion, and UGB exchange. In general, I was thinking the staff set it up really nicely with these sections, and that could be a way to be like, any questions, comments, whatever session, do we agree? Do we need to change anything in this section? And then kind of move forward. But I was thinking about starting with the goal 14 stuff first. I don't know if you're all cool with that. Okay. So given that, and if I wrote down all the sections that were presented, there's 7 of them, and I'll just say what they are. The contextualized housing needs and need. Then the second one is housing capacity analysis. The third one is development ready lands inventory. The fourth one is housing production strategies. The fifth is urban reserve. The sixth is UGB expansion, and the seventh is UGB exchange. And so I was going to start off with urban reserves being the fifth one. And so, and I really like that clarity at the end where I was like, okay, we have this process of looking at these compliance pathways, and we were down that journey and we understood that journey. And then it got to urban reserve. I'm like, what journey are we on? And I think that was clearly stated that it doesn't follow those 3 compliance pathways. It's more like clarity. I wrote it down somewhere. Clarity and flexibility were added to those 3 sections. So maybe we'll just start with urban reserves. And then I was thinking if we get agreement or something on each section, then we just move on to the next section when we're ready. Anybody have any comments, questions, deliberation on the urban reserve strategy that was presented to us? Commissioner Warren.
I'd be interested to know from your perspective, where are the opportunities to better align the requirements for urban reserves and urban growth boundary expansions?
I think what we found is the existing rules had a very similar framework structure, but for some reason, and we really dug into this, they used different languages, and we really tried to find out if the difference in language was significant to the process or if it was just written on paper using slightly different terms. So the attempt was for staff to look at the definitions that are provided in Division 21. We added some clarity around there. We added a definition and we revised one definition. So developable land can mirror a little bit more in reference that developable land includes both buildable land and suitable land, your employment land and your residential land. And then the way the urban growth boundary analysis is done is through a study area analysis. And so we just clarified that. It's done the very similar way for urban reserves. Your study area is looked at a much higher level. So your public works may not have very specific analysis or specific data or metrics or even CIP plans or capital improvement plans around where they might expand into what might be potential urban reserve land in the way they would with the UGB. And then lastly, when we looked at the land prioritization, there really are 5 categories of land, and a 6th one has been elevated. So that urban reserve is your first pass looking at what land do we bring in and plan for urbanization. And so that created a 6th category in your UGB planning Division 24, but we tried to mirror that and simplify that language. We took out a lot of redundant language, and a lot of that was from TAC member suggestions saying, you put a lot of words in there. We're not sure all the words have significant meaning. So you'll see simplification, clarification, and then really looking at what the Division 24 analysis and the Division 21 analysis is and pair those up really well.
Yes, Commissioner Warren.
Thank you for that. Thinking in the future, are there opportunities that we can streamline those processes even more? Yeah.
Sorry, Ethan, let me know if you have anything.
Please don't
Hello,
put yourself in a
apologies.
situation.
Yeah. It's funny you say that because coming out of this rulemaking process, I could see an opportunity to really focus in on Division 21 and maybe add a division, which would be similar to, I think it's Division 27. Metro has Division 21 that they can use for urban reserves. They have another optional division for urban reserves. It's just for Metro. It's a very unique relationship with their UGB and their reserve. But they also have, I think it's Division 27 for rural reserves. I could see an opportunity in the future for this commission to look at, can we do a little bit more refinement? There's opportunity in Division 21 and add a new division for planning rural reserves as well. So I think there is future opportunity for building on what we've put forth in front of you today. Ethan, any other thoughts or?
No, I think that was good. That was a good overview.
I was thinking in general, all of these sections, the staff has wrote rules and made recommendations. And I guess the general thing is, are we in agreement with the staff recommendations or not? I guess we know we're doing that, but I just wanted to clarify that that's what I meant by going through each section and then moving on to the next one. Vice Chair? Oh, I probably should have started with, sorry about that. The Vice Chair was our liaison to this rulemaking. And so I should have started off with, are there any overarching things that you want to say before diving into this urban reserve line item?
Thank you, Chair. That wasn't why I raised my hand, but I'm happy to do it. So I'll take a step back and really talk about at a pretty high level my thoughts on the programming and particularly a couple things that really struck me just in this room today. And the first is, and I'm so glad that we have this panel in front of us. I'm so struck by the level of talent that has been brought to this work. And to recognize that so much of that talent is in this room, straight up to the governor's office, that this work is so vitally important to Oregon that we want to create, that it has brought this really incredible amount of talent. And I'm just overwhelmed to have all these folks in the room today and so grateful and thankful in this season that's about that. So I'm so appreciative of the work you all have done. And as we said, the work that you all have done over like the last 6 years that we've been working on this together. And when I think back 6 years ago to when we were setting out on this journey, that's really started with House Bill 2003 in 2019 that set out the regional housing needs analysis. To me, one of the ways that you could think about the way we approached it, and I think where we ended up was the sense that if we could redo how we approach Goal 10 housing planning in the state of Oregon, what would it look like? Not what does it look like, what could we do to change it, but if we really wanted to meet the housing need in the state, what would it look like? And pair that with, if we knew 50 years ago what we know today about the housing crisis and the equitable housing crisis in our state, what would we do differently? And I'll say that in listening to Ethan give the overview of this program, it's so exciting when a whole bunch of planners get together, a whole bunch of interested parties get together, that the program that they came up with, I think, really answers that question, that this is exactly what we need to do in our state to plan for the future of equitable housing in our state. And I think that the governor has made it, very clear, not only is this a production issue, but it is the three legs that this program stands on. It's production, affordability, and choice. And as we move through making sure the program moves forward in that way, I think I'm really interested in hearing from my fellow colleagues about whether or not we've hit the mark And I think that we know that each iteration has had some changes to it. I'll be interested to hear today what it will take for us to get across the finish line here. But I think it also, I recognize that it feels like a lot that Ethan spent 2 hours covering this program, but it's a big program. And this is a reform of Goal 10 housing planning. But what we are considering today is just the revisions to the parts of the program, not the full program. As we said, the baseline pieces, are in place already. Much of the program is in place, and we've got today to get it across the finish line for the rest of those pieces that the staff have brought to us. So that's where I'm sitting today, and I'm curious about where my colleagues are in getting this thing across the finish line. So appreciative for everybody in the room today. Not gonna.
Yes, Vice Chair.
My question is going to be similar across a lot of the divisions. We had some public comment come in that was pretty specific about what was at issue. And I think as our colleagues have recognized, some really important partners, particularly in the League of Cities and the Association of Counties. I actually went through the original League of Cities and AOC letter and kind of made a row for everything that I thought that they had requested, and have tried to track, how we responded to that. So in the urban reserves, there was the question about the, for lack of a better thing, the 80% thing. And so their request was for that to be removed, and looked like that was, that in this section that was addressed. So is there anything else that you had seen in any of the other comments that were not addressed or that we've left sort of unaddressed? Again, to me, I also saw a lot of the jurisdictions that responded had echoed what the League of Cities said. So that's why I'm kind of focused on the League of Cities particular letter. So anything else that in your deliberations that, because I didn't see too many other things. There's a lot of smaller things, but I think in big broad brush pieces, I didn't see too many for urban reserves in the moment.
No, I think that's accurate. Thank you, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo. I think what I would overarchingly say is cities were really looking at where we could provide either certainty and clarity or flexibility, balancing between those two, allowing the flexibility to create greater opportunity for housing development, but while embracing the land use system in Oregon to protect our natural resources. And I think that was in our legislative direction that we received to facilitate the urbanization processes with the appropriate protection of our resource lands. And so in that, from cities or jurisdictions, we specifically heard language around land prioritization, language around safe harbors. Where can you add safe harbors? Can you add any clarity around the analysis that's required and how that would be reviewed? And for us as staff, what we're balancing is how prescriptive or how specific do we get in rules and still allow for that flexibility? And where do we provide more guidance, examples, and articulate options in these new guidance materials that we'll be producing this year? So if you look at some of the rules and say, well, you didn't solve for exactly how you're supposed to do a cost-effective analysis, that was intentional. There's a lot of different ways to do it. Cities have been doing it for decades, but we're going to provide some examples and options in our guidance materials this year. So I would say under Division 21, I too made a chart of everything we received from any jurisdiction, whether that was county or city within the state, and went every single one line by line. And there are none in Division 21 that we did not incorporate in one way or another.
Any other commissioners on this item? Or I'm not going to ask to propose a motion, but if you feel like, oh, I think we're good, somebody should say that, or if I think we have an issue that I want to discuss. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I've mostly remained silent on this, partly dumbstruck from awe at the caliber of the work. There's talent, there's skill, there's intelligence, there's passion, there's good grace. Also, what I concern myself with is the impact of how it will play out. Who can stop it? I mean, I heard an attorney say this summer, I'm a lawyer. I look for what will cause problems for my client. Well, I'm kind of like that as a county commissioner and as a somebody who sits on this dais, where can this go awry? And it occurs to me that every time we talk about rules that impinge on people's time and their energy and their money, we can expect that there will be issues. There will be discussions. And I'll defer to the expertise of the chair and to you all in that I think you have done everything that you could possibly do to consider the impacts. When you say that you have simplified and clarified, I believe you. I don't know that everybody will believe you, but I trust that we will continue to have an iterative process that also takes into account the very troubling issues that we have with resources. In my county, the person who did the economic opportunities analysis has left. The housing manager has left. So we're looking not just at financial constraints, we're looking at a brain drain. It's great to have a beautiful thing like this. How does it play out? How do we get value? Most importantly, how do we achieve the results? So I'll continue to rely on your amazing presence to guide us through that. But those are the things I think about. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm sort of not hearing much opposition to this one. So Commissioner Warren.
No opposition, to be fair. Just want to dig into some more about my question. So I don't understand the transition between doing the urban reserve work to then doing the UGB analysis that well. Can you talk about what that process looks like? Because from my understanding, there's a lot of analysis that goes into the urban reserve, or excuse me, urban reserve work. Is any of that analysis useful then for urban growth boundary expansion analysis? And what's that look like?
We often talk about it in shifting the legal, the legal uncertainty or the due diligence, the legal due diligence. You can shift it and front load it is the way we characterize it. When a city demonstrates or the analysis results in a deficiency of capacity, whether that's employment land or residential land, they are required, the statutory requirement or that baseline that we've been talking about is that you must find the capacity. And if you can't within your UGB, you must amend it. Urban reserves are different. Urban reserves are entirely optional. So it's a city saying we want to invest our staff resources or we want to invest time in a consultant to go evaluate that land outside of our UGB for future urbanization. And in this optional phase, when the state isn't requiring us to amend our UGB, let's take all this legal risk. This is the land we want to bring in. Let's do that legal due diligence. And once we've established that reserve, the analysis is done. And when we go to amend the UGB, our first priority and where we're protected to bring in land is anything in that reserve. But now we're required to amend our UGB. We're on a clock and a timeline, and we're under a different set of circumstances statutorily that the state will review. But we set aside these reserves. That gives us legal protection to bring them in with a little bit less analysis. And I think that's what we set out to do is how do we facilitate the reserve as a tool, not to lessen the analysis that, oh, if you're going to establish a reserve, sure, take all the resource land you want. That was not the point. The point was when you're required to do that UGB and you're under a time constraint to get that done, you already front loaded all of the analysis. We didn't lessen it or weaken it, but we shifted it to an optional phase where the city will do their due diligence analysis, take the time that they need to do that.
That provides like a lot of clarity. I like it. Thank you for asking that question. So it sounds like everybody's in general agreement of what the staff did. And if so, then I'll move on to the next one. 1 down, 6 to go. And I picked this second half on an assumption that I do not know if it's true that maybe the bulk of our conversation wouldn't happen here. But if that's not the assumption, you'd have to say it. Okay. Urban growth boundary expansions. Any questions or I had asked the question about the time period. Around, is this the place that I asked it? No, wrong place. Sorry. Let me move on. I saw time period and I thought it was something else I was going to ask. Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. When the city is considering or looking at urban growth boundary expansion and they have buildable lands within the city, but an unwilling seller that flat out, I'm not doing it. It's so how do they work around that in the analysis process? And then after you answer that one, I have one more, Chair, if I can ask.
Yes.
Chair Lova and Commissioner Bennett, I'll start and then invite others to join in if they so choose. But the assessment, there's a couple things at play in terms of that I think seek to answer that question, maybe not directly, but indirectly, which is the assessment of capacity that local governments prescribe to particular lands within their buildable lands inventory. So through something like the land market supply factor as a kind of off the top assessment of, deduction and capacity that seeks to kind of rope in some of those instances, not on a site by site basis, certainly, but accounts for those kind of situations. And then likewise, the 2 and 3 cycle progressive deduction of capacity, discounting of capacity over the course of several housing capacity analyses, also key in on development ready land. So in an instance where that example land situation that you're talking about, unwilling property owner is identified as development ready, it has the services, it's annexed and doesn't have constraints, then it would be captured in this kind of further deduction in its nature of not developing over those 2 or 3 cycles. So it's captured a little bit in a somewhat indirect way, but I don't know if Karin or
Yeah,
wants to
I'll
add
add a third. Yeah, maybe a fine point to the two that you mentioned, that land inside the UGB, but outside of the city, there's the land market supply factor that you can apply to any land within that BLI. So whether it's in the city or not. And then the second tool or the second option that Ethan mentioned is the requirement to track your development ready land. So those lands are not in the UGB. Those lands are annexed and in the city. And then through that analysis and tracking, you're seeing what is developed and what hasn't, what has come to fruition and realized its development capacity. And then you start discounting with each cycle. And I think Chair had asked, the cycle is every 6 years or every 8 years throughout the state, 6 years in Metro. But you have also had a keen interest in UGB exchanges. That's a perfectly fine reason to do a UGB exchange, that we don't believe this land will develop within our planning period. That's an impediment to realizing the capacity that we want, whether employment or residential. And now we want to use the UGB exchange rules to exchange out. And you don't have to redo any of the analysis. I mentioned that you get to base your exchange off of the analysis that was already adopted.
But this land is already within the city boundaries. And so
Yeah.
I don't know how they would, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
that's a tough
changing
one.
it for the UGB, but that there's just some, in some cases, out-of-state landowners that bought a block, investors bought a block of land and there it is, and it sets right there. And maybe this is only an Eastern Oregon challenge, but it's,
There's a couple.
so you can't do anything and you're stymied. And actually it's probably from a practical sense more buildable than the lands that you would be bringing in. And so, but it sits there and everybody's going, well, why aren't you building on that? And everybody goes, they don't want to sell and they're not selling. And for whatever reason.
Yeah, I think there's very few examples of being able to exchange land out that's already been annexed in. And it really is dependent on, has infrastructure already been extended? The water and sewer have already been planned for or already extended into that. And then it gets very, very difficult. But that's where you look at your housing production strategy actions. What are actions we can take to incentivize development in that district, in that neighborhood, in that region? Are there any way we could do SDC waiver fee? Like, you start to tip in the incentives to make that parcel higher value, more incentivized for developers to look at. And the reason why it's always going to be counted in that buildable lands inventory is because someday that owner will no longer be the living owner of that property. And you never know what that next generation ownership might do. And that is capacity that's sitting in your UGB.
that one city told me that the parcel sat there for 30 years. So that kind of, and it's a large parcel. But okay, the second question,
Oh,
Chair.
I wanted to add to that. I mean, that's any parcel within the UGB question. So that's one of the reasons I'm super excited about housing production strategies in general, because that's when a city knows that these specific parcels exist, and then a city knows that they can approach somebody and start to talk to landowners about like, what would incentivize you to, is it sell, is it develop, or what it is. And I think that's, for me, a lot of times been the missing piece is what about the landowners in the sense of what takes it to activate them, which is different a lot of times from the developers. And so I think that's one of the things that when we were talking about in the Sherwood case was talking about being more active in that activating land part. Commissioner Bennett, you had another question.
No, I think actually it incorporated there, so I'm pretty good on that. Thank you. Thank you.
I was excited to see the complete neighborhoods part. That's why I asked about the short, because those were all the comments that were brought to us by the community were about how do you, and why can't we, identify over there? Or are we going to be ensured that this is a complete neighborhood and not just like large single family homes? And we kind of directed them at that time to be like, there's this whole other process called the housing production strategy process, to kind of look toward that in the future development of those parcels. But it's good to see that in this, that whole thought process would happen before it feels like the UGB is amended. And so that would have been part of the discussion that city would have heard with those constituents at that time, and would have had, in some ways, gotten more answers than they did, besides like look to the next process. So I know this isn't like retroactive, but I was like, oh, this is going to be good, this piece of it. So I was happy about that. Commissioner Warren.
Also love that piece. I think it's past due time for us to look at expansion holistically like this. So thank you so much for approaching this. And of course, I have a question about it. So for a city to be able to bring in lands and then designate a significant, or it's less than 5% of it as neighborhood serving commercial, do they have to go through an economic opportunities analysis, or what kind of what kind of findings do they need to produce to show that they can do that?
Yeah, Commissioner Warren, for the record, Jenna Hughes, Housing and Growth Management Analyst with the Housing Division. And what you're referring to is in Division 24, and it is an optional safe harbor for bringing in land when there is an identified residential need, and a safe harbor for designating 5% or around 5% for neighborhood serving commercial. And we did receive public comment that it wasn't clear whether or not an economic opportunities analysis would be required to use that safe harbor. So we did add language in rule clarifying that no new analysis is needed to utilize that safe harbor. And
that's up to 5%.
Correct.
Okay. I'm not seeing much. Commissioner Boyer.
Thank you, Chair. In looking at the notification to tribes, in the invitation for tribal consultation, I know in the natural resource world, through NRCS, it's required that we have a cultural resource done. So this is not going to be a requirement. This is just a recommendation. Is that correct?
Thank you, Commissioner Boyer, for the question. The notification to tribal governments as part of the UGB expansion process will not be optional. It is a new requirement proposed under the rules during the UGB study area phase, that preliminary phase when a local government is just studying potential areas for inclusion within the UGB. So that would include a notice to tribal governments with an ancestral connection to the land. And it outlines a period for a 35-day response period So if a local government doesn't receive a response within that time frame, they fulfilled that requirement, but that notification does include an invitation for tribal consultation and coordination. And so if they do receive a response back, the expectation is that they would fulfill that.
I really like the 35-day threshold, just because I know on projects it could be a holdup because there's not a lot of people out there who can do these cultural resources studies. So thank you. I like that threshold of 35 days. Thanks.
Commissioners, any other questions, comments? Sounds like there's no dissension in feeling we'd approve this part of the packet. Okay. We're going to move on to urban growth boundary exchanges. I guess I had a question. I liked the substantially equivalent 10% margin language. And when I heard it, I felt like, didn't we already have that? Or is that new? Like, I felt there was you can't literally say acreage to acreage. I mean, you can't literally do that. So what did we have beforehand?
Yeah, I think this was where we get to credit our legal advice, that we had been practicing something in guidance, and we realized that at some point a guidance, you're treating it as a rule, and we needed to codify it. So it would sound familiar. This was not a surprise. This was very well known in practice throughout the state of Oregon, that when they asked for this guidance, this is verbally what we would give cities. And so they were expecting something to clarify that in rule. And so we took our practice and codified it in rule. So it's what's in practice now we have on paper.
Okay. So that's up, same thing as the other one. I said up to 10%.
Up to 10% for, yeah. And then complete neighborhoods was a safe harbor of 5% for neighborhoods.
Say that again.
The complete neighborhoods was a 5% safe harbor for neighborhood serving commercial, and the UGB exchange is a 10% equivalent. We did the equivalency for both acreage or capacity. So if you're taking out a capacity of 1,000 units, you can bring in 1,000 plus 10% or 90% of 1,000.
But that could be land. So the land could be more than 10% or less. Yeah. If it can go one way or the other way to two different totally.
Yeah, you could swap out 100 acres and bring in 80 or 90 acres or even 80 acres and say, but we're doing a 10% equivalent based on capacity. So we're getting more capacity off of less land that we're bringing in.
And would you blend those two, or do you have to pick? You're either talking about land or you're either talking about capacity.
You could. The way the status quo is now is it's blended. You have to bring in the equivalent acreage and capacity. There's no deviation. It was very prescriptive. And now we're saying 10% within that margin for both, either or both.
Commissioner Boyer.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm really intrigued with the exchange. I've seen it happen successfully at the local level where I'm from. But I'm curious, once a land exchange has been successful, how is the piece taken, the one that's being taken out of, I don't know what the correct word is, potential production. How is that land characterized after that successful exchange?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner Boyer. Typically, it's required in existing rules, and we retain that requirement to coordinate with the county, because oftentimes there's analysis of if there's a record of how it was designated or zoned by the county, can it revert back to that? Sometimes we don't have those records. And so there's analysis of what the land is adjacent. Is it agricultural use? How will it impact that? What should it be designated when it goes out? So there is a requirement existing in rules, and we retain that for close coordination with your county jurisdiction to designate and zone the land appropriately as it goes out.
Any other commissioners? It sounds like we might be in agreement with what's been written. And I'm always trying to track like what our motion says and what part we may have completed. And so I was looking at Oregon Administrative Rules, Chapter 660 Division. So there's 7, 8, 21, and 24. And so it's my understanding we just went through 21 and 24. And somebody at the staff. Okay. Okay, so now we are doing 7 and 8, which is going to start off with what I call number 1, which is, sorry, am I correct? Yeah, what's in 7?
Thank you, Chair Harlow. We might just want to do 7 now. Division 7 were rules very specific to the Portland metropolitan region for their housing planning. But we found that we could align, consolidate, and simplify by just adding metro specific in Division 8. So it's a complete repeal of Division 7 if you'd like to do that now and see if everybody's okay with that.
Can you say that again?
It would be a complete, what we put in front of you is consideration for a complete repeal of Division 7, which were specific rules for the Portland metropolitan region to plan for Goal 10 housing work. And we've added specifics for Metro now in Division 8, so they can use Division 8 with everybody else in the state.
Okay. So it's like a 7 with an X through it. Okay. Anybody have any questions on that very specific thing? Okay, so then we are on 8, which has this parts 1 through 4, with the first one being contextualized housing need. An interesting discussion because we were really robust with our questions. So now it leaves us kind of, where are we at? Yeah, okay. Thoughts? Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. One of the other things that I do, I've just been elected to be treasurer of the Association of Oregon Counties. I'm told that 30 of the 36 counties in Oregon are in financial distress. How acute that financial distress is and what the trends are in that financial distress is yet to be in my understanding. But every time I look at rules, even though they are designed to simplify and make things easier, there's a growth curve, there's the cost of changing and learning, there is the public acceptance or rejection of whatever rules are proposed. And when I'm looking at these, those are the kinds of things that I am more concerned with. It's a generalized concern. And again, I'd look for the staff and the commission to be responsive to those concerns as they're brought to us and to be proactively looking for the impact that we're having and to let us know if and when there are concerns. Thank you, Chair.
Since you gave an overarching thought process, maybe we could open it up for overarching thought processes over these 4 sections before diving into details, Commissioner Bennett.
Not sure when you ended it, you said these 4 sections, but I guess somewhat picking up on my fellow commissioner here, our process that we're under here works against a lot of transparency. In other words, by the time the staff report is done, public comments close, and then, you know, we can't really get any more input. And so just for instance, the league's concerns, I don't know that we fully address them, but without the league being comfortable to support it, I become somewhat cautious in that I'm trying to figure out, you know, what if the darn thing doesn't work? I mean, I'll just put it, I admire all your work. Please don't take it like that. But there's so many factors that in this room we don't control when we get out there. As the commissioner just pointed out, everybody's just really scrambling for dollars and staffing is really low. And I think that the work is really commendable. I appreciate it. I'm overwhelmed by it, I'll be honest. But at the same time, I'm thinking without having the approximately 31 cities, more or less, that have over 10,000 people saying, hey, or at least a few of them saying, hey, we can do this, I'm cautious once again. And I guess with that, I'm trying to think of, well, do we go ahead and vote onto it in the package because it is a good package? but without having them going, hey, we can do it. What if in 6 months we don't have any progress? What is going to be our tool? And maybe this is to the director. What will be the tool that if the cities come back to us and say, great, you guys passed all that. We really think it's great, but A, we can't afford to do it. B, it's not going to work. C, whatever C is. And we we have such an aggressive agenda of things to do as a department, saying, okay, well, we're going to put everything else aside and go in and revise it. How does this work? And how can we assure our local government partners that we want to be really responsive if it isn't functioning as we thought at this table?
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Chair, Commissioner, thank you for those questions, because there are a couple of things there. One is getting more of a consistent process in place between and amongst our different rulemakings. And this is something that we've been working on since I arrived, and that is, how do you know when to put the pencil down? Because we ask for comments in iterations as we're moving through the process. And sometimes, until we get to the very last stage, human nature, we don't necessarily hear everything until the 11th hour. You know how that is. It's the same for voting, cleaning your house, and a whole bunch of things that we tend to put off until the 11th hour. So sometimes we do get the really good ideas in at the very end. We incorporate those, and then we've had to ask ourselves internally, when do we put the pencil down? In this particular case, we know we need to put the pencil down because there's a legislative deadline, but sometimes we have a little bit more luxury to keep going. And we've said that we want to use this process. We want to be really clear what the process is going to look like. And so we publish that at the beginning of our effort. Here's the calendar. Here's where we're going to take public comment. Here's where it ends. Here's when it ends. And then here's what the commission will do afterwards. So in that sense, we're just trying to set expectations and lay out the process so everybody sees it and there are no surprises. One thing I love about this commission, and I have not seen it very much in other commissions, is the invitation to staff and partners to bring back, tell us if it's not working, tell if it's not working the way we thought it was going to work, or if something needs to be adjusted. And I've seen that even since I've been here in the past 3.5 years. The invitation's been issued to staff and they've taken you up on it and said, we've learned something. Once we finally got into implementation and folks actually got a chance to get into the rules and work with them, we realized we need to make an adjustment because this isn't working the way we hoped or thought it would. So there's that safety net there. We don't have to, this commission does not ever take the approach that this is a one and done. So you don't have to be desperate to get it perfect now and that we won't ever come back to it. We will come back to it if something is not working and folks signal that to us. So this is a group that has always been very open to learning and evolving and continuing to work on something, which I think gives us just a little bit of breathing room and kind of takes the pressure off. We are allowed to learn here. And if something isn't working, tell us.
We've done that with CFEC and we've done that with middle housing, had one part that we all agreed. Sorry. Oh, I didn't see. Yes, Deputy Director Green.
All right, thank you, Chair. Thanks. Director Bateman, I wonder if we could also, and Ethan may be having this thought, describe the amount of investment in technical assistance being provided for local government. Ethan, could you speak to that and the grants you're awarding and the consultants you're queuing up to help jurisdictions? This is certainly not a cold handoff. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and Commissioner Bennett for the question, and Director Bateman and Deputy Director Green for the queue up. It was, in fact, one of the things I was going to mention in terms of the technical assistance, which is more than the agency has had access to distribute to local governments in recent memory in terms of housing planning dollars. In the current iteration between housing and HAPO, Housing Accountability and Production Office projects, we funded 82 projects to work through housing, this kind of program, housing production strategies, housing capacity analyses, code updates, those kind of things to kind of keep it running and keeps things fresh and meet our needs. And I think one of the other things that I wanted to highlight is that, there well, it's really kind of two things. There is time between now and like full on gear up towards Oregon Housing Needs Analysis implementation. There's kind of a rolling start to that process, which affords the housing division here time to build out those additional things, the universe of, support nets to help local governments navigate these things. The team in front of you sitting at the table is not the team who's going to be working on rulemaking for the new legislation in 2025. So their energy is dedicated to implementation of this program. And you all spoke to the skills and knowledge and passion of the group in front of you. And I agree. I imagine that kind of energy focused in helping nurture and build and grow this program. And I think in addition to that, we have new statutory authority as a department to run this program. So it's all of the things. It's funding, it's passion and energy, and legal direction to run the program in a way that's going to achieve the outcomes. And I think the mixture of those things is a pretty powerful incentive to make sure that we get it right and change it, and so that the implementation actually achieves the outcomes.
And I think one of the reasons I was trying to, this is unrelated actually to what he just said, compartmentalize these different sections and to ask specifically, like, what's the train of thought in this bucket? What are we going to call this bucket? Section 8 versus the other one was like clarity and flexibility, just cleaning up stuff is what the other section found. It seemed like this one has the same pattern in each of these 4 areas, which is we got the spectrum from safe harbor to minimum standard. And it feels like that's what we're picking. And the staff has picked, certain things were picked when I look at the first one being contextualized housing need. They show this chart on our slide 14 that showed, the last time, they're both green, so it's not helpful for me to say what kind of green. There were things that were on the right-hand side of the chart that moved over to the left-hand side of the chart. And that's the difference between the last time when you guys deliberated and now. And I feel like each of these sections, I need to check on the second one to see if that's true, has those decisions sliding around there. So I've kind of categorized this section as we're trying to see, did we slide it? Are those slid in the right locations is what it feels like. Versus all the like tiny little nuances in it. Commissioner Warren. Oh, wait, actually, Commissioner Porter was first.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to springboard off of Commissioner Thompson and Commissioner Bennett's comments. And I'm actually kind of relieved to hear Commissioner Bennett say that he's overwhelmed by the rules, because I'm feeling like that too. And I'm glad I'm not alone, especially with someone who speaks so eloquently about them. And initially, I do want to commend the staff. I mean, you guys had a lot of comments and a lot of concerns to address, and it certainly, is apparent that you guys engaged and I shouldn't say engaged, but try to address a lot of the concerns that were brought to you. My concern too is that the cities, the league is representing cities that are going to have to implement this. And it's, if they're having concerns, I'm having concerns because they're, the local resident experts, I guess. And so for Director Bateman, saying that, it doesn't have to be a one and done deal, creates, a fair amount more comfort if we can, continue to evolve this a little bit. Because the devil is typically going to be in the details, and a lot of those devilish details don't really surface until you actually try to put it into practice. And so, very much appreciate those words, Director. Thank you.
Vice Chair, or no, Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, just to continue that conversation, having gone through the climate friendly and equitable communities rulemaking, I think we circled around adoption, I don't know, 4 or 5 times. And we had the luxury of continuing to another round, like continue the public hearing, continue like collecting feedback and input, and continue to refine the rules. And then I think we got to a place where like, okay, we just need to adopt them now, right? We've been doing this forever. We got them to a place we feel it works well. So we adopted them and then we said, and then come back to us with technical fixes over the foreseeable future. And we've done that. And I think that's a really great approach. There's no doubt in my mind that this is one of the largest changes that I've been a part of while in this commission. I think climate friendly and equitable communities was kind of equal. However, it only impacted the 8 metropolitan areas in the state. This is different. This impacts almost every single city in the state. And so I think there's a fair amount of concern from the commission that I've heard from each and every one of you about just the nature of the change, right? Because it's a lot, it's big. And I think that's what we're here to do today. And so I've gone back and forth with it a lot. I mean, I have gone line by line. I've beat my head against the wall. I've talked to a lot of people about it. And at the end of the day, I've landed on change is hard. And we've needed to make some changes to our land use system around housing for a very long time. I think this is a good start. And I think we're not finished with it. I think we're going to have to make some fixes to these rules. You all have done an amazing job given the incredibly large task you were given in a short period of time. And I think you've landed it pretty well. I think there are still things that we can improve upon. And I look forward to continuing to support your team to do that work. But I'm feeling much more comfortable at this juncture in time than I was in October. Back to the original question about the contextualized housing need piece, I really appreciate that sliding from the rebuttable presumptions down to the optional safe harbors. I think that was a good decision. I think it helps to reduce that analytical burden on cities. And that's what we heard a lot about. To ask a question now, can you talk about other fixes that or other changes you've made since that October version that help to kind of reduce that legal risk? Because that's what we heard a lot about in comments from the League of Oregon City and other cities. Like, are there specific things that you addressed between the versions that you think will help reduce that legal risk for cities?
And I wanted to clarify, I think some people were talking about overarching comments, but now you're talking specific to just this section, because I want to make sure to keep the rigor of going through each section. So
Trying to bring it back to the contextualized housing.
Yes. Okay.
Thanks, Chair. Hello, and Commissioner Warren. Thank you for that clarification, Chair. I was also going to ask the same thing. I will look to Thea and Celestina to answer that question.
Chair Halova, Commissioner Warren, thanks for the question. For the record, my name is Celestina Teva, and I use she and they pronouns, and I'm a housing planner here for the department. Really in the contextualized housing need, as I think Ethan mentioned, the shifts were primarily just moving that compliance tool, as we sometimes call it, from rebuttable presumptions down to safe harbor. There might have been one minimum standard, but bringing them all to safe harbor. In the HPS section, we can get to some questions about some of the concerns about legal liability in applying the model code that I know the league raised. But in terms of the contextualized housing need, the revisions were pretty specific and aimed at the compliance pathway prescriptiveness concern as we characterized it in the public comment feedback.
So I think we should all look at this chart. I just want to make sure we're all looking at the same chart, because I feel like that's what our comments are going to probably revolve around. I was going to say I've been a part of a RAC in a different process and heard a lot of comments about people liking safe harbors a lot, basically being like, just tell me, for the ones that want to know, just as long as I do this, it's a thumbs up. And then for the ones who are like, hey, I want to do my own path, that's still available, like the flexibility. Tell me the checkbox and then tell me the flexibility. And so I was also happy on this chart to see those move there. Then I had to hold my thoughts. I just remembered on the home ownership one when I was like, oh, I have a lot of things I could potentially say. I liked that they collapsed the categories because cities need to identify in their particular city what are the breakdown of all those. But for the state to tell you, you need 100 units or whatever of 30 to 0 and financing, even because I had heard at some point 50 and below. And I'm like, when I hear 50 and below, because most people say 60 and below for financing. Right. And so I've heard conflicts when rules or legislation says 50 and below, but financing says 60 and below. It's like, what happens to the units between 50 and 60? So I'm kind of in the weeds. I mean, I'm doing an affordable home ownership project right now where I'm in the weeds of this. So I just liked that it was bucketed to say, like, as your city goes on and as your needs go on, we're not going to sit there and talk about each segment. Although you need to talk about each segment, but from our perspective, we just want to know what's 80 and below, and we want to know what's it. So that actually provides more flexibility to the city. So I think whoever asked that question at the time was seeing it that it maybe made it less flexible, and I was like, no, actually, this is more flexible, and I'm bringing it up again because there's a whole financing world that makes its own rules about where they cut off AMIs. I'm not going to oppose this because somebody knew what they were doing in this, but I was sort of like, shouldn't it be 100% and below, or should it be 120% and below? And so maybe I'll just ask that question. How did the 80 come to be versus because usually the markers are 60 and below and 120 and below. So I was just curious what picked the 80. I'm not going to oppose it. I'm just more curious.
Chair Celestina.
Thanks, Chair Helava. This was in interest of aligning the 80% threshold that exists actually in the acceleration program and sort of pulling it throughout all of our programming. Whenever we're going to make some more broad brushed thresholds of, let's say, affordable housing, we know that that can mean a lot of things in a lot of contexts. In this case, that's the gist of what we were trying to get to. And in the acceleration program, statutorily, the evaluations of production are overall production is one evaluation, and then production for 80% AMI and below. And so that's something in statute that we're just trying to align as much as we can across the various stages of the programming whenever we're looking for a threshold like that.
I think that's super important, that kind of alignment, because I've been in a situation, like I said, that 3 different people are saying 3 different numbers and you're trying to triangulate between them. And I also like that there was no compliance pathway for geographic location, because I just remember that being like, whoa, how are you going to do that? I like that being a guidance one. Vice Chair.
Thanks, Chair. And I'm going to jump around a little bit between specifics in the section we're in and then kind of jetting up and down to the kind of high level pieces. I'll talk specifically kind of about the matrix and the sliding of rebuttable presumption to safe harbor, just in general and what happened here. I think it's I find myself in a little bit of an interesting position over the last well, since I came on the commission, but prior to that, I was a pretty strong advocate for fair housing and equitable housing, as folks know, and I would have had a very different position to where I am today, having come on the commission, having to try to understand how we balance this and move this forward. And this is one of the places that it shows up, and we've heard that from the advocates, right? That the reason we should use a rebuttable presumption is it does, as Ethan couched, sets a floor that we as a state are saying, this is how we want our communities to develop. And that was part of what we were trying to accomplish with this work, right? We have heard from cities that's maybe a bar too high. And so I do appreciate that. And I appreciate that it slid over. I'll support that. But part of me, again, that part of me that was there is like, wow, it's too bad we have to lose that. And so that's the difference between those two areas, right? But I hear you. I hear our cities, and I agree that that's an important piece of how we need to move forward. So our discussion will focus on that. Along those lines, I think we do have pretty strong indications from the league and from jurisdictions about what they want. That we've got their letter. It said, the staff wrote a long memo about how they've addressed those, how they've responded to those. You can break it down piece by piece. We can ask in places, where have we responded, where have we not? And so my hope is we could, through the rules we have today in front of us, get to a place where we can say, we do feel like we responded. We're ready to move forward. We're ready to release these folks to start implementing these things. And if it takes some, a little bit of push and pull this afternoon, I think we should try to do it. I think because, in part, so jumping to my next point, because we do want to release these folks to the implementation phase of this, right? And I think I love this idea that the folks who have been working on the rulemaking will be implementing it, because there's a really high level of institutional knowledge in the work that has been done over the last 6 years that will move forward then into the implementation phase. right? Rather than going back to do rulemaking on a whole different topic, start implementing the stuff that you created over the last 6 years. I think that's a fantastic, fantastic way forward. And so that's kind of the last piece. But again, I think we have goalposts from the league and from several jurisdictions, and we ought to ask ourselves whether or not we've put it through the goalpost in every section. My sense is in this one, probably, since the things moved. And so I'm curious if we feel that way about every section, and it sounds like that may not be the case.
Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to give the impression, even though that I am a member of the league, that I was speaking for the league. That's first thing. And second of all, that was more of an overall process concern, that the timeline did not allow them to be able to take a position to support or to be against it. And that's probably one of my concerns on a lot of these, is that we're kind of like boxed in, and which I find really strange. As a county commissioner, up until the moment I voted, somebody could give me whatever position they wanted. And now it's, there's this weird time space in there. And so I do not want to convey that I'm speaking for the league, but other than a process point, that's because I'm.
And I think because we've heard so many comments, I don't want to say we kind of know what they want, but in this, I'm only speaking to this item, not the other three. This one moves it to what we think they know what they want. So in this particular one, I'm not concerned personally. I'm like, and I honestly fall more, I would say, with the market rate, put on my market rate developer hat, going a little bit more toward the cities and the safe harbor, in thinking of, tell me what I need to do to make this, just tell me what I need to do, make it easy for me. Or if I want to choose my own adventure, I can choose my own adventure, so I like this approach. So depending on, I was just responding to what Vice Chair said, in his previous hat, he would have been more toward minimum, I'm making it up, not that he said this, more toward the minimum standards, or to, get me these very specific affordable housing, these very specific, and I'm more toward where everything is landed in the safe harbor. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. Someone said the term geography, and so I just can't resist. I'm very interested in geography. I think it's wonderful that you've done the hard work and now you get to do the fun stuff, which is to see how it plays out in the world. I imagine that will be very satisfying to you and informative, but a source of joy. What I'm interested in, I don't know if anybody else is, I love to look at a map and see how things work out. So if we had feedback about how things are working out and we could see that on a map, I think that'd be swell. So I'm going to put in my request for that.
And I was going to say, I'm very much into geography also, where things fall. The problem I had was us telling people where to put the geography. That, like, how would you do that for each jurisdiction and each different location and different topography? And so when this first started, I was concerned about that one. And I'm like, oh, it's dropped out of this, into guidance because it's hard. I would equate the geography to, in our world, in my development world, is design standards. Like, everybody knows in theory what they want, but they don't know how to say the things to get what they want. And so design, that's sort of the similar thing, aesthetic. And I think that's the same thing with geography that we've had a really hard time. It's like, how do you define it? Yeah. Okay. So the question at this time to me is, are we fine with where these boxes moved on this chart? Because that's what this rule is written in this section.
Especially after Ethan described what unless meant. You gave a lot of breathing room there. So thank you.
We probably have to revisit that again in another section, because when I heard it that one time, I got it, and then we probably have to hear it again. Okay. So I'm going to say, yes, we're all in agreement with where these boxes moved on this contextualized housing need section. Okay. So now we move on to housing capacity analysis, which doesn't have a nice little chart with boxes moved. So now I wrote a note to myself that said that this section ended up in safe harbor world, and told people yeah. Yeah, and made definitions and clarity. And so thoughts on this section. This is the section actually where I started talking in the other one and I was like, wrong section. Where we talked about the 2 to 3 HCA cycles. And because I quickly as a developer and understanding the market, was talking about development ready lots that haven't developed. My big thing with policy making that I'm always constantly telling people is we have a real estate cycle and a market that is completely separate, sometimes from Oregon, sometimes definitely can separate from our policies. It's a national, there's tariffs and there's interest rates and there's things that are beyond the control of our specific location. And I think a lot of the work we're doing in Oregon is absolutely amazing and fantastic. It's just not hitting the part of the cycle of the market where it can explode. And I want to make sure that all the awesome things we do, people don't say, oh, nothing's happened in like 2 years. It was all wrong. It didn't make sense. That they understand that the market has to hit it at the same time. And a lot of the stuff we're going to be doing is going to influence the market, but it can't change the whole entire market. So my question on that was really about development ready lots that haven't developed in 2 to 3 HS. And I was like, I know that's not 2 to 3 years because that would not be good. What is it? And it was 12 to 18 and 16 to 24, which sounds like really long, but not in development world. So I was reassured by, we're not going to just change everything in regard to the development ready lots just because we haven't seen anything in 5 years. So that was kind of my part in the section that I was happy to see. Any other things that you saw in the section?
What that piece does though is
Vice Chair.
offers a discount for 50% though. So it's not like they're exchanging out those pieces of land. It is right. Am I right? That if it doesn't develop in that cycle, then you can discount it by 50%. So it starts to take away, it starts to address some of that phantom capacity in the HCA and BLI that folks have, right? And so, and one of those factors could be unwilling seller, right? It actually came up in the tax that's what about unwilling sellers? And that's part of where that can be addressed. So it doesn't make it go away. It just starts to say,
starts to discount.
This is potentially a problem.
Yeah, if it goes through 3 real estate cycles, then theoretically something else is up, I guess. Commissioner Warren.
Can you just make sure that my brain is functioning because I read a lot? From what I understand, you changed the housing need, that the year that the housing need is established that they can use for their HCA. Is that correct? So they can use the previous year's housing need for their housing capacity analysis? Great.
Yes, Chair Halova, Commissioner Warren, just to give you an affirmative, yes, there's an option now. The local government can either select the previous year's allocation and target. Essentially, if they've begun their work earlier than the year of the due date, they have to make that election before the end of the year so that local governments aren't sort of comparing and contrasting the previous years and this year's and selecting one, but the option is available for sort of an early start.
I was also really happy to see the definition of land use efficiency measures because I know land use efficiency measure. Did you speak called land use efficiency measures or efficiency measures? It used to be called that, right? Yeah. So it always pops up, through the 7 years, 8 years I've been on the commission as a kind of these wonderful things, these efficiency measures. And I'm like, the fact that it wasn't defined clearly, the fact that what is enough, was it, and I'm not talking about in this rulemaking, I'm talking about all my time I've been here, this what is enough has come up a little bit. So the fact that now we have these housing production strategies and we're identifying some of them as land use efficiency measures, I'm just like totally geeking out on that. So it's like all coming together, at least this little part right here that talks about land use efficiency measures. And yeah, so I was just very excited by this one slide here. Yeah. And that's, like I said, a sprinkling of comments, not just from this rulemaking, a sprinkling of comments throughout the whole entire time I've been on the commission. Yeah, so it feels like definitions, safe harbors, guidance seems to be what has been done here. And addressing the paper phantom capacity, which there's two totally I don't want to say different sides to that. Some people want to be like, don't act like it's Phantom, and other people want to say act like it's Phantom. So I realize that's a spectrum of where do you sit on that line of wanting to recognize that kind of thing as Phantom or not.
I could, Chair, bring perspective from the racks and the tax, from my understanding of it was, or my sense of it was actually jurisdictions who were saying, wait a minute, if you're going to hold us accountable for the amount of buildable land that we have, we're telling you there's some phantom capacity in there. So we need to be able to address that. So to me, that's where that came from in part. So that, it was really jurisdictions saying, whoa, wait a minute, you're holding me accountable for something that, I can show you on paper, exists. So I think that's where it came from.
Which kind of, I'm not going to switch subjects, so I get agreement from all you to move on, but it kind of relates to the development ready because here's this land, but it's not development ready, which is like a favorite topic of mine. Yeah. Okay. Seems like everybody, Commissioner Bennett.
And I think it's always important to point out that most of the cities are bringing that point up. They have buildable land, but it's not development ready. Matter of fact, I had one of them, is Matt still here from the governor's office, who said, beg that we could get some money to build infrastructure in order to utilize our land. And they said, we don't need more land. We just need funds for that. And so I guess, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, at least I can go back and say I brought it up. But that is East Side cities just say we can't afford it. Sidewalks, storm drains, streets, pipes, sewer plants, treatment plants, et cetera.
Yeah, if there's like a top 3 hit list from being on the commission that I'd take with me if I were to write an op-ed, let's say, about my time on the commission. It might be coming. One of them would be this infrastructure and it's from 8 years of going to different jurisdictions every single year. And every single one, me, right, being on this commission, expecting when I get there, the hot topic is going to be, we need to expand our urban growth boundary. We need more land. And being surprised at first, but not recently, right? That every single person doesn't say that. They all say the same thing, which is we have infrastructure needs. And then the more curious part about it is each jurisdiction has a different version of that, right? So it's, and this is like my soapbox for 2 seconds. Land, it has too much topography. Developers can't pay for the infrastructure to get there. I need a new wastewater treatment plant. I need a new water treatment plant. I need roads, right? And all of those, in all of those cases, I started saying that you all know, to those jurisdictions, I'll be your advocate for that, and I've said it to the paper before. I say it at the commission all the time, because I'm a big believer in the urban growth boundary and the fact that we have all the land we need. I'm a big believer of that. And so how do we unlock the value of that land? And every single jurisdiction every single one has told us something about infrastructure to get that done. So yeah, I'm in my last days on the commission, so I got to make sure I say that again. But yeah, it's super important. And I would say for housing, but also economic development is that infrastructure ready land. Okay. I think that all covers all of these items. So I'm going to say commissions look like they're down for that one. Okay. Next one is development ready lands inventory. You can take a minute to readjust our brain here. So this is really getting toward got the buildable lands. We all know what that is, but how much of them are development ready? And I'm trying to remember, it's about clarifying definitions. I'm trying to remember myself. Section. Yeah, basically creating an inventory that meets certain thresholds, annexed and zoned to allow for housing readily served, not encumbered. And I had asked the question about what encumbered meant, and I got some answers, and about entitlements being appropriate for that. And that those would be done for the 6 or 8 year housing need. They help to plan for that. Anybody have any comments, questions, clarifications?
I've got, I think mostly just a
Commissioner
comment,
Warren?
maybe a question. This for me is like a gigantic new piece of what we're requiring cities to do. And this analysis is, from what I can understand, fairly onerous. Can you help me walk me through like what that analysis looks like for cities to do? If you could throw in like some specifics, that'd be helpful.
Chair Lova, Commissioner Warren, Madeline Phillips, Public Facilities Planner here on the housing team. I'd be happy to walk through some of the core components of a development-ready land inventory. You'll remember that statutorily development-ready land this analysis starts as a buildable land inventory. And a city identifies vacant and partially vacant land within their city to meet their 20-year housing need. The statutory request or compulsion for cities to perform a development ready land inventory is to look at a much shorter near term evaluation of whether those lots, whether that land, I should be more specific, is in fact development ready on that 6 or 8 year timeline, depending on which your community falls on. To do that, you're taking a subset of the buildable land, partially vacant and vacant land, and determining which of those areas are served by facilities, are annexed and zoned. So of all of the land within that buildable land inventory that's part of, it includes the UGB and city limits, which of that land is in city limits and development ready or buildable, served and unencumbered. So it's going to light up, if you had a board of all of the buildable land, it's going to light up the lots or the areas where service is available, adequate to meet the expected development capacity of those lands. So a city will have determined or predicted what the productivity of those lands are. And this is an intent, the intent of the development ready land inventory is to prove up on that, to show whether or not in that 6 or 8 year short-term timeline, whether that's truly available for development and production of housing. So I could get into some more detail about that if you have additional questions, but maybe I'll start there.
I think that's super useful. I guess my next question then is, okay, so they determine that they don't have enough development ready lands, then that feeds directly into their housing production strategy. I remember reading somewhere about realignment of their on a blank infrastructure funding source.
The capital improvement planning?
Yes, the CIP.
Mhm.
How does that work? So we're expecting cities to say, okay, we don't have enough development ready lands now, so we need to shift our capital improvement plan to provide more development ready lands. Is that part of the expectation of cities?
Chair Helova, Commissioner Warren, I'll make one distinction that capital improvement planning is really focused on infrastructure elements. So a CIP would include funding and planning for, say, a water line or a street, a road alignment. That enables a parcel or several parcels of land to be considered served or readily served per statute. A city would, in this case, identify that you're describing, identify that they have a deficiency, and then have several options of what steps to take in their housing, which actions to select within their housing production strategy. One option is to make a public investment, to build a water line. Now, all of the lots that were previously buildable but not development ready have availability of that water line. Maybe that was the barrier. And so now those lots or those areas of land are now available as development ready. Another option is that, say, a city has a water line, and those lots simply haven't developed because they haven't been zoned appropriately to accommodate a certain need. And so a community might look to their contextualized housing need and say, we're really concerned about affordability, and we just, as an example, might want to see certain types of housing that have not yet been available or able to be built, but for the zoning that's applied to the land, it's served, but it's served for the purpose of developing a different housing type, in which case the city could take the step of of enhancing the zoning designation, otherwise upzoning or rezoning that property. There are additional steps very comparable to the statute, which say perhaps it's just that there's a water line there, but it terminates at city limits and the land beyond it is not annexed into the city. And we don't necessarily know the motivation of the folks who own property adjacent to city limits, in which case the city might take an action within their housing production strategy to proactively engage with those landowners and encourage or facilitate annexation. And that can take a lot of forms. In fact, some participants on our advisory committee and an infrastructure subgroup, which met adjacent to that work, indicated that transfer of jurisdiction of certain right-of-way sometimes is the barrier. Maybe a property wishes to annex, but they don't qualify because they're not adjacent to city limits. When a city takes over jurisdiction, say of a county road, and now that road is annexed into the city, those properties are now eligible for annexation. And perhaps the city is motivated by the fact that they have a deficiency of development ready land and they initiate a city initiated annexation opportunity in which those landowners can join together rather than doing individual parcel by parcel annexations. So in both cases, folks get what they're looking for. The city achieves more development ready land availability and owners have the opportunity to develop their property.
So I want to talk about the more practicality of this. I can see this in one hand being a very simple GIS exercise, take my GS layer and then I just say which lands are annexed and, just super simple if I were to reduce it. Is it that? I think the more extreme, which I know it's not this, but the more extreme is I'm going to go and talk to all the landowners and that's the more extreme to be is this really developable? What's the minimum requirement in this? Is it a GIS map you already have and you just turn on different layers that you already have and the result is your buildable, your development ready lands? And then I guess that's my question. And then how do we at the department help or not help in that?
Chair Halova, I believe that there are elements to both that a city may be obligated to do under Division 8, Sections 180 and 185, particularly 180, which describes the process of doing the development ready land inventory. At its heart, it is a GIS exercise, and most communities, well, some communities have been doing this for years. Others have never done this, and so there will be differences in what data is available and how simple or straightforward this process is. Where the development ready land inventory may require more effort is in the selection of actions, of what are the actions that are going to result in a sufficient amount of development ready land. I think as staff reviewers, we are comfortable with cities producing their mapping tools and using those tools to start a conversation with their community about how production is going of needed housing. Where we are very interested is in the selection of how a city satisfies their housing target and assures that they're likely to produce the housing units that they need. And if that's likely to be a confluence of many actions, not just one singular effort. And we've talked extensively amongst the team and among our advisory committees about how companion actions come together, where land use efficiency. So you heard me say that one solution to a deficiency of development ready land might be land use efficiency measure. That paired with a financial incentive could help a city move forward in a very meaningful way, and could see production results very quickly or very robustly. So there are ways to add a lot of value to that GIS exercise without too much additional analytical burden And we're hoping that cities will find the right fit for how that GIS mapping effort, for some cities, just having a conversation with their utility provider to obtain the mapping, to produce the map is the piece, is the thing that's going to open or unlock a lot of barrier that has existed in those communities. I see Ethan's
I
hand.
had another question, which I just suddenly, Ethan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Mehdi touched on it right at the end there, and I think, just to be, put a period at the end of the sentence, the development ready lands inventory could be as simple as another layer on a buildable lands inventory GIS map. And the deliverable of that is fundamentally a mapping exercise. You are identifying the land that is meeting these qualifications. What you do about it is, as Mehdi is describing, in a lot of ways, the trickier part of the work of like, how do you resolve a deficiency? And that requires that deep, critical thinking and pulling the levers within the local government's control, which is part of the housing production strategy program.
Commissioner Warren.
Just to ask a follow-up on that. So then the next step is, so cities then have to, once they put this into their HPS and it gets approved by you all, then they have to take actions, right? They have 8 years basically in that HPS cycle to achieve, let's say they have a deficiency of development ready lands. They have 8 years then to bring in or to take enough actions to make enough development ready lands to meet that, was it 6 to 8 year housing need? Is that correct?
Right.
And if they don't make it, they have the midterm evaluation where they can change things to try to say, okay, we're not making enough progress on our need. We need to do additional things. What happens when they get to the end of that 6 or 8 year cycle and they're like, we haven't been able to do it. We don't have the funding to annex the roads to allow people to annex in. We don't have the funding to put in these new sewer systems. What happens next?
Chair Lova and Commissioner Warren, this is where we begin to get into things like, are they identifying the alternative actions through the mid-cycle approach as you described, and are they taking those actions? There's, that's when we get into the things like the housing acceleration program of like, we are struggling to implement and take action on these plans that we laid. And in the context of a development ready lands inventory action, there are tools that are financial tools for one, but others in terms of, trying to match some of those financial tools or not, with kind of those companion actions that I think can be brought into the fold to seek to remedy, any of those deficiencies that have been identified through that housing acceleration audit. I think one of the questions inherent in though, which I think you're maybe trying to get at, is like, is there, when does the buck stop, in terms of like, we literally do not have the financial resources to take these actions in these particular ways. And I think that's a conversation that the state will probably have to wrestle with in terms of like, how do municipal finances, how are they structured in a way that's going to take some of those high impact, I would qualify infrastructure investments, public investments in infrastructure as high impact responses to needs. And I think that's obviously a bigger question than what our scope is here today.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. What I wonder about is not just the shortage of actual money or talent, because planners or others may not actually be on staff at that point. Community resistance. Nah, we don't want that here. Then what? I mean, how does somebody decide they're going to make a jurisdiction accept housing of any kind? How does that work?
Maybe
Yeah, a little
Ethan?
bit. Yeah, and Commissioner Thompson, very interesting question, and a tricky one. I think there is basis in the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Program more broadly, which is that Goal 10 obligations exist not just for the planning departments of those jurisdictions, but the entirety of the local government, the city in particular. And the obligation rests not just on the things that the planning department can do or the public works department can do, but the things within the city's ability to actually navigate. And that's reinforced through additional, statutory authority that the department has to ensure that those actions are actually going to be taken and that local governments actually do, in fact, begin to take actions to meet those obligations. And that comes in the form of course, the Housing Acceleration Program, but also through the Commission's authority to take actions like enforcement orders. There is a suite of tools that is available to the department and the Commission to get strong on the obligations and the spirit and intent of Goal 10 to ensure that those kinds of non-action actions continue to perpetuate the outcomes that are truly life and death for some folks in our state.
Commissioner Bennett, I think, had his hand up.
It's kind of tags with Commissioner Thompson. What we've seen happen on a number of the Eastern Oregon cities is that as the migration from Portland and Seattle and other places occur, the affordable housing option goes out the window because somebody will come in and say, I can build $1 million home here and I can afford to pay all of those things. And so I actually spoke with one city manager who goes, well, why don't we just have all the affordable housing over in this other city about 3 miles away? And he actually had a plan of how he's going to transport the workforce there. And so I'm thinking, well, this is kind of in a weird way of redlining in an oddball sense. And if we aren't responsive enough to that and we start saying, we're going to come down with orders, they'll say, all right, we'll build houses. But there is no end of the $1 million folks that they're wanting to relocate to. And I'm not going to name off cities because most of us actually know who they are, the cities. But so we have to be so careful or else we will inadvertently create something that we really don't want. And that's almost scary. When I was listening to the person, I'm just I think I just actually stared at him for a while and then left. But the point is that if government cannot provide those resources, those lots become extremely desirable, and there are folks that are willing to pay for it. And the cities, shoot, we just want the tax dollars anyway. We don't care if there's 1 to 5 houses.
But I think that this whole new program about cities identifying need, the public being aware of the need in the city and it being by city, not by the whole metro, that each area has to address it, I guess. I'm not saying it'll happen. I'm saying it creates the environment in which everyone's aware that this is what is supposed to happen in this area. Is it happening or not? And the measurement, hey, you're not meeting these metrics. And then the city's having to do the housing production strategies that start to address them. So there's like a whole new system, I guess, which is very important. The system is very important. I think the thing that makes it actually happen is the market. And when I say market, I don't just mean market rate developer market. I mean the market of availability for subsidies for affordable housing. That's part of the market. And so I think we always have to think of those two together. We got the policies and that we're setting the system and the process for it, but now we have the market. And I feel like housing production strategies are all about trying to address the market at any given time, because you're at that moment, you're saying, today, what housing production strategy do I need to do today? You're saying within the context of a market. So I don't know if that,
Rather than competing, which is the other option, conflicting and competing.
and tell me more, competing.
I mean, if we don't have them working together, then they're at conflict.
Yeah.
Is what I was trying to say.
And I'll give you an example, like right now, if there was a bunch of money for affordable housing right now, every market rate developer would pivot and start doing affordable housing. I'm exaggerating, but I'm being real, because the market rate money is not flowing in specifically to Oregon. And so those developers are looking for stuff to do. And if there was available funding, people want to say like, I want to do the high end. No, they'll, do where the money is. So I don't know if Commissioner Warren, you were looking at me.
I just wanted to follow up on the infrastructure conversation. I think that's one part I'm getting hung up with all this. I think it's great. I think it's a good step. But once we get through that HPS cycle, I'm concerned that there's going to be a lot of cities, because we've heard from pretty much everyone we've ever been to talk about it, their local issues, that infrastructure is a concern. They're aware it's a concern. They've been trying to fix it for a very long time. And I don't see the state backing up these rules with sufficient funding for cities to make actual progress on that infrastructure concern.
Yeah, if I may, Chair Halova, Commissioner Warren, I wanted to just make one clarification about the question of what happens at the end if the development ready actions don't result in the exact amount of development ready lands that are sufficient to meet the housing production target. There is no referral to the acceleration program based on that discrepancy. There's no authority for referral based on that discrepancy. The HPS at the time of selecting actions, that review could result in a remand if the actions presented don't present a realistic possibility of increasing development ready lands in order to bridge that gap. And then if those actions that the city has committed to in the housing production strategy don't occur, there's no follow through on that plan, that could be grounds for referral into the acceleration program. Even then, there's, as Ethan mentioned, some room for alternative actions. But if at the end of the cycle, it didn't yield quite as much as was hoped, the requirement is simply to look back and try again and do better. And the department will also be looking back and expecting, well, if that action didn't really work that way, or the yield was less than we thought, maybe we should be going in harder this go around. And of course, where possible, I appreciate the continued ask of the state to provide funding for that infrastructure work. But I just wanted to be really clear about the authorities of the acceleration program and some limits specific to the development ready lands work and the targets.
Thank you for that clarification.
Then something I hadn't thought of till right now that I'm like, maybe you could help me with, is readily served or identified in a capital improvement plan. Capital improvement plans, tell me if I'm correct, water, sewer, roads,
Streets,
storm, and
parks, but not relevant to this.
okay. The thing that is marinating in my office right now is power and franchise utilities, which are not part of the city. And I have a project right now, I'll give you an example, that's 4 months delayed, affordable homeownership project, 4 months delayed, because the power company, the pole, has franchise utilities and power coming to it. And there's a process like, I take mine down, then I get to wait 30 days, and then you take your down. And they're not synced to the city timelines. So the city's doing all their timelines. That's very helpful for housing. They're in a totally different universe, and there's nothing I can do. I asked the lawyer many times to accelerate those entities. And so I'm out there right now, probably going to be pushing this as, is there a way to get franchise utilities and power to be in the same timeline as cities? Because you can't have a housing if you don't have power. And in the modern day, you need your franchise, you need your internet also. So I just want to say there's a huge piece that's made my project 4 months delayed. And I'm just one project, right? And what does that mean 4 months later in cost? What does that mean 4 months later in risk? What does that, and you can go on and on and on, right? So I just thought I'd point out that hole. It's in a kind of a big hole when you ripple it across the whole entire state. Okay. Sean.
Chair Hilova, I don't know if you are interested in staff response to that.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also to Commissioner Warren's comment question as well. Two things. One is that we are eager to begin having more robust conversations about the challenges that you've raised, one of which has to do with interagency coordination and where funding comes from to produce the outcomes that we're describing. One of which is working with Business Oregon and under their authority as Infrastructure Finance Authority to engage with their housing infrastructure program, which was a fund was recently established. Wouldn't it be wonderful if cities all had similar metrics to compare and apply to that program with, i.e., this is how much development ready land I'm deficient in, and that could be a criterion for consideration for certain kinds of funding. I think that would be a revolutionary change from how that work has been done in the past, and perhaps show the need in a more robust way. As far as public utilities, the Public Utility Commission and the utilities that fall underneath that umbrella, I've engaged that very peripherally, just at an inquiry level to understand better how PUC and their affiliates are engaged in the housing conversation. And because of the way that they are organized in the federal level of regulation on electricity in particular, I can't speak as well to franchise utilities like internet, but that's fairly complicated and it's something that we'd like to have a more robust conversation about, because your story is not unique, unfortunately, Chair. And there are certainly ways that cities can and could work with utility companies through franchise agreements, among other relationships that power companies have with cities, to work through availability. And some of that is happening and coordinated, and some of it's not. And that has implications on the ability for a city to produce units to meet their target. So in that way, you'll see that the housing production strategy program and the things that feed it, like the development ready land inventory, will put cities in a more proactive position on some of these questions, rather than leaving those questions to the market or participants in the market.
And I know we're pressing up against time, but this is a whole new thing. So I don't want to cut it short. Like I think the discussion's as important as the passing of it. And so we'll likely be going into our next item, but we can't not address our thoughts. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Sean.
We had one more brainstorm moment that Mr. Edging just shared with me. We are underway on a process improvement study. Thank you. As a result of legislation that happened at the end of 2024, I believe, which will look at a variety of challenges, one of which is the public work, a series of different segments of the development cycle, the whole development cycle as a whole, but segments of it, including building, public works improvement, and also land use and permitting, which likely will reveal and bring to light in a more meaningful way some of the challenges that you've described anecdotally. And that work, I believe, is due at the end of 2026.
Okay.
So look out for that.
Thank you. Okay. Now that we've exhausted this this topic, I think everybody's in agreement to move forward with this as is, with all the input, I guess, that we've given to the department, which can bring up a whole bunch of interesting spinoffs, I think, that we discussed. We're good. Okay. I think this is the last section. Yeah. Housing production strategy actions. And so I would direct us to, I guess there's two areas in this. One is our favorite chart. And do we feel comfortable where the boxes landed on the chart? And then I guess the other one, well, I guess that's it actually, because the residential model code is, which is the second slide to that, is embedded, I guess, in that chart. And really what we're trying to do, the core policy considerations are flexibility versus certainty, level of detail, and then local capacity and state support. And I would say those three areas are coincide with the what we heard section also, if that makes sense. So I'm just trying to frame that, this item, I'm trying to frame it. And I think I asked for clarity about this incentives versus the word incentives not being inserted in the safe harbor ones. Vice Chair.
I'll go and start this discussion. And it was one of the pieces that I raised before lunch and was going to save. I think, Thea, you said that we would save it for deliberations. And it's the way the department has designed the rebut pathway. And so it's repeated, right? That's correct in all the ways that we rebut the presumption. And so if I'm looking at, for example, the first one that comes up for me is the Division 8 0200 sub 4 for the large city middle housing rebuttable presumption. And so it contains the example of what can be rebutted there. And again, so I'll just repeat my question is, there's three things there. You can either adopt the model code, or you can demonstrate with data, or you can demonstrate with the feasibility analyses. Again, my understanding of that is this is the direct response to the request that was made through public comment, particularly by the League of Cities and other jurisdictions, to that column on our chart to please give us ways that we can rebut this. So I guess I'd be hard pressed to speak for cities exactly to say whether or not that fits, but I'm curious about the process that you all undertook to get to the point where you felt like it would fit for what the cities have requested. And were there other options that, I don't know, that we should think about? How do you feel about where that landed, I guess?
Lova and Vice Chair Lazo, thank you. I outlined a couple, some ranges of kind of options that we bounced around, one being that kind of checklist approach and one being kind of that more narrative, more discretionary approach, kind of like a prove up on it approach. And I invite Celestine and Thea to talk a little bit more in detail about some of the ways in which we thought about or bounce around in terms of how a city could navigate that rebuttal in more specifics.
Thank you.
Chair Halava and Vice Chair Lazo, thank you for the question. And I'll just start out, talking a little bit about the background of this. Vice Chair Lazo, you'll remember that at one point during this long process in the RAC and TAC, we had something called a compliance menu that we were looking at. So one of the, this is just sort of illustrative. One of the concepts that we played around with here is there some kind of, just a short menu, a short set of actions that you could just apply, a city could just apply, and then they could call that good as far as a rebuttal goes. We were trying to get to sort of the simplest way to respond, in a rebuttal, in a effective rebuttal. That was sort of one end. On the other end, and as we are always talking about, there's sort of like the predictability on the one end and flexibility on the other. So on the other end, allowing a city to really like bring to bear a narrative that demonstrates, with whatever evidence they have that their solution works better. So those are sort of two ends of the poles that we discussed. And I think that we ended up with these two in the rule, these proving up based on data or showing sort of with feasibility that current actions or actions that you're going to adopt will will effectively address those, that those were both, you know, they had enough structure around them that cities could do them. They could have some assurance that if they did them, they would, you know, the department would accept that. And, you know, and yet allow, you know, enough space. So these were just, you know, these were the ones, and some of them, you know, we had a very long list of ways to respond. And then we kind of, you know, move things around, combined. This ultimately was what, you know, staff and consultants, and based on a lot of conversations with advisory committees and interested parties, this is where we thought we could land it. But Celestina, if you have any thoughts, please.
Chair Halava, Vice Chair Lazo, is your question around more technical details of alternative considerations or process?
If I could, Chair, I guess where I'm headed is I'm trying to make sure that what we're going to pass again is acceptable for folks who have made comments that, you know, this thing is not acceptable at all to some degree, right? And that some of my colleagues have pointed out. And so I guess and that was very helpful, Thea, because what it sort of confirms for me, you know, I used to be a person who would say that flexibility actually means the opportunity for cities to, for lack of a better way, to sort of get out of something, right? But what it also means for a city, flexibility also means burden, right? That if you give me a checklist and all I got to do is check it off, then that's easy. If you give me the space, if you tell me what I have to do is do this big data thing and analysis, that's more difficult. So it seems like where we landed was on the more difficult end, unfortunately, but it also landed on the more flexible end. So yeah, I know it's just such a tough balance to strike, and for me, in the face of, you know, what we heard from cities, I'm struggling with how do we nail it exactly right.
Can I ask a clarifying question based on what you said? Is you said we ended up on a more flexible end, but this is why I kept on going back to what's the base? Because isn't the base flexible also? When I say the base, I mean what's in the base rules, like the statutory base, we've called it. I wrote it like different ways, different times. You know, so yeah.
It doesn't respond to, though, that the other thing the jurisdictions asked for, because they also asked for not only to be flexible, but also to give us some direction.
Okay.
Right. So to balance those two things. And again, I don't know if this does that. And it seems like it might tip one way, tip another way.
Seems like some commissioners really want to talk about it. So Commissioner Bennett first, and then Warren.
Just quickly on the model code, will that require a Measure 56 notice? It would seem that possibly it would. And if so, will the state be funding the jurisdiction to be sending them out?
You adopted by reference, right? So that there's not that process.
Maybe somebody could define the thing you just said. The lawyer. I don't know who could.
Loba and Commissioner Bennett.
You know what you're talking about. Commissioner Bennett, maybe you could define more what you meant.
John says he can.
Okay.
Yeah, Sean, if Sean's up there, but I'll start with if our legal counsel is there to make sure I get this right. But the Measure 56 notice would be only invoked should standards be actually, I think I should let Sean answer this question now that I was starting. Go for it, Sean.
Please define this Measure 56 when speaking about it.
Commissioner Halava, Chair Bennett, that's a great question. So rezoning does have a specific definition in statute, and it's one that either changes the base zoning classification of the property or establishes land use regulations that restrict uses that were previously allowed in the property. So if you restrict things or you change the zoning, say from like residential to a higher density residential or residential to commercial, that would be a rezoning. The model code, if you adopt it by reference, does neither of those things. It makes for an additional pathway. It doesn't change the base zoning classification, and it can be, either applied by reference, and then there's other situations in which it can be applied, but it doesn't constitute a rezoning. under.
Thank
state
you,
law.
because that could be a big sticky point with cities and counties too.
We use that same rationale to interpret that the middle housing standards did not require Measure 56 notice back in
Commissioner
years ago.
Warren.
I think I need help being convinced that the rebuttable presumption is the right compliance pathway to land for these HPS items. Can you all help me with that?
I also think that's a question for us, because I feel like the staff has put all their effort into getting to that. And the question, that's why I was saying, I think our question is really these charts. In the first one, contextualized housing need, right? Staff listened to all the comments, slid it over. In this one, this is where it landed. It looked like one slid over minimum standards. And this is to me, this is our decision.
Yeah, I think I'd like to know staff's rationale, though, why they're recommending that these land on rebuttable presumption over the safe harbor. Because like Vice Chair was talking about, there's that flexibility versus prescriptiveness balance. And then, of course, that comes with like, well, I don't really know what to do unless you tell me what to do question. And so I think there was a lot of thinking around why these landed here, probably as it relates to that balance. And I would love to hear staff's thought process there, please.
Lova and
go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry. I don't know if that was me echoing. I apologize. The perils of remote participation. Chair Lova and Commissioner Warren, I think when looking at the commentary from the proposed set of rules back in October, one of the things that that commentary, one of the themes of that commentary was that if a rebuttable presumption was to be chosen, that local governments were looking for a way to rebut that presumption. And the proposed rules in front of you provide a pathway for those local governments in several different ways to identify comparable standards, to use data to back up the standards that they are already using or actions that they're already using, or to describe how those through feasibility analysis that those alternatives are going to achieve the same outcomes. And from that perspective, the use of the rebuttable presumption tool is, the way to rebut the presumption is responsive to that commentary, because we have outlined those rebuttal options in the proposed set of rules.
That doesn't really answer my question, though. Like, why rebuttable presumption instead of a safe harbor in these cases?
I was going to say, I agree with you.
Can I add something to that? And Ethan, I guess, I mean, I'm reading something slightly different, and maybe you're in a different spot, but I'm reading from the LOC AOC letter of October 25. They talk about the model code, blah, blah, blah. It says proposed solution for mandatory adoption. It says if the model codes move forward, division 660-008-0200, 3A and 3B, which at that time were references to the model code for two of the rows, should be changed to a may instead of a must, as this would be in line with SB 1564 as adopted by the legislature. So I read that as may to must moves it from it doesn't, I think another place, and some of the cities also ask, if it's going to stay in there, then tell us how to rebut it. But that actually is asking us to make it to not make it a rebuttable presumption, to make it a safe harbor. Am I not reading that correctly? Right? Isn't that what the difference in may and must was in the code? So maybe there was a different part that
and I was
seems to me that was their specific rule.
I feel like this is the crash. I would say on the other chart, things slid over, and I would say on this one, it only slid over to address these issues. And for me, what I learned today which is really happy about the presentation, it really grounded me, because I read everything, but what grounded me is that the base allows for flexibility. So if you want to choose your own adventure, meet the requirements. And then if you don't want to do that, then tell me what to do. And that's, to me, in all the rulemaking we've done, we've tried to provide this or that, right? And we've seen what's the more adventurous part is when it passes to see who picks the the very prescriptive or the checkbox and who picks the choose your own adventure box. So I also don't, the rebuttal presumption is almost like a different base, but we already have a base. And I was frankly confused by, that's why I was like, we're probably going to revisit this, the city must unless thing. And when I see like, you can either adopt the code, you can do the historical data, or you can do feasibility analysis, I'm like, aren't you doing that in the base? In the sense that if you want to prove that your technique works and you're meeting the requirements, aren't you probably using historic data and aren't you probably using a feasibility analysis? So I'm like, I'm more falling in where, what I've heard through my whole time in the commission when talking with jurisdictions, that please just give me a safe harbor. And I think in the past, we've had a hard time, giving them a safe harbor. Like some of these things are really hard to do that, but it seems like we have a model code that could be a safe harbor because it is in the middle housing, it is on two of the line items. It just isn't on that middle one. I really like a lot kind of when, it's like when that light bulb goes off, you're like, yeah, the large household, the minimum standard to allow density by bedroom count. I'm like, that's really good. Because in the market, there's always a tendency to go for the studios and whatever, and you can make all your units, but really we're trying to get a more diversity of housing. So I was very excited that at least one of these things, we were able to come to a concrete thing that's like, here's the minimum standard. And everybody's like, yeah. The middle box to me is the ambiguous, and I'm sort of like the developer in me is like, tell me what to do. And if I don't want to do that, then I can do the base and I can use data for that. I can use feasibility analysis to meet that base. So coming into this, I didn't fully understand that base that we sit on. And I thought you don't really have that base. You have to pick one of these, but the base is still there, which is, I just keep on saying the base, but it's meeting the statutory requirements. That's still there. It's just trying to make an easier route, which is, I think, what the cities are saying. They want an easier route, right? And we got an easier route for the minimum standards and everybody likes that. And I feel that the safe harbor is a better way to go. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. I apologize for the phone calls. There are flood warnings in Clatsop County and it overrides all of the muting. Have to turn it off. So they think I'm drowning, but I'm not, at least not in water. We're drowning in other stuff here. So, so in my mind, maybe it's just advertising and my brain isn't complex or skilled enough, but for me, safe harbor expresses what we want to be saying to people. In that way, it just sounds easy and safe and affordable. So in my mind, if there's any way it can fit there, that's where we should put it, just because it will make it easier for people to adapt to the changes that we're demanding of them. Thanks.
I don't know who's first. Commissioner Warren.
I'm in a similar mindset to the chair and to my fellow commissioners. I guess why I asked staff the questions of why are we landing on rebuttable presumptions for these ones. I was hoping that there was a rationale for why we should also land there, but I haven't really heard like a good argument for like the rebuttable presumption is a better option for these things because. And so without that, I'm more tempted to also lean towards having that safe harbor for all of these things. So I just want to give you another opportunity to change my mind.
Chair Lova and Commissioner Warren, the purpose of the rebuttable presumptions is to highlight the importance of an action that a local government might take to respond to an identified need, and say that this action, applying the middle housing model code, for an example, is going to, in the state's analysis and in weighing all of the different options on the table for a local government to take to meet that need, the model code presents an opportunity that should be treated as an elevated baseline for that particular need. And so you can think of a rebuttable presumption as saying, sure, there's those base obligations that a local government has to meet in their housing production strategy action selection. But in this way, for this particular need, there is an elevated expectation that they're going to do at least this thing. And so the rebuttable presumption approach of a compliance pathway sets that and says, this is actually what we're striving, we're expecting a local government to implement to achieve that particular key housing need. And you don't get that same kind of like elevated expectation as would be the rationale under a safe harbor that you would for a rebuttable presumption.
And I had a question. If we take that same model code that's elevated and put it under safe harbor, there's still an option to take that and use it as a tool, right? I mean, it doesn't go away. It's still there. It's just not making you do the extra work unless you want to, I guess, right, under the base standards.
Yeah, Chair Lova, if I could, I just want to, I think after all of this time, that's exactly the way that a safe harbor would function in the context of this kind of regulatory framework. So
yeah,
I just wanted to come off and
the
say
classic.
confirm.
This is the classic role we play, which is yeah, the free breakfast at the hotel that I didn't know about till last year. The inside joke.
I was like,
is that balance between the state, and we are the state, are we not? And the folks that do, and not that we don't do work, but the folks that do the work on the ground and striking that. And one could imagine doing safe harbors and then seeing it's going well or whatever, and then making it more tough. One could imagine that, right? One could imagine the opposite, making it do a lot of work and then saying this is too much work and going down. I'm more of the give people the boxes they can check and monitor the situation like we always do. I mean, we say to ourselves, I think the point is in this commission, we always say to ourselves, when we pass something, it's not the end, but we have to pass something that we feel like is a great jump off point. And then if we start to see like abuse or whatever the case, I'm not even saying abuse, but like it's not working out in the exact way, then that it's time to revisit that chunk. And I just heard safe harbor a lot in this regard, and we've seemed to downgraded all the other ones. And when I say down, I don't mean like it's worse. It's just a different type of option. It's a may instead of must. Yeah.
I just want to respond to one thing too. Like, I just really appreciate you're all like trying to push us, right? And I think that's why these landed in that rebuttable presumption. And I just, Ethan, really appreciate it. And looking at these rules as a whole, like we're doing that a lot, right? This new rule package or new program is pushing cities a lot. And so I think my preference is to push them while also being sensitive to their local capacity. And so I'm definitely in the safe harbor place for at least adaptable, accessible, and affordable housing and middle housing.
And I want to just double confirm, because this is what I feel the same, and I just want to double confirm that it doesn't change the idea that it's a model code incentive equivalent or whatever the pieces are in there. It doesn't change that. And somebody has to say yes or no. It just moves it over from a must to a may. Is that accurate or not? I see.
Chair, if the I would like to just state but your question in a different way, because I want to make sure it's accurate. The structure of the compliance tool, or sorry, the structure of the standard, so tethering to the model code, would persist if the commission is interested in shifting the compliance tool. That same like tethering to the actual standard would not be impacted to any kind
we still
of like
have the model
substantial
code, is what you're
manner.
saying. You would
Right.
still have the model code. No one's getting rid of the model code. Is that what you're saying?
If I'm
using the word tethering. So I'm trying to make that
Sure.
regular language. The model code would not disappear. It'd still be there. It would just be in the safe harbor world, not the rebuttal presumption world. Is that what you were saying?
Right. Yeah. A shift of the compliance tool does not change the functionality of the tool itself.
Got it. Okay. Vice Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I so appreciate this conversation, and I just want to address staff who are sitting in front of us and looking maybe a little shell shocked. We've brought a lot, to you, and I agree. As I said before, I know where you're coming from. You all are the holders of the program goals and objectives, and I think it's commendable to have come forward the way you did to protect those. As Commissioner Bennett said, it sort of, in a way, doesn't mean anything if some of our critical partners are not willing to implement it. And it was really interesting to me to go through the RAC process and feel like we were all sort of moving in the same direction for a really long time until this moment. Right? If you go back and look at where this particular case, it was the rise of the model code to this sort of level, and that's sort of the point that the LOC and AOC letter make, is that it's become this mandatory piece, which it wasn't intended to be. I felt like most of the pieces before that we were in agreement around. And so, it's again, I live in sort of two different worlds, and it's hard to see that movement, but it's also, again, really critical for us to say to our partners, yeah, we heard the impact on you all, and we need to respond to that. And I think that's what you're hearing from these folks here. So I just wanted to reassure folks of that, and I'm going to bring those points forward from inside the RAC. That to me was just like, whoa, wait a minute, what happened here?
Yeah.
So.
And I don't know, like, let's say this was the first thing we ever did 5 or 6 years ago, maybe we would be in that bucket, right? Because I know when we did CFAC, right, we pushed that to the, and we got sued and we won and all sorts of stuff. We're at a different time period too. And so I am sensitive to, I want this to roll out. I want this to actually roll out really successfully. This is really important. And I think, all of you on the commission know when I was asked to join the commission, somebody whispered, I think housing is going to be a big thing. We need somebody who knows something about housing. I was like, oh, that's interesting. And here we are 8 years later. So this is a thing on top of all the other things. It's not, like I said, if this is the first thing we did 6 years ago, and we might come to a different conclusion, but we're in 2025 now, this year, with this budgets and these things and these constraints, and the getting to a model code is amazing. I mean, it's really hard work. So that's why one of the questions I asked is, like, it doesn't disappear just because if we move it over to safe harbor. I didn't want to do that because I think that's important. And then I think the adventure after that is to see what people pick. Are they going to pick the safe harbors, or are they going to pick the choose your own adventure? And I think that's going to influence in the future. Do some of these need to be changed to maybe minimum standards, right? Like, once we learn a bunch of stuff, we might be like, actually, no, we need a minimum standard, right? I just don't think we're there yet.
Chair, can I?
Vice Chair.
This is sort of a point of order where it's 3:22. What I'm hearing from some folks is that there's this desire to look at, could we move those compliance pathways into the safe harbor column? We have 400 pages of code, and I'm not sure that you want to spend, I don't know how long it would take us to rewrite that code right now. And so I'm asking maybe legal counsel, is there a way that the commission could direct staff to do that if we say exactly what we want? Because the code, inside the code, there already are safe harbors that exist and rebuttable presumptions that exist, so that the language, when you went through the code, the language, there's some small language changes that need to be made. But I don't want to sit here and try and do that right now for 4 or 5 different things. So what I heard from the chair was, and Christian Warner, could we just slide those all over to safe harbors? And can we provide that? Is that enough direction for us to pass the?
Yeah, I guess another way to ask is, can we read this motion as is and say that, like, chapter rule division, and then say written with language that moves the items in rebuttable presumption of safe harbor? That's my attempt at a motion.
Or we could stay through dinner and wordsmith.
I don't think we're wordsmithing.
We need a minute to the clock, that music they play in the interlude. Do, 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 that thing.
Is this a multi-day effort, or is this, can we come back with it tomorrow effort? I think we'd be better off coming back with it tomorrow and to hit our deadline, if that's possible. I'm also not the one that's gonna be ordering pizza for you guys at 3 o'clock in the
Yeah.
morning, so.
Is there a way that we can more, because we've done things like this before where we've said it and then it's not happened overnight.
Chair, I think Ethan might be able to clarify a lot of this for us,
Ethan?
if that's okay.
Yeah, I didn't see your hand. Sorry. Ethan.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to, I didn't want to lose sight of the adoption package that is in front of commission, which is the rules, which include all the amendments to the divisions, the model code itself, and the HPS menu of actions. And those are attachments A, B, and D. And the amended motion and all the alternative stuff, I'll leave that to Steve.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that. Sorry. I was looking at the motion, so I was thinking everything's in there, but it specifically says, I move that the commission adopt amendments to the Oregon Administrative Rules, Chapter 660 Division. We talked about this, right? 7, 8, 21, and 24. So we talked about that as recommended, and we're talking about changes to 8. As recommended by the department and shown in attachment A, adopt these 3 Senate Bill 1564 model codes, right? So it's including the codes as shown in attachment B. And my favorite item of all time, adopt the updated housing production strategy guidance for cities, HPS menu 2.0 shown in attachment D. And so that's basically taking the housing production strategies, but making it into a sortable tool and database and so on and so forth. But like they said, we only have a PDF. We have a PDF of what it looks like. So it includes all that. And maybe while they think on their item, does anybody have any issue with adopting because the only thing we didn't talk about really was the housing production strategy guidance, the tool we already have, but now making it into a database. Vice Chair.
I still have a Division 8 piece around the acceleration program.
Oh, yes, the acceleration program.
If that would be a good distraction, I'm happy to point to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
But really quickly before you do that, does anybody have any issue with the housing production strategy guidance? Because that's the only thing we didn't talk about. Okay, so you're good there. Okay, acceleration.
So Ethan, this is it's the new piece. Oops. It's the new piece in the acceleration program for referral for noncompliance. It is Division 8 0310 sub 2 sub D. Let me get. It says, I didn't catch this before, but it says. Sub 2, the department, this is under the referral for noncompliance and adoption of HCA and HPS. So this is referral into the acceleration program, right? The things that could get you referred in. Sub 2 this says the department must refer a city that has, lists 2 things. And then the new piece is sub D. Now here's what the sentence says: missed deadlines, submitted incomplete or non-responsive materials, or has otherwise not made a good faith effort to adopt a housing capacity analysis or housing production strategy. My issue with the sentence is that is the or. I think what you've intended to do there is capture folks who are acting and not acting in good faith, right? That they're missing deadlines purposefully. They're just ignoring us. Or they submitted something that was incomplete. Let's say I left off a page out of my PDF. But according to Section 2, you must refer them into the program. And I know inside the acceleration program, you have options about who you are going to prioritize and all that. But I'm wondering if there's a way to flip that sentence so that it more clearly states the intention that what we're trying to do is capture folks who are not acting in good faith or not made a good faith effort, such as missing deadlines, submitted incomplete or non-responsive materials, rather than capturing everybody who might miss a deadline or submit something incomplete. And particularly the word "or" there is, because that means it can be any of those things. And then again, it's a must refer. That was my issue with it.
Ethan, are you the right person to respond, or?
Yeah, I think I'll start, Chair Lova and Vice Chair Lazo. I think that's a good point in terms of the construction of actual text. I think what you described in terms of the intended outcome is accurate, but I will look to Thea.
Hi, thanks Chair Halova. Thanks Vice Chair Lazo. You characterized the intent accurately. I don't think we see an issue with orienting the sort of the primary clause of the sentence to, bad faith actor or not acting in good faith, such as, I'm not sure that there's much to add.
So it sounds like the language you proposed is acceptable for you to edit, because trying to see what Steve had to say, and I don't know if the telephone made it properly. So maybe you could say,
You want me to say it, Steve?
in the sense of, are we revising, not for this, sorry, not for the question just asked. Can we just say general language and pass it? Or do they need to write specific language? And I'm going to ask, can you write specific language before 5 o'clock? I know that's wild to say, but I'm just asking, yes, do we need to, what do we need to do?
I mean, it's preferable to have specific language in front of you, so where it's very clear, but
Can it be specific emotion language is what I'm saying, or does it have to be specific?
we could have direction and emotion, or we could have specific language. I would prefer specific language if we can get there.
Okay.
So that there's very, very good clarity as to what we're doing.
Okay.
And I
Mhm.
think we can take our next break and try to come back with that. Whoa.
Yes. Okay.
Chair Oliva, we can bring language by 5 for sure.
Okay. Oh, that's good. Just try not to let it, because I know some people have to not, at least one commissioner can't be here tomorrow. So, I mean, for part of tomorrow. So I just wanted to see if there was a way to do it before the end of the day. Okay. I'm trying to look at all the faces like, do you all agree? All the faces. Yes. Yes. Okay. So are we in agreement that they should go and work on the may not must language, and also on the language to clarify this referral program to meet to the language to make sure it does what everyone's saying it does? Yeah, new language for that. Okay. I think all of them is what we're talking about. Yeah, that they would bring this, would they bring this back before 5? Can we pass all of them that are not those two things I just said? Just wait. Okay. Okay. There's no satisfaction. Let me give 2 seconds for them to think about it.
Get done by 5 and
Okay, so if they can't get it done by 5, then we'll pass what we have and then leave that 2 pieces, I would call them, for tomorrow. Okay. That's a lot. That's one of the most robust, if not, CFEC was pretty robust though, I can't deny. Okay. Feels unconclusive, but it's actually very conclusive. So we're going to break for 15 minutes. So we were supposed to start at basically we're supposed to start our agenda at 3:15, and so now it looks like we'll be starting at 3:45. Let's do 3:45. So it's a half an hour that we're over, and so we might be running. And we were supposed to end at 4:45, so that would be, if we keep with the agenda item as long as it is, that'd be 5:15. But then hopefully they'll come back with something, so it might be, I'm going to say latest 6, but I'm just going to throw it out there. We don't have anywhere to go. Okay. Yeah. Oh, maybe we do have somewhere to go. Is that okay? Oh, break. Okay, we're gonna take a break till 3:45. With item number 4, goal 5, cultural areas, we're making deliberation and adoption. Back to the December meeting of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. We just took a 10-minute, 15-minute break. We are on item 4, goal 5, cultural areas, rulemaking, deliberation, and adoption. And the comment period for this item closed on October 31st, so no further comments will be accepted. The commission will be asked to take action on this item. And I wanted to mention that Commissioner Thompson is the liaison for the commission on this item, so we'll hear from her during deliberation. And we have if we kept with our original schedule, we have an hour. The question is, does that work? Yes. Okay. So we can keep within that. And then after that, we will revisit item number 3 that we left open and come back to that. Thank you. Welcome, Deputy Director.
Thank you, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, members of the commission. My name is Kirsten Green. I serve as the agency's Deputy Director and Tribal Liaison at the Director's Delegation. I'm here flanked by some really knowledgeable folks, Gordon Howard, Community Services Division Manager on my left, and Amanda Punton, Natural Resource Specialist and Technician, author of the rules on my right. It's very humbling to be back here before you on this topic. We appreciate the time. I don't think it'll take a full hour, and certainly appreciate Commissioner Thompson's guidance all the way through. She's been a guiding light and a supporter for a couple of years now. So just as a reminder, this is a revision. It's tab 4 in your packet if you'd like to follow along. It's a revision to the rule that you adopted last year, practically on this day. So very much deja vu. And the goal of the rulemaking is to improve awareness of cultural resources, and the intent is to lead to better preservation of the state and tribe's cultural heritage. The department does ask that commission deliberate and consider adoption today. Before I go on, I wanted to just remind maybe the listening, anyone who's listening or who may be listening in the future, why this came to the agency and how. This actually was brought to the agency by representatives of two physically came to the commission on January 2021 and asked that the commission initiate rulemaking on this matter. Representatives of the Confederate Tribes of Kusla, Umpqua, and Sayusla Indians and the Coquel Indian Tribe, as well as the then Executive Director of the Legislative Commission on Indian Services. So it's been a journey. We became first aware of this issue in actually 2000. I'm racking my brain on what was going on with the global pandemic at that time and how we were able actually to come in front of you in January 2021. But a lot has happened since then, and really hours and hours of work by representatives of tribes, local government, staff, and community members on this. So we're quite pleased with where we are. There's certainly more work to do, but I'll get into it. So the guiding principles for this rulemaking, we shared these with you in November of 2023 in Medford. But pretty simple, but to improve awareness, to reduce impacts on these resources, to respect permitting timelines under state law, the 120 days for cities and 150 days for counties. So wanting to respect that development will be continuing. We don't have statutory authority to change any of that. So it's kind of weaving a way to work within that constraint, and also very much respecting Governor Kotek's state housing production objectives. We know we're in the middle of a great crisis here. So the charge you gave us just back in March was on 3 issues. One, to specify who can apply to bring a culturally significant landscape feature forward. The second was how that application should be reviewed, either quasi-judicially or legislatively. And the third was to clarify some special circumstances with the Portland Metro Area UGB. Just a note, few things to recognize here. The Rulemaking Advisory Committee members are listed on page 54 of your packet. It's the last page there, but want to just underscore and thank the League of Oregon Cities for serving on the RAC throughout the process, both years. Alexandra Ring has been here this afternoon. She did have to leave to take care of some business, but I want to thank her in absentia. Also representatives of 8 of the 9 federally recognized tribes in Oregon. Burns Paiute hadn't been able to mount representation at the committee itself over the years, but we had been in touch with them and certainly will be back in touch with them if these rules should pass about any notices they'd like to receive. So 4 Rules Advisory Committee meetings this year. And mentioned Commissioner Thompson liaison, didn't miss a one, nor any of the work sessions in between. We held a 60-day comment period, received 15 formal comments that are in your packet. Those are all very meaningful comments, and we want to thank those who took the time. It's okay. It's not the 333 received under ONA, but here we appreciate everyone as well. Held 4 work sessions with the League of Oregon City and the Association of Oregon Counties co-sponsorship. Again, thanking them in absentia, Brandon Persinger there at AOC. Those were really helpful to make sure that local governments had heard about the rules, had an opportunity to ask questions. And those conversations did certainly shape our understanding of the rules and their implementation. And some of those themes that we heard there were underscored by the written comments. We held 2 tribal consultations at their request with the Klamath tribes and also the Confederate Tribes of Warm Springs in person. And then, of course, you heard from Chairman Ray at the public hearing in September in Klamath Falls. So to the responses to the charge, this is all of it just on one slide. So we did end up in these rules you saw in the staff report, limiting the parties that could bring an application that the local government would consider placement of a culturally significant landscape feature on an inventory to Oregon governments alone. And that is defined and limited to tribal governments in terms of tribes representation to local governments, federally recognized tribes in Oregon. We know this is somewhat painful as it does narrow the pathway to this sort of automatic consideration. It doesn't determine the conclusion, of course, of the application. Terminated tribes, obviously the history in Oregon on indigenous communities is very painful. And so there are several tribes in Oregon that still are not recognized. So they would still have a pathway of appealing directly to the local government to carry that request. Also the same for tribes in other states. So this does narrow, but we hope that it does provide some more reasonable sideboards on who can bring an application. There was concerns that sort of a NIMBY or not in my backyard or development blocking concern would all of a sudden find a culturally specific identity and start bringing applications under the rules that you considered last year. So right now it's limited. The process for the amendment, even though we think of these as legislative amendments because they're, broad cultural resources, matters of sort of policy and heritage, in some instances, they could be very limited in geographic scope, and that would mean in certain circumstances, they would need to be considered as a quasi-judicial application. Local governments would probably need to consult their own attorneys on a case-by-case basis to see that. We know that from their participation and their comments, the Confederate Tribes of Warm Springs does not find quasi-judicial applications culturally appropriate to tribal governance because it's all discoverable. There's no protection of confidentiality there. So I just wanted to mark that for the record. There is still, the state still carries a government-to-government consultation responsibility with tribes. So that's consistent here, and nor does this limit any treaty rights that might be held by tribes that were had successful treaties upheld and by the U.S. government. So I can't talk about this second item without saying Strawberry Hill four-wheelers versus Benton County, but that is the Supreme Court case that defined when something should be a quasi-judicial application as opposed to a legislative, or treated as a quasi-judicial application as opposed to a legislative amendment. And so we'll see what comes in and how it would be processed. So we didn't make any changes on that element. Finally, in recognition of Metro's role in urban growth boundary amendments, Amanda and Laura Kelly and some other folks created a whole new section 7 of the rules that consolidated urban growth boundary amendments that includes the sort of fix for how Metro holds their urban growth boundary amendment and consultation and then ascribes that to a local government to continue that consultation, specifically when they go prepare their comprehensive plans and zoning ordinances. So because of the year and additional good public process, we do have some other recommended changes that went beyond your charge. And those are noted in your staff report. The first is, clarifying the relationship between archaeological sites and significant Goal 5 resources. The goal here is to kind of create all archaeological sites the same. Previous drafts actually had all archaeological sites automatically made part of a local government's comprehensive plan inventory. So this breaks that apart. We said that doesn't have to be the business of local governments. They didn't proactively place them on their inventory. So we leave that with the State Historic Preservation Office to regulate. The second, we clarified the definition of cultural areas. The previous draft had where both are present. So you either had archaeological sites or cultural resource sites or where both are present, which is honestly landscape features where both are present is common. So where you have a culturally specific landscape feature, thanks Amanda, you probably also have archaeological resources. However, the processing of those types of resources are distinct in local governments, and we were advised to keep them distinct for local governments processing. So I want to thank City of Salem and others who really appealed to us to keep those distinct. So that is a change. A third is the approach to notice for ground disturbing activity. This is a pretty significant change. So in the rules that you adopted a year ago, we asked local governments to notify the tribes within 7 days of receiving an application. Local governments, including the league, testified that it's very uncomfortable for them in a number of ways. Just because they received an application doesn't mean the application is complete. So there also can be a lot of change between when one receives an application and when it's deemed complete. Also, local governments don't often collect fees until the application is complete. So we would be asking them to do work here, particularly without funding, if they were to start notifying tribes before completeness. So the current draft is to notice tribes within 5 days after the packet is determined complete. And that is consistent with a process that some cities are used to, because that's when they would notify the Division of State Lands if there was a suspected wetland in the area. So it tried to tie it to an already existing kind of trigger, if you will. The consistency with the State Historic Preservation Office, that is simply, removing a step that's not necessary for their review and also could hold up applications. So we just simply removed, at the request, we removed their name from the draft. Nothing else changes under state law. They're still responsible for all the things they're responsible for archaeological and cultural resources in Oregon. Mitigation measures. So this is when a tribe comments. In the previous draft, we had a set of steps a local government might take to advise the applicant on how to avoid a resource. Because so many cities in Oregon and counties in Oregon don't have experience, not many people do, with archaeological and cultural resources, we agree that this is probably an unfair burden to put on city staff to try and come up with avoidance measures when it's outside their professional skill or training. We do plan to provide guidance in this area, but we took it out of the rule. Almost finally, there's a relation to the Columbia River Gorge scenic area that we noted in here. When we had the webinars, it was actually a frequently asked question of how these rules play with long established consultation procedures in the Columbia River Gorge scenic area. And those protocols supersede these rules. So we just made that clear that if you're in the Columbia River Gorge scenic area, those rules prevail, and these rules apply elsewhere. And then a provision for existing programs. The star example here is Coos Bay. They've had an existing program for consulting with tribes for 40 years since acknowledgement, very rare in the state. So we had a provision, we've added a provision in the rule whereby if you had that, by basically the adoption of these rules, please proceed with your program. You don't need to go back and fix anything, readopt your program. So that is the changes in the rules. I will just flip to preparing for implementation unless there's any questions on those changes in the rules.
Any questions about changes in the rules?
Okay. No, thank you. So this is now a program as opposed to a project. So setting up long-term kind of program on this, and it's new for DLCD, but we're glad for it. This is, how to begin to assist local governments and tribes to set up the protocols for these notice procedures. So the effective date is set out to January 1st, 2027. Amanda and her team of some very skilled regional representatives are preparing model ordinances and procedures. Those include the notice to developers that is advisory. When anyone would come in for a ground disturbing activity permit, they would receive a reminder about state law on inadvertent discovery in Oregon. So just really putting it more frontally that all of Oregon has been in habitation for thousands and thousands of years. And if you find anything suspicious, you should make some phone calls quickly. Amanda's working on that. The consulting with tribes on the notice, pretty quick here, is supporting Director Bateman to reach out to the chairs of the 9 tribes to ask them formally for which cities and counties in Oregon they would like to receive notices. There are some tribes in Oregon that may wish to receive none due to capacity constraints. So we'll keep you posted on that. And then guidance on handling comments. I mentioned this earlier, sort of, what to do when a tribe answers. There are some jurisdictions that have shared with us that they simply staple the whatever they receive from the tribes to the application and provide that to the developer without trying to intervene in between there, but providing guidance there. And then we do plan on starting quarterly informational drop-in sessions, again, hopefully with AOC and LOC, starting in early February, actually, to look at those first notices, and that'd be the change to the development protocols in cities so that they can get in queue to update their standards locally before the first of the year next year. So I think that covers it from our perspective, but certainly here for questions. Thank you.
Any questions or discussion? And we could hear from Commissioner Thompson. Any overarching thoughts?
Well, they didn't pay me, but I had more fun than I ever thought possible because, this was international diplomacy conducted body, mind, heart, and soul with incredibly skilled people who came together to look at what had been brutal conflict and want to turn it into how do we live together with respect. So of course there were differences of opinion. Of course there will be differences of opinion going forward. But to begin the conversation and to proceed with the clarity and grace provided by the staff work was a thing of beauty. Bonus points for getting to go listen to tribal members and authorities tell us their point of view because they weren't shy. They had been invited. They told us their truth. It wasn't news to a lot of us, but it's always good to listen to what people have to say and hear how they want you to be with them. I'd like to see us do more of that. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to say, this is kind of an example of what we had said earlier in many agenda items about passing rules and then refining it, not that long after. So it's great to pick up the thread, the pieces that are to button it up. So I'm excited to see that. And also concur having the consultations and government to government relations with the tribes was something that's always been needed and has just, really started being implemented. I want to commend both Commissioner Thompson for her leadership on this, but also Deputy Director Green for being the liaison from the department and advancing this work. Very important work, that it was brought to us and asked of us. I don't know if anybody has any other comments or wants to make a motion.
Chair, I'd be happy to make a motion, Commissioner Thompson, moves that the commission adopt the updated rules for cultural areas as provided in attachment A with an effective date of January 1, 2027.
Anyone would like to, Commissioner Thompson makes the motion. Anyone want to second? Commissioner Bennett seconds the motion.
I'll second the motion.
And Adam to do the roll call.
Commissioner Bennett,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lazo,
Aye.
Chair Halova.
Aye. And with that, the motion passes on the Goal 5 cultural areas. We're making deliberation and adoption. Deputy Director.
Thank you. Director Bateman was out of the room when we began, but so now I'll take the opportunity to say that none of this would have happened, of course, without the commission's indulgence, but also director's permission, support, and leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think to add to that, ever since we made the land acknowledgement, right? I remember when we first made it, we were like, every time I got it, we read it, it was just like, it wasn't a comfortable feeling, not because of the land acknowledgement, just more from what are we doing about this land acknowledgement was more the uncomfortable part. And I was thinking as I'm coming to the end of my term, how much better it feels to read the land acknowledgement, given not just this cultural work, but, land back initiatives that the department's partnered with tribal communities, being invited to sacred spaces. We've been invited to sacred spaces multiple times, and how powerful that is for relationship building, changing our perspectives on how things should be, our advocacy with other departments at the state, and how we can partner and do interagency relations as an advocate for our tribal relations. It's just very different right now than when we started and didn't even have a land acknowledgement. So Commissioner Paramine was the one that really brought forward, am I correct? The fact that we needed one. So I was gonna say, I started with Commissioner Paramine, she's not here anymore. And then became uncomfortable. And then we did something about it, right? We didn't just let that uncomfortability stay with us. We acted on it. And I would say you cannot do that action without leadership at our level. You cannot do that action without leadership at the staff level. And it's an amazing, I don't know if it's a precedent or what I want to say, but if it's like other government entities want to view that, it seems like you need that at both levels, and the desire to do that work. So I'm super excited, and I hope this is just the first it's not the first actually, because we've done a bunch of things, but in rulemaking, this might be the first actually, of many more to come. So I thought I'm really excited about that. Okay. I will not read what's on my sheet because that's not what's happening. We are probably going to take a break, maybe. How long of a break? How long of a break? Yeah, so we have scorecards. I guess the question is, because we're here, and how long do they need? Is there any items we can advance? Because I know one commissioner is going to be out tomorrow, and another one's going to be out for half of the day tomorrow. So if there's something that we want to advance that's not mission critical for somebody coming and listening tomorrow.
That's a good point. Thank you, Chair. Actually, if you would not mind wading into the commission business a little bit and talking about your kind of your check-ins from your regions and recent observations. We do have a very full commission business item tomorrow that I was worried about getting through. So if you want to take care of that piece of it, that'd be great.
Yeah, that's great, because we want everybody to hear that. Commissioner Warren, maybe there's some paperwork, because some commissioners are going to be here tomorrow. There's some paperwork in here that's getting questions about.
Oh, the paperwork. Yes, there may be something that looks relatively new to you. If it's the stipend form, then there's a piece that's in Oregon law, and we're working on new policies around that too, that we can talk about more tomorrow. But there's an income threshold that if you would like a stipend for your participation on the commission and you meet certain eligibility criteria, including an income criteria, there's a form there for you to fill out. So just let us know if that's something that you're interested in and eligible for. We're happy to process that for you.
And is that a new offering that the state has, or?
I believe it is relatively new. Yes. Last session, maybe. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
The way this paper looks, I haven't seen it, so I was wondering. Okay, so surprise, we're gonna go through our jurisdictions and talk about observations, interesting things that you want to bring forward that are land use, housing, coastal, anything affiliated with what we do. And are you ready in the end, Commissioner Porter?
Yes, I'm ready, because I don't have anything new from the last meeting to share. And so, I'm sorry for that, because I'd love to be able to share stuff going on down there, but I don't have anything new. So, thank you though.
Yeah. Commissioner Bennett.
I just made a few notes from meeting with the county planning directors that I thought I'd quickly share. This is in no apparent order, but what I did was, as I mentioned, I was their keynote speaker, which I thought I was just a panelist, but so I gave them 45 minutes because I actually wasn't prepared for 2 hours. And during that time, I just said, tell me what you want me to take back to LCDC and DLCD. And as I mentioned earlier, they were just really turned on the position of the RACs and the leadership from Director Bateman. And I think that's really important. Just some of the points, though, that they had was, they said it's really hard to tell their commissioners and others about conflicts, in the sense that you can put in a solar farm, but you can't put in a second house for a farmer that's struggling. And it really made a lot of sense, because they said you're taking up 20 or 100 or 200 acres where one house where it would be helpful. And they said this is hard for them just at the desk. And Stuart, who's worked at the counter, knows when you're trying to explain to people, especially when you get a resource ground, which is the county's kind of thing. So it's just kind of food for thought, and just take these as, because some of the things I think later on we should perhaps, and I've talked to the director of having a work session where we just kind of delve into any of these that are any value. One of the concerns, they really got into the LUBA cases. And this, how much work that it's at the county level. And they said, we know it isn't LCDC, but maybe you could push forward how much work it is for them to prepare again. The applicants don't pay them, but they've got to gather all of the information and send it back, and then send it to the Court of Appeals or whomever. And, once again, we're talking the majority out of the counties, they're mostly two people functions. And so they said, every time one person say, every time you guys make a rule and then we get sued, we have to take and defend it, and can't you help us? And I know it's tough times, but it's just something for us to be thinking about of our counties, and I'm sure it relates to the cities too. The local government recover their costs for submitting LUBA data. They felt like that that the agency and LCDC did not support the counties with FSEC. And having been a county that dealt with FSEC, and this is when they're not following the local government's comp plan. And FSEC is FSEC. It kind of does its own thing. I don't know if you've had experience with them, but they tend to just do their own thing. And counties, in particular those where they're having a lot of energy development, that they said, we've got our comp plan, but FSEC goes, that's nice, and does whatever in the world they want. And so it's just something for us to be cognizant of. And I don't know whether we even have any influence over whether Department of Energy wants to even get involved. So I'm just throwing it out there without putting any weight. One of the things that was somewhat sobering, I guess, several of them said, and I took this as one person's quote, was just because Senate Bill 100 was good when it was passed, it's not meeting our needs now. And there was a general acknowledgement around the group, and there was a lot of head nodding. And as I mentioned to the chair and the vice chair, we were just getting our drinks there, that it's something because there was also, and not being with my former colleagues, but maybe Commissioner Thompson could chime in, that the commissioners had a lot of informal chats about this next go round, that they were looking that it was a chance to, the county commissioners, that it was a chance to take another look at Senate Bill 100. How that went, I wasn't there, and I don't know. I'm not trying to put you on the spot but I did hear it informed.
It was.
So it's just something, once again, for us to be heads up about. They said, why can't we have lots of record anymore? And I believe that's a statutory, it waned. I'm pretty sure that waned, and there was there was a cutoff and that was that. Once again, there was a concern about ag viability and opportunities. In other words, that it was kind of an outgrowth of the discussion on the farm stands, is that, that you have to be open when we look at these things, that in order to be successful, they have to do a lot of things in order to be successful, in order to keep going, or else we're going to just see corporate farms and that, so that we take a broad look at that. All in all, they were really appreciative. I extended to them that we really cared, and we looked at them as our partners and not in just words only. One of the things, and I spoke briefly to the deputy director about it, was they really felt like both they and the city planners didn't have a real direct voice into things. And I said I would carry back an option of perhaps creating ex officio members on LOAC, and let the two planning directors associations appoint someone as ex officio that wouldn't be there, but then they'd have more of a direct pipeline, so that we don't have the practitioners out there doing their thing. And really, we're only hearing about them when they're writing letters to us or testifying, that they feel like they're there. And it also, to me, it always moves us closer to goal one tools. And so it was there. Overall, they seemed to be pleased with what we were doing. That there's always going to be places, but there was generally, they were really pleased with, or okay, knowing full well there was a strong current that they felt like they were in the middle, though, because their bosses wanted one thing. You had the development community and the conservation community, because counties have resource ground, and that's a conflict area right off. Just mention it. And there was a lot of conflict there, and they felt, that it was really stressful, because they're trying to do what the state law is, but commissioners want whatever the constituents want, and conversely, then they're being pushed by other groups. And we saw that in the solar work. I mean, to be honest, we saw that as an organization. So that was that. I do think that, I told them, contact any of us, because we're the voices that there. And so I thought that I directed everybody to the webpage and said, I'll always listen no matter where, but I said your more appropriate person is the rest of it. And so with that, Chair, that's what I got.
Thank you.
Oh, and from the east side, we're starting to see a lot of houses on the market, which means things are changing. I don't know, when you were over there, if you noticed, we went from absolutely no signs and being on the market for less than 30 days, now for 6 months. or longer, which means a change in that. We watch Idaho really closely. Idaho has about a 20% drop in value in the Boise metro area from last year. As far as housing prices, it's been things are kind of really squirrely, I would say. And so that's just, it's not that dramatic in the east side of Oregon, but right across the border, it's just changed just that. So with that, that'll mean there's more contractors available from the Boise area and for in the Oregon side. So
Interesting. Commissioner Thompson.
Well, may you live in interesting times. Yeah, I first want to respond to what my colleague Commissioner Bennett said. I think there's a general feeling of it's kind of like politicians. Politicians in general are disliked as a class, but my representative is good. There are a lot of people who love the folks that they work with at the department. The problem comes, I think, with what's perceived as a plethora of unfunded mandates from the state. I try and talk about who's going to pay the cost to implement this. How can we ease administrative burden? And those comments are said in response to that repeated refrain that I hear. You know, we want to do what we can, but our resources are limited, our talent is limited, our housing prices are high. And so we are constrained. This is complicated at the coast by the fact that ICE is in our communities. I stay in regular communication with Lincoln County. This chokes me up, I'm sorry. With Lincoln County commissioners, I get news reports 8:30 in the morning that ICE is at the Warrenton Home Depot. Our people are living in fear in terms of the impact on education and healthcare and pretty much every industry within my counties all up and down the coast. There is the impact of the federal policies. There's the impact of ICE. There is the impact of the reduction in coverage for healthcare. What's happening with the federal government and the conflicts with our state officials and local officials is some people see it as a constitutional crisis. Other people see it as an essential truing up of excesses by the previous administration. Sometimes those people shout at each other, including at my breakfast table. Just, you know what I mean? So being with people who have very strong differences of opinion is happening at the family level. It's happening at the community level. It's happening at the state level. That has a disorganizing effect. It makes it hard to agree on what to do. When I was just listening to the SHPO and HAPO and all of this stuff, I'm thinking to myself, okay, my Arch Cape and Cove Beach neighbors said, nah, we don't want to incorporate because we don't want to have to do city things. And a lot of the city things they didn't want to have to do were related to housing. Because when we say we need affordable housing, they say, oh no, they need to live where the jobs are in Cannon Beach or, you know, someplace farther away. Well, you know, everybody who says that has people who come in to do housekeeping work and landscape work, firefighters, medical care. So there's a disconnect related to economics and related to political persuasions and all of that. So in an effort to make sense of the world, I thought I should read more books. So I not only read our material, so I appreciate Adam's work because it was a book and more. But the partializing of the information was extremely helpful, and the flow of it, it meant that I could cope with keeping up with it. So I just want to take my metaphorical hat off to you because you managed that information flow in a way that made it easier for me. Jim Moore wrote a book about Governor Atiyeh, and I've been reading that because it talks about the early days of this department, this commission. And what I noticed was he promoted it as being a support for economic development, which he saw as essential. We are conservation and development. He said that we could provide certainty. Well, then I read most of Abundance, which talks about, oops, from progressives to progressives, what went wrong. And there was one quote that I wrote down because it just stopped me in my tracks. Either we build faster or we accept catastrophe. There is no third option. I thought, well, isn't that interesting? So looking at how do we build faster given challenging circumstances, not having control over everything, having strong differences of opinion, but needing to come together as community, as commission, as department. May you live in interesting times. Thank you.
Commissioner Warren.
Let's see. So in Southern Willamette Valley, sad to report that housing developments come to an almost crawl at this point in time. Kind of go off of what Chair said earlier, most of the development we're seeing happening is in subsidized affordable housing right now, because that's where there's money available for folks to do that work. We're not seeing a whole lot of market rate development happen. The city of Eugene has a growth monitoring program, which shout out to them, is amazing. If you want to see like a year-to-year report on what's actually happening on the ground, their growth monitoring program has an awesome webpage you can go on and you can just explore all the data. And preliminary results for 2025 right now are not looking good. Production's down massively. On to economic development. I attended an economic summit a couple of weeks ago put on by the Eugene Chamber of Commerce, which really featured a few speakers. One was John, I'm going to butcher his last name, Topanga from Eco Northwest. Really great presentation about Oregon's economy, the future of Oregon's economy. Unfortunately, also not looking good. And he has a couple options for us. And I think the one that's most relevant to this commission is that we need to increase urbanization in Oregon dramatically. Right now, if you look at Oregon as a whole on acreage, our percent of urbanization is very low. I mean, I think we're like 5th in the United States or something. And it's like Alaska's down there, right? So, his premise is that we can afford to urbanize more land than we have been to help drive some of our economy and create better jobs, more places for people to live, and start working on the stimulus from that direction. Which is ironic because Governor Kotek a couple of weeks ago just announced her prosperity roadmap. So, like Chair said earlier, there was whispering about housing when she came on to this commission. I think there's going to be whispering about economic development in our future for the next couple of years. And I think so we're going to probably shift a little bit away from housing, probably start thinking more about jobs and how do we start moving the needle a little bit there. I think that's what I got.
Commissioner Boyd.
Thank you. I do not have much myself either, except just I think I keep talking about that I'm part of the process of doing annexation and zone change with the city of which I live. I don't live in the city, but the city that I call home. And it is quite the process. We are 1 year in and we're not even annexed or zone changed yet. I'm just blown away by this process. And so they're going to be needing another extension. We just keep extending 6 months, 6 months, 6 months at a time. And it is a rigorous process. I don't know how somebody does it for a living, but it's, yeah, we just had a public hearing with the neighborhood, and of course you get a lot of NIMBYs. So there's a lot of that happening, and they're raising their flags pretty high on the issue. So yeah, that is all I have. It's just been really fun to go through the process. It's nice to be able to maybe speak the language a little bit. So thanks. Vice Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I'm gonna, mine aren't too specific to the work we do, but just kind of peripheral to it. One is, I don't know if folks may not follow the Portland news, but the director of the Portland Housing Bureau was recently, I think she recently, I think the technical term is she recently resigned under pressure from the mayor. And it sounded like the prevailing opinion is that it was a difference of opinion about how we approach our folks who are living outside. And that the Housing Bureau, and I knew the director, she had actually come from, she came from somewhere in Europe that had a very strong social housing model.
Austria.
And you know that, was it actually Austria? Austria. And the Portland City Council also has some movement towards looking at social housing being provided by the city. So, again, the prevailing opinion is that it was a difference of opinion with the mayor who has put forward a strong commitment around overnight shelters as the solution to folks living outside. And so I thought that was an interesting tell about where the priorities of the city and the county might be right now around housing. The other is there's a Sightline article that recently came out. Folks, we've heard from Michael Anderson from Sightline a few times, that was titled Portland's Inclusionary Zoning Housing Program is finally working. His assertion is that it started working once it was fully funded as a program. And so it really reminded me of some of the, what I like to call the HALVA tools in the ONA program can be implemented to impact, where investments get made in communities and how we can move those goals and objectives forward. I actually worked on inclusionary zoning in Portland a long time ago with Matt Shabold when he was at the city of Portland. And it also shows that over the years, when they turn the dials just right, we can get these programs to be successful. And I think that's also true. Matt and I worked for around the middle housing pieces also in the city of Portland. And again, that those, once you start turning the dials just right and the market conditions are just right, those kinds of programs can actually be successful with the kinds of, I pause because these statements were going to be made after we had voted on ONA, so they're not intended to influence you, but they, as we can implement programming that is intended to reach goals and objectives. On the flip side of that, for folks who are New York Times readers, I don't know if you caught an article recently. I thought that was so interesting in the New York Times that the title of it was "The Housing Strategy That Has California NIMBYs in a Corner," and it talks about something called, the law is called the Builder's Remedy, and it was designed to break the political logjams that have made California one of the most difficult places in the country to build. The law works by nullifying local zoning rules when cities fail to plan for enough housing as required by the state. So this really significant, and it says it's been on the books since 1990, but rarely used until the last couple of years. And again, it also reminded me that by being proactive on a program like housing, like ONA, that we're moving forward what I hope are a balanced combination of carrots and sticks, so that we don't end up having developers feel like they're in a position to just have to break out the sticks, which is what sounds like it's happening in California, who again, some of this work early on was modeled after the regional housing model in California. So it apparently hasn't gone well in California, which frankly is why the name was changed early on from Regional Housing Needs Analysis, which was modeled after California, to Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, so that we are going to do it differently than California, and hopefully our outcomes will be more like a partnership that we intend it to be.
Good. So many things. I get my list from listening to all of you. So yes, to add to Vice Chair, social housing. So a bunch of city council members and people. I was one of the invited people. I just didn't go. Went to Austria and learned all about social housing there, and then basically came back. And I don't know what happened, what sequence it happened, but basically the city council tasked the Housing Bureau to come up with a report on this and bring it to them relatively quickly. And I would say relatively quickly because I'm on the technical advisory panel. And I think we only have like 4 meetings or something like that. So not a long process at all. I think it's in a couple. I just had my first one like last week or the week before, and a couple months from now, the report's coming. So it's going to be really interesting to see what like I don't know what, so there's a report, then what happens. So that's going to be interesting to be a part of that. Very diverse group of people coming in from different perspectives. So I think that's super interesting. And some of the early conversations are like, is it going to come up with one definition for what social housing is, or is it a menu of things? And so I think it's going to be an adventure. But what I do like about it, and one of the reasons I said yes to the techno advisory panel, is like we need to think outside the box. And we've been doing amazing things at the state. There's no discredit to what we're doing, but there needs to be side gigs of like, what about this, to really move the needle. So that's one of those. I've been a big fan of economic development, and there's been many of us. I'm on the board of Better Portland, which is like a group of business people, right, trying to do good, social good while also doing business. I've said many, many times that I don't feel like Oregon prioritizes economic development. So this is not new, this thing that I'm saying. And I think I've told you, I went to a regional conference in Northern California, and just hearing them outline how the state of California thinks about economic development, I was like, I've never heard that like that before here. So I think that's starting to translate because of the tax revenue shortfall and all that kind of stuff. It's you don't want it to get to that point for people to pay attention to this, but it's like, yay, now finally people are paying attention. So what it's doing on the ground level, I think, is all of us are thinking about our projects, which do these things anyway, but how to talk about them in a different way with regard to economic development analysis. And I think people don't really think very much that the process of development is economic development. There's all the jobs, from all the people designing and all that kind of stuff, down to the construction jobs, down to now you have people living and are working and tax revenues being collected. So I feel like actual real estate development doesn't get really thought of when thinking it's about economic development. So I think it should be. Obviously, that's an industry I'm in. I already mentioned the thing about the aligning the power and the franchise utilities, utilities with the rest of the processes, because that's the part that gets dropped out of the development process. You got the city stuff, and then you have the other guys. And I would include, it's not a huge driver of how things happen, but the post USPS is actually in that group too. They have their own thing, and you got to get that done. And they don't have a timeline that's based on your timeline. So I'd throw that in there. 1803 Fund made a huge announcement this week. Huge. I don't know if any of you saw about buying the old grain silo on the river, the Willamette, and also buying a chunk of this area that they're calling the low end. And so the ability to invest substantial dollars into revitalization is like kind of the part of the Albina vision, I would say. I'm on the investment committee for 1803 Fund. So I couldn't talk about any of those things until it was released to the public. And so now you know what I've been working on as far as being on an investment committee. I also went to this interesting convening, unrelated to what we're doing here, on neuroarchitecture, which is not really a term that anybody knows, because if you just ask anybody, no one knows what it is. But what was cool about it was me realizing that it's kind of taking biophilic design, so using nature and spaces like, let's say, the Portland Airport, and also thinking about, for me, this is how I've defined it, trauma-informed design, like my project I did at Pear Creek. And really what it is the convening was neuroscientists, organizations that are industry leaders coming together to brainstorm about how a foundation can give to neuroarchitecture, and really thinking about how buildings affect the brain, mental health and well-being, but how buildings and the brain work together. So I was able to give a talk on trauma-informed design at that convening. So I feel like that relates to the housing work that we're talking about. There's some really bizarre thing that's going on that I don't know if it's out in the public, but it's definitely out in the background with affordable housing developers where vacancies, I think there was an article that just came out about it too, actually. That's the first time I saw it. There's a lot of vacancies in affordable housing, which doesn't make any sense, right? We have a housing need. Why are there vacancies? And everybody's trying to like kind of figure it out. Like affordable housing developers have never had to give concessions like 1 month free, 2 month free to affordable housing. I mean, people just snatch it up. You don't give concessions. And I know quite a few developers who have to give concessions to fill their units. That really makes you say like, what is happening right here? Because we know there's a housing shortage. And I don't know if we know the definitive answer, but a lot of people are saying the AMIs that are affordable because people, and I'm going to create my own reasons because this is me talking, because groceries are so high and, the macroeconomic conditions, I'm thinking people are spending more of their money on that, which gives less for housing. And so there's a mismatch, I think, between what people take in as income and then are able to pay out to housing from our standard AMI numbers, which have worked up to this point, right? They fill. You build a building, it fills. That has been up to this moment. And so that's kind of getting to the more concerning. We need to be thinking about workforce training, jobs at all different levels. Not just there's like what you spend your money on. I always think of it like a balance sheet. It's like the revenue and the expenses. And we need to spend time on where people are getting their revenue, right, to pay for their expenses. Otherwise, we're going to have that mismatch. So I thought I always bring the real story to you guys. So I thought I should bring that story. And then, there's a lot of developers who are sitting on projects that would love to move forward, but like I said, the macroeconomics aren't working. And so I actually talked to 3 different developers who had projects. They're like, you want to buy this project? Here's a fully designed, almost entitled projects. I looked at a 6-story one. I looked at a 4-story one. I looked all in Portland and a 2-story one. And just, for my team, I'm like, if we can figure something out, we can just take on this project and immediately have a build ready project. I wasn't able to figure out anything for the 3 of them, but the 6-story one I heard they sold to somebody else. So maybe they figured it out. No, the 4-story one, they sold to somebody else and they figured it out. I'm still maybe working on the 2-story and the 6-story is just sitting there. So I just wanted to say there is just my little sampling says that there are quite a few projects that might be build ready right this second. It just needs the macroeconomics to change and to figure it out. I went through my first conditional use as a developer. I know. So that was kind of fun. So that I'm not going to tell you all about it, but that was interesting. And then, one of the things with Commissioner Thompson talking about build faster, or the phrase that you said from the book, abundance, made me realize I read another article that was talking about the tension between progressives in the past. I'm not saying Oregon at all. Other states in the past also being potentially against housing, and how I wish I knew what this article was, but it specifically said, but in Oregon, progressives are pro, housing and really pushing it. And that made me proud. So, because I consider myself a progressive and also pro housing and pro building. So, yeah, I think we're doing a lot of things right in Oregon. That's it. Thank you, commissioners, for talking about the regional. I didn't think I had so much to say, but then you all made me think of things. Okay, so with that, that was a piece of our commission business item that usually would be a part of commission business, which is tomorrow. We decided to pull out that piece and talk about it today. We are going to move back, and we're not that far behind, because our last agenda item was supposed to end at 4:45, which is right now. We are going to go back because we did not close out our agenda item number. Get it right. 3. Our agenda item number 3, which is Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, Deliberation, and Adoption. We asked the staff to go back and write some of the language changes that we wanted to see. And we are going to need somebody to take us through this. We have a document in our hand that we have the place to look at. I guess the question is, 1 second. Ethan, you're going to walk us through it, is what I hear.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Hulova, and I invite Celestina, Thea, and Sean up to the testimony table to assist. So commissioners, based on your direction earlier this afternoon, the team got together and worked up a document that you see in front of you. This is amendments to 3 sections of the proposed rules. It is not the entirety of the rules. We've just focused in on the sections that are amended based on your direction here. The first is section 200, specifically subsection 3. So I wanted to kind of orient you to this document, page 1 through 2.5 is the existing rules that are in your packet of materials. Then below, proposal amended, highlighted in yellow, is the amended language based on your conversation this afternoon. And I will focus on the proposal amended language. So what we did was in the original proposed document, it included subsection 3 related to medium cities and middle housing. There was subsection 4 that was middle housing in larger cities, and subsection 5, which was related to accessibility, adaptability, and affordable housing, all with their various rebuttable presumptions. We've consolidated 4 and 5 into this new sub 3 to identify them all as safe harbors. So subsection 3, sub A is middle housing for medium cities. Subsection 3, sub B is middle housing for large cities and articulates the parameters by which a local government could use that safe harbor. Subsection C is multi-unit housing, safe harbor there, and the provisions on how to use that. And subsection D is the adaptable, accessible, and affordable housing safe harbor. Again, all of those are tied back to the model code and those standards, but it provides the mays instead of musts and eliminates the rebut considerations. And just a note on sub 4, that was sub 6, so it's just renumbered to sub 4 in the new proposed items. Chair, I'll entertain any questions on that.
Can I ask for clarification? Is this the language that you were saying was originally there, but now you've added the large city and say that again, that sentence.
Sure. So pages 1, 2, and half of page 3 are the existing proposed rules that are in your packet that you might have read through.
Yep.
Then starting on the 2/3 of the way down, page 3 is the new proposed language, which just takes each individual chunk, sub 4 and sub 5, and the proposed rules that were in your packet and consolidates them into a new, larger sub 3 for all of the safe harbors, middle housing in medium cities, middle housing in large cities, multi-unit housing, and those 3 adaptable, accessible, and affordable housing incentives. To your question.
Yes. Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. On 5, on the proposed amended, whenever we use the word good faith, I'm always trying to, do we have any sideboards to good faith? Or is that just in the eyes of the beholder? Because I've, over the years, had a lot of, well, I was doing it in good faith.
Yeah, Chair Hulova, just to answer Commissioner Bennett's question, we haven't gotten to that section of the amendments quite yet, but I can answer your question. We articulate the kind of quote unquote good faith effort later on in that sentence of sub D that says for, such as missed deadlines, incomplete or non-responsive materials. So kind of giving a little bit of flavor to what good faith means.
And then Ethan, it continues on to say, or otherwise not made a good faith effort. So I was just wondering if that really maybe shouldn't be there. It just
And can you, point exactly to where?
Page 5, the very bottom. D, page 5,
okay.
2D says first part, and I agree fully. It says such as missed deadlines or incomplete or non-responsive materials. And then it goes on to say, or otherwise not made a good faith effort. And whenever, I don't know, it just seems like a good place to start an argument when you get there. I would suggest just put a period after materials and leave it at that.
If I can respond, Chair. Commissioner Bennett, yeah, that was just a typo, basically. We had a strike through that got removed. Great
So-
eyes.
It was quick.
Talk about the last page? Let's look at the last page.
So then,
Yeah.
all
Sorry,
right.
sorry. Some people are quick. I want to make sure to go through each section and then less kind of each section. That's okay. So I was like, where is this? And I didn't realize it was later on. Do that, but let's say us when we get back there. Right now I'm still on page 3 and 4, if anybody has any. So I'm kind of looking over that. Just give us some time. I'm going to especially look to the vice chair. Not that I'm sure a lot of you are in the weeds, but I just want to look to the vice chair.
Yeah, I think the way to track it is there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 areas that should be safe harbor. So when you start at section 3, that starts with safe harbor, the first 2 paragraphs address the large city and medium cities action around middle housing. And again, I think the key is that all of these include the words an action adopting the model ordinances. So that was the piece to maintain the connection to model ordinances. So that's 3, and then small a and small b, and then 3 small c is for multi-unit housing in the HPS. And again, that's action adopting the model ordinance. So that's the second one, is multi-unit housing. And then we have that set of 3, which is the affordable, accessible, and adaptable. Again, so sub D further down includes the words in a housing production strategy may include an action adopting the model ordinance of the appropriate city size. Are there large and medium? So city size matters for affordable, accessible, and adaptable. Okay. And then the one that remained was that last paragraph, sub 4, which is the bedroom count one. So the must. So again, you see the word must. That's the minimum standard indication. Without the difference between a minimum standard and rebuttable presumption, it would have the rebut language attached to which there's done. So nowhere in the code now do we have that rebut language. So that's the only minimum standard, because it says you must do this, must use. And that's all, again, I'll remind myself that that's again for affordable housing, 0 through 30, 30 to 60, and 60 to 80 developments.
Got it.
Yeah. I think it got all those.
I'm the kind of person that needs to see like an indent in order to find all the things you said, but I found them. I found them. Does anybody have any questions over that section? Okay, should I move on to the next one? I'm gonna look for general nods of the head. I haven't seen all the nods. Can't see Bennett. Bennett nodding. Oh, move on from this section. Are you comfortable moving on? And Thompson? Okay. Okay, the next section, somebody could take us through.
Sure. Okay. So moving into subsection or section rule 310, referral for noncompliance. So as we noted, the as proposed is how it functions currently, and then the proposal amended with Commissioner Bennett's update and catch here. The period at the end of subsection D would show up as at the end of materials.
But this one was the one that you brought up, Vice Chair.
Yeah, and I
And
think it
what,
also-
show me the language that you were referring to on the top, on the as proposed, that because you were saying there were some changes you wanted from the as proposed to the proposed amendment. This was your item, right?
Not up there.
If I may, Chair and Vice Chair, yeah, we did the reorganization on the front end and just in our haste, we meant to delete that back end clause.
Okay, so it's D. I just want to point
It's
to
sub
what is the
D,
thing that you
yep.
were talking
It
about.
was D.
Okay.
Above it was D, and below it's also D. But the sentence has just been flipped around so that it leads with good faith effort, and then it says the examples are missed deadlines, incomplete materials, such as.
You had something with an or and an and. Can you show me what that was on the
Yeah,
original
it
one?
was in the as proposed 2D, you see there, because 2 says the department must prefer a city. And then D says missed deadlines, submitted incomplete or non-responsive materials, or has made a good faith effort. Right, so it meant that, so there was a separation between, you could be missed deadlines, submitted incomplete stuff, or was not a good faith effort. When the intention was that it should be a good faith effort as illustrated by these things.
Got it. And so
Switch.
so D isn't going to read, I'm just going to read D, the proposed, has not made a good faith effort to adopt a housing capacity analysis or housing production strategy such as missed deadlines and incomplete or non-responsive materials. Yes.
Bad faith efforts.
Okay.
We have to strike the first has too. Has extra
Oh.
has, because sub 2 has already.
Yeah. So first under D, instead of saying has, it says not made a good faith effort to adopt a housing capacity analysis or housing production strategy such as missed deadlines and incomplete or non-responsive materials.
Like above where it says not adopted or not fulfilled.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Okay.
So we inserted or after C at the end of C to make them A, B, C, or D.
Can be referred for any of those. Yeah.
Fail to enter into or fulfill the term of a time extension or voluntary agreement under section 1 or has not made a good faith effort to adopt. Okay.
Just the or is after the semicolon.
Got it.
No.
It's a good catch. Good catch, double catch. As if all the commissioners feel comfortable with that. Okay. And now somebody tell us about the last one.
All right, moving into Rule 240, I'm hoping Sean Edging is at the testimony table and can talk us through this one.
Thank you, Chair Halava, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Sean Edging. So this edit is just a clarifying edit that DOJ had recommended after the publication deadline. It doesn't affect the substance or function of the rule, but it better clarifies the intent. The shorthand of this rule is that it allows a city to apply part of a model ordinance to comply with a housing law. If, say, maybe their code's non-conforming, that type of thing. A great example is the Middle Housing Land Division, which we have a module in here to update in light of 2138 to, just provide a resource that cities can use to comply. It's not required, though. But basically, the clarifying amendment was to remove a clause at the top, which specifies where, one or more provisions doesn't comply with the housing laws, a local government may use this tool. Instead, it strikes that and clarifies at the bottom in subsection 5 that they're not required to violate a housing law and may apply one or more modules to remedy or prevent a violation. The whole idea here is we're not trying to violate housing laws, right? So nobody needs to make any kind of determination or anything like that.
I just want to make sure everybody's comfortable with the do we have a new motion to put on the screen while everybody's telling me if they're comfortable with this last one or have any questions?
Yes, Chair, I'll bring that up right now.
Vice Chair?
Just go on screen. Oh,
There,
we go.
there is. I just want to make sure everybody's good with this. No questions. Okay.
They make a motion.
The Vice Chair wants to make a motion.
I move the commission adopt amendments to the Oregon Administrative Rules, Chapter 660, Division 7, 8, 21, and 24, as recommended by the department and shown in Attachment A, and as modified by the commission in the document that we just went through. Adopt the 3 SB 1564 model codes as shown in Attachment B in our packet, and adopt the updated Housing Production Strategy menu of actions, heretofore known as Chair Holova's menu, as shown in Attachment B.
I don't think that's going to end up in the motion. In quotation marks.
I'll second.
Commissioner Warren seconds. With that, Adam, you can do the roll call.
Commissioner Bennett,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lazo,
Aye.
Chair Halova.
Aye. Did you get asked? Okay. With that, the motion passes. Yay. Didn't know if there were any final closing words on this particular item. I'm just, for me, we've done a lot of work. And when I say we, I mean the legislature, the governor's vision, huge. The legislature supporting the department, the staff, the commission, the stakeholders, the interested parties is what I meant to say, who are implementing this, the community members who are affected by this, legal counsel, if I forgot to mention you, sorry. Yeah. I don't know if anybody else has anything to say.
A quick point of clarification. Do you all need us to make a motion to bring us back any technical fixes to the rules, or are we good? Like moving forward? No. Okay, great. Congratulations.
Yes. And the tribal consultations. I want to make sure to include in the community groups.
I think the other thing I would add is, some of us have noted that how major of a moment this is for goal 10 housing planning. And I don't think that should be, I don't think that can be overstated. You're talking about a momentous change in the way we plan for housing for every person in the state of Oregon now. So folks, go forth and conquer.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you for all the people in the audience from all your different areas. Yeah, that was a lot. So, thank you, everyone. We're going to adjourn and we'll return tomorrow, Friday, December 5th, at 9 o'clock for the second half of the December LCDC meeting. Please use the information on this meeting agenda or the DLCD website for instructions on how to participate. I think I mentioned that one of our commissioners is going to be out, Commissioner Warren, I think, tomorrow, and Commissioner Boyer for a half day. I'll just like kind of recap. Yeah, so we're going to be doing commission business, director's report, and other items here. Yeah, quite a few items. And yeah.
I don't mean to be really, I'm just asking that if it's really, that my 6-hour trip.
It's
if that's,
yeah.
I know it's, if
No,
one
if
person asks and if it's too much, I really.
no, I think that I've been hearing that would work unless there was an agenda item that people were showing up for.
Administratively, we have a yes. Legally, we have a yes. Rule making, we have a yes. We're yes.
Yes. So we'll start tomorrow at 8. And yeah. And I wanted to make sure that I gave proper kudos and praise to the housing team that were able to actually meet the deadline that we wanted today to turn this around. That was very important because we wanted to make sure to capture 2 of the commissioners if they had any issues or votes, and the ability to turn that around. Thank you for doing that. Wonderful. So tomorrow we will convene at the meeting at 8 o'clock with our first agenda item. Thank you. We end the meeting at 5:02 p.m.